world of martial arts. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 376. Flying in the air is a very unique artistic conception. Not every Feng'an Valley disciple can learn it. It requires very high skills and understanding. Generally, only one or two young disciples of a generation can do it. Zanhuo's flying in the air is very good, but it can only fly at a not very fast speed. It is impossible to use it to travel. As for its use in actual combat, it is like the almost rogue tactics used by Zanhuo just now. And Lin Ming's flying in the air can obviously be used in actual combat. In the air, like a nimble swift, he completed 3 extremely fast changes of direction in succession. In a breath of time, he completed a terrible arc to dodge the explosion, which was deeply imprinted in everyone's mind. Such flexibility and speed are not much inferior to warriors on the ground. How did he comprehend such a powerful artistic conception? In the understanding of Qianxue continent, artistic conception can only be understood by one's own thinking and personal understanding. If Lin Ming himself is a wind attribute warrior, dealing with wind energy every day, and practicing wind-based exercises, then it can be barely accepted. But Lin Ming is a thunder and fire warrior. How can he have such attainments in the artistic conception of wind? Even overshadowed the disciples of Feng'an Valley. The people of Feng'an Valley are now so depressed that the green-shirted elder who led the team turned pale. He felt that his situation was like a chess master playing against a Go master, but not only did he lose in Go, but he also lost miserably in the field of chess, which they are good at. In front of so many people, where can they put their face in Feng'an Valley? How did this Lin Ming come out? Is it possible to have such understanding? On the first seat of Shenhuang Island, Mu Qianxue took a deep breath, closed his eyes slightly, and digested the scene just now. He learned to fly with phoenix wings overnight. He was not a wind-type warrior, but he could still comprehend the artistic conception of wind. His achievements in the artistic conception of wind were even higher than many Feng'an Valley disciples. Lin Ming's comprehension was beyond her comprehension. Mu Qianxue didn't quite believe that there was really a young man who could be so talented. Lin Ming must have experienced some opportunities, but it was undeniable that his comprehension was indeed outstanding, including his character, talent, diligence, and persistence. In one sentence, he was like a person born for martial arts. Am I witnessing the rise of a great power who will be crowned as an emperor? Mu Qianxue murmured in her heart. She was not too excited at this time, but more of a trepidation. If it was an ordinary saint-level genius who would stop at the extreme of Xuanden in the future, Mu Qianxue would be extremely happy, but a great power who might be crowned as an emperor made her a little worried. The birth of such a great power requires the accumulation of luck, not only the luck of the genius himself, but also the luck of the sect. For a sect to give birth to such a person is like a difficult childbirth. Giving birth to one will consume a lot of luck. Some sects do not have enough luck accumulation, and the appearance of such a monster is not only not a blessing, but a disaster. It sounds absurd, but history has proved this many times. The people who can be crowned as emperors in the future are often extraordinary since their youth. It is not surprising that they set off great storms in their youth, stirring up wars in a region, and even killing people. Some sects with insufficient foundation collapsed in such storms, but the strong men who were crowned as emperors often escaped from the tiger's mouth because of their own luck and continued their path to becoming emperors. Does Shenhuang Island have such foundation? Mu Qianxue not only asked this question. If it succeeds, Shenhuang Island may leap over the Dragon Gate and become a 5th grade sect, or even become one of the few holy places in the entire Qianxue continent. You know, the entire Qianxue continent has not produced a powerful person who has been crowned as an emperor for thousands of years. Mu Qianxue is not sure how many such powerful people are left now. Most of them are invisible, and may even have ascended to the divine realm. But, if it doesn't work, Mu Qianxue exhaled a breath of cold air. Her mood fluctuated. 27 years ago, the two sisters Mu Qianxue and Mu Bingyan, a pair of twin girls, were born into the world. They were respectively born with the blood of Suzaku and Kingluan, with 7th grade talents and 7th grade ice and fire vitality. The appearance of these two girls has never happened in Shenhuang Island since ancient times. Now, Shenhuang Island will face a powerful enemy. The South China Sea Demon Realm and the 6 sects of the 5-element realm are taking advantage of the situation at this time. Shenhuang Island is in a precarious situation. And at this time, Lin Ming appeared. The chaotic scene was like a fog covering Mu Yuhuang's eyes, making her feel confused, and it seemed that she could not see the future of Shenhuang Island clearly. Everything in the world has its destiny. If you don't take what God gives you, you will suffer the consequences. If you don't act, when the time comes, you will suffer the consequences. I'm afraid that our Shenhuang Island has reached a time when wealth and destruction are at odds. If I hesitate, I'm afraid it won't be far from destruction. Lin Ming might be the opportunity given to Shenhuang Island by God. If we don't accept the wealth and honor given by God, it may become a disaster. After a long time, Mu Yuhuang opened his eyes, looked at Mu Qianxue, and said calmly, "Jua, after this banquet is over, I will officially accept Lin Ming as my disciple. By then, he will be your junior brother. You should help him a lot." Mu Qianxue was slightly stunned, and said happily, "I would have done it, even if master didn't tell you." Zhan Huo was brought back. When he fell from a high altitude, a warrior from Feng'an Valley jumped up to catch him. Otherwise, he would have been seriously injured if he fell from a height of 20 feet without any consciousness. After checking Zhan Huo's condition, he was only injured by the fire poison, and was not seriously injured. Zhan Yunjian turned around with a gloomy face, and said to the old man in green clothes in Feng'an Valley, "Uncle, Zhan Huo is already the 3rd best master of the younger generation of my Feng'an Valley. He still failed to win, even after using all means. The next game will probably be the 2nd best disciple among the 6 major sects. If he still can't win, I will go to meet him in person." "Huh? You will do it in person?" "Yes, but maybe we have to face Mu Qianxue and Mu Qianxue first. There are 6 of us, and 3 of them. We should fight Mu Qianxue and Mu Qianxue first, so that Lin Ming can recover his strength. I don't want to take advantage of others." The old man in green clothes touched his beard, sighed, shook his head, and said with emotion in his heart, "Shenhuang Island has great fortune. Lin Ming is a dragon in the abyss, and with 2 phoenixes. I don't know what the future of Nanshan Domain and Wuxing Domain will be." After defeating Zhan Huo, Lin Ming took a pill to replenish his true essence as usual. Pills are not omnipotent. The replenished true essence is different from the accumulated one. Taking too much will affect the strength. He did not challenge, but someone took the initiative to stand up. In the area of Jinzhang Mountain, a bald young man wearing a loose golden robe looked like a monk in the temple. "Jinzhang Mountain Ziokai, 20 years old, please teach me." The young man in the golden robe gave people a very stable feeling in his words and actions. Lin Ming's eyes shrank slightly. The middle stage of the acquired period. The chief disciples of the 6 sects in the 5-element domain are basically at the peak of the early stage of the acquired period. No one has really broken through to the middle stage of the acquired period. The young man in front of him does not seem to be the chief disciple, but he has the cultivation of the middle stage of the acquired period. It's senior brother Zhao, the eldest disciple of Jinzhang. Hey, finally a heavyweight has come out. He is the big brother of Jinzhang and has been famous for a long time. A person's reputation is like the shadow of a tree. Zhao Kai has been famous since he was 17 years old. At the age of 19, he became the first disciple of Jinzhang. Although he was not trained as a chief disciple by Jinzhang because of his inferior talent, his strength is unquestionable. Among the younger generation, Zhao Kai is a figure similar to the eldest senior brother. It can be said that in the entire 5-element domain and 6 sects, excluding the chief disciples, Zhao Kai can be regarded as one of the best. Haha, senior brother Zhao has also appeared. With senior brother Zhao here, Lin Ming is like a grasshopper in autumn, and he can't jump for a few days. No matter how many games Lin Ming won, the disciples of Jinzhang firmly believed that their eldest senior brother could sweep Lin Ming. Senior brother Zhao, come on. As if to drown out the shouts of the disciples in the Shenhuang Island area, the disciples of Jinzhang began to shout at the top of their voices. In the center of the square, Xiaokai remained calm and did not react to the shouts of the 5-element domain disciples. He smiled and looked at Lin Ming. I will be 21 in a few months. This banquet will probably be my last fight in public as a disciple of the younger generation. I originally wanted to challenge Mu Qianxue. Even if I failed, it would be a fair fight. I didn't expect that the last battle would be with you, and I took advantage of your misfortune. I really lost my integrity in my later years. Xiaokai said, shaking his head in self-mockery. The big sects have agreed to use 20 years old as the dividing line for the younger generation. After 21, they are no longer considered the younger generation. Xiaokai, who has been famous for a long time and is a respected figure among the young disciples, naturally attaches great importance to his reputation. This time, fighting with Lin Ming is really a last resort. He is in this position and must stand up at this time. I'm dull, but I have the advantage of age. I'm confident that I will not lose to anyone below the chief disciple in the 6 sects of the 5-element domain. If you beat me, you will be qualified to challenge the chief disciple. However, although the chief disciple's cultivation is not as good as mine, his strength is much better than mine. The chief disciples in the past were all trained as the successors of the sect. The concentration of all the resources of a huge 4th grade sect to train a disciple. His strength is naturally not comparable to that of other disciples. Thanks for the advice. Make a move. Lin Ming had a good impression of Xiaokai. He was indeed very strong, especially when Lin Ming was not in the best condition now. After Lin Ming finished speaking, he was surprised to see that Xiaokai pulled out a long spear from the Zumi ring. The golden spear shaft was 9 feet long, plus the 9-inch long spearhead, which made Lin Ming's eyes light up. Xiaokai also used a spear, while Lin Ming and Xiaokai were standing in the middle of the square facing each other. In the Leiji sect area, a pale-faced young man crossed his arms in front of his chest, with a faint smile on his face. Between his eyebrows, there was a faint ivory mark. Wuji, what are you laughing at? Lei Zhenzi frowned. He didn't like his mysterious and powerful junior brother. He always had a gloomy look when he smiled. I suddenly had a good idea. What if I challenged all the masters of the Southern Sky region, including Shenhuang Island, by myself like Lin Ming? You are going to challenge the genius of the Southern Sky region. Lei Zhenzi didn't think anything, but Lei Jingxun was surprised. Why? The pale young man touched his chin, staring at Mu Qianxue from a distance, and said faintly, I suddenly remembered a legend about the saint of Shenhuang Island. It's very interesting. The third update. Chapter 377 Gold Essence. The pale young man touched his chin, stared at Mu Qianxue from afar, and said faintly, I remembered a legend about the saint of Shenhuang Island. It's very interesting. Legend of the saint? What legend? Lei Jingxun seemed to remember something, but he was not sure. Lei Zhenzi pricked up his ears to listen, but what made him extremely speechless was that his Wuji junior brother said directly, I saw it in an ancient secret book about the saint of Shenhuang Island, the legend. At this point, he began to use the true essence to transmit sound. This made Lei Zhenzi extremely depressed. There were only a few people around, and he was the closest, as if they were guarding against him. This pale guy was really annoying. I don't know why. This kid seems to know a lot of things, and I don't know where he read so many strange stories. Lei Zhenzi was just thinking about it, and the pale young man finished speaking. Lei Jingxun touched his chin, as if he was thinking about something. Then the pale young man said to Lei Zhenzi, you will challenge Lin Ming later. If Mu Qianxue and Mu Qianxue come up, I will deal with them, and you can continue to fight Lin Ming. The slightly commanding words made Lei Zhenzi very uncomfortable. He really didn't want to reply, but it was obvious that his master meant the same thing, so he could only agree. At this time, on the ring, Lin Ming was looking at the spear in Xiaokai's hand. The heavy, mysterious, soft silver spear had been used for a long time, and Lin Ming saw at a glance the exact length of the spear in Xiaokai's hand, 9 feet and 9 inches, the same as the heavy, mysterious, soft silver spear. However, this spear was golden all over, and the spear shaft was made of unknown material, like some kind of metal, but it was very elastic. Lin Ming saw Xiaokai shook it casually, and a big gunflower shook out. The elasticity of this spear was much better than that of the heavy, mysterious, soft silver spear. This was a low-grade Earth-level treasure spear. No, maybe a medium-grade Earth-level treasure spear. Lin Ming was surprised to find that he could not determine the level of this spear. It was suspected to be a mid-grade Earth-level shotgun, and it was made of metal. This was not something that an ordinary weapon refiner could forge. Xiao Kai noticed the look in Lin Ming's eyes. He was very familiar with that look. When warriors encountered a weapon they liked, many would show this look. He smiled and said, "Lin Ming, are you sure you want to use that heavy mysterious soft silver gun? I noticed that in the previous battles, you had to divide your true essence to protect your gun every time, which greatly reduced your combat effectiveness. Do you need me to lend you a gun?" With Xiao Kai's eyesight, he naturally saw at a glance the material of Lin Ming's gun, which was heavy mysterious soft silver. For ordinary people, heavy mysterious soft silver was a priceless weapon refining material, but in a large sect, it was almost like ordinary iron. Lin Ming raised his eyebrows. "You have many Earth-level treasure guns?" Xiao Kai smiled and said, "That's right. My Jinzhang Mountain is the largest weapon refining sect in the 5-element domain. Within a radius of millions of miles, the best weapon refiners are in my Jinzhang Mountain, especially the gun-making masters, who are countless in Jinzhang Mountain, because the mainstream weapon of my Jinzhang Mountain is the gun." Lin Ming's eyes lit up. A sect with guns as the main weapon. Spears, halberds, and spears. The most attractive is the gun. The gun is the king of all weapons. And the best gun-making master is himself a Zuandan master who is proficient in the gold energy and has comprehended the metal artistic conception. Only in this way can he forge the best bullet gun. Lin Ming took a deep breath. Metal artistic conception. Using metal artistic conception to forge guns. What is the concept? The 7 sects in the 5-element domain. Each sect has a very high understanding of artistic conception. Metal artistic conception, combined with the top metal materials of Jinzhang Mountain, turns the originally hard metal into soft bullet steel. This kind of skill can only be achieved after understanding the composition law of metal and mastering the artistic conception of gold. In addition, they are gold attributed warriors, so the quality of the guns they cast can be imagined. This world is really full of talented people. It's ridiculous that I used to think that high quality guns could never be made from metal. It seems that I was just sitting in a well and looking at the sky. If there really is a gun making master who is at the level of an emperor, it would not be difficult for him to forge a heavenly treasure gun. Thinking of this, Lin Ming laughed and said, "Brother Xiao, I have fought 4 consecutive games on this stage. However, this battle with you is the one I'm most looking forward to. To be honest, Brother Xiao, before this, I have never fought with an opponent who uses a gun. Haha, I'm just the opposite. All the warriors around me, since I was a child, use guns. I memorized the gun technique and grew up looking at gun pictures. However, after 20 years, I still can't get enough. Junior brother Lin is right. Our fight this time is extremely rare. If nothing unexpected happens, I will never have the opportunity to fight with junior brother Lin again. In this battle, I will definitely go all out." After Xiao Kai finished speaking, he raised his right hand, and a golden light flashed in his hand. After a moment, the golden light actually converged and condensed into a ball of golden metallic liquid, like melted gold water. Lin Ming sensed and detected it, and could feel the powerful golden energy contained in the golden water. Golden essence. Like fire essence, it is a spiritual object of heaven and earth. It is nurtured in metals of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and it will be born by chance, only if it meets various harsh conditions. With it, it can be condensed into my life treasure. Of course, I don't have this ability now, but I can. Xiao Kai said, and slapped the ball of golden essence in the palm of his hand on the gun barrel, and then an incredible scene happened. The ball of golden essence seemed to have life, and it spread automatically along the gun barrel. After a moment, it evenly covered the entire gun barrel, and then seeped in. At that moment, the gun in Xiao Kai's hand was officially upgraded to the middle grade of the earth grade, and it was a top level middle grade treasure gun of the earth grade. Lin Ming was shocked. A ball of golden essence actually upgraded the treasure by 1 level? You know, even the Zuandan masters would be tempted by the earth level middle grade treasures, and the earth level upper grade treasures would cause the Zuandan masters to scramble for them. fire spirits, gold spirits, water spirits, etc. Including wind spirits and thunder spirits, probably each of them has its own unique function. The magical things in this world always make people full of astonishment, novelty, and shock. So what if I can also get a piece of gold essence and use special techniques to fuse it into the Zixuan spear? Will it become a heaven level treasure? Thinking of this, Lin Ming was excited at first, and then shook his head with a wry smile. Most of the heaven level treasures can only be used by the powerful who have been crowned as emperors. If you want to make the Zixuan spear reach the heaven level, you have to find gold essence of almost heaven level, which is naturally not an easy task. However, even if a low level gold essence is integrated, it will greatly improve the quality of the Zixuan spear. The main weight of the Zixuan spear is concentrated on the spearhead. The spear shaft is too light, and the purple electric bamboo has no texture after all, and there are many shortcomings. Lin Ming, let me ask you one more question. Are you sure you want to use that heavy and soft silver spear? I can lend you a lower grade earth level treasure spear. Although the quality is not that good, it is at least much better than your spear. Xiao Kai asked again. This person is worth making friends with. He is open-minded and does not take advantage of others. He has the demeanor of a gentleman. However, the disciples of the 5-element domain were unhappy with Xiao Kai's actions. Of course, because the other party was Xiao Kai, they did not dare to shout loudly against it, but just muttered in private. Are you kidding me? Giving this guy a gun? He is so arrogant with a broken gun. What if he is given a good gun? Brother Xiao is just shooting us in the foot. These country bumpkins from Shenhuang state obviously can't forge a gun. What if they learned the secret technique of forging a gun from the gun of Jinzhang Mountain? Brother Xiao is too reckless. How can you give this thing to others casually? Although these disciples of the 5-element domain were talking in a low voice, Lin Ming had excellent hearing and naturally heard it clearly. Lin Ming ignored him. He bowed to Xiao Kai and said, I fought 4 battles in a row before, and the people I met were either scum or villains. It's just that brother Xiao and I hit it off right away. When drinking with a bosom friend, it's natural to bring out the best wine in the best wine vessels. Only in this way can we have a hearty and unrestrained fight. I was stingy before. As Lin Ming said this, he put away the heavy and soft silver spear and slowly pulled out the purple spear from the Zumi ring. Xiao Kai is a real gun expert. This spear still needs him to evaluate how to match the gold essence and what kind of gold essence is the best. Moreover, Lin Ming took out the purple spear to fight in the best condition and improve his spear skills in the competition. His spear skills have been limited to basic spear tactics so far. Jin Zhongshan has accumulated thousands of years of spear skills. With such a foundation, Lin Ming naturally yearns for it. When the purple spear came out, purple light shone everywhere. The dark purple spear shaft had 9 bamboo joints that could be vaguely seen. Between the purple, there were countless dense red lines, like bloodshot. These were the filaments of the holy fire Wutong that merged into the purple lightning divine bamboo. The 8-inch long spearhead had a high ridge and a thin blade, and it shone with a wanton cold light. It was made by Zixuan fusing the black thunderstone and the vermilion bird fire essence. Each of these materials was a priceless fine product. Lin Ming did not inject his true essence at all, but the entire spear still flashed with a faint light of thunder and fire, and the surrounding air was slightly trembling, as if a peerless divine weapon had come out of its box to slaughter the world. Seeing this dazzling spear light, Xiao Kai was stunned, and his heart was full of astonishment. This was actually a top-level earth-level superior treasure spear. The spearhead is made of Zixuan, and it's a refined Zixuan. Xiao Kai found it unbelievable. Zixuan was a top-grade metal that was enough to make a heaven-level treasure. In addition to their Jinzhang Mountain, was there anyone who could refine Zixuan? He couldn't tell what the gun was made of, but just by looking at the power of thunder and fire contained in it, he knew it was a priceless top-grade material. Lin Ming happened to have a dual-element constitution of thunder and fire. Could it be that this was a treasured gun made for Lin Ming? Thinking of this, Xiao Kai took a breath of cold air. Who made this gun? Everyone present was naturally knowledgeable. The Zixuan gun that Lin Ming took out became the focus of the whole audience for a while. A top-grade earth-level treasured gun. This is something that even Zuundan masters would be jealous of. 4th update. People always say that I'm watering down. Novels must have foreshadowing. This chapter is the necessary foreshadowing for many plots in the future. If it is deleted, the plot will become extremely abrupt. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 378 Gunforce. The disciples in the 5-element domain had already started making a fuss. This is a top-grade Earth level treasure. It seems to be of the top level. Am I seeing things right? How could such a weapon be used by a kid in the condensation vein stage? This is a weapon that only Zuundan masters can use. Many Zuundan masters may not even have it. The spearhead is made of zixon. What is the spear shaft made of? How can it contain such a strong thunder and fire energy? The spear shaft is made of purple lightning divine bamboo, and it looks like it's at least 10,000 years old. And the spearhead has also been infiltrated with black thunderstone. A disciple from the Thunder Extreme sect said they naturally knew a lot about thunder attributed spiritual objects. Not only is there purple lightning divine bamboo, but there is also holy fire Wutang. It looks like it's also about 10,000 years old. It's divided into thin threads and wrapped around the purple lightning divine bamboo. The one who spoke was a disciple from the Fire Sun sect. Their understanding of fire type spiritual wood was even worse than that of the divine Phoenix Island. There is also vermilion bird fire essence in the spear tip. There were too many experts in thunder and fire present, and Lin Ming knew that the spear would be exposed in the fierce battle, so he did not deliberately activate the concealment formation left by the red flame ancestor. Therefore, in just a short while, the materials of the purple Zuan spear were touched by these people. The refined purple Zuan, black thunderstone, 10,000-year purple lightning bamboo, 10,000-year holy fire phoenix tree, and vermilion bird fire essence. Any of these materials, any one of them is a top grade material, and everyone was shocked. With so many precious materials added together, plus the forging of top masters, the quality of this spear has already caught up with the heavenly treasure. Such a treasure, the Zuundan masters present could not remain calm. In the banquet area of Jinzhang Mountain, the two elders looked at the spear with amazement. There are many ways to refine weapons. Jin Zongshan, use metal to refine weapons, but I didn't expect that there are people who use wood to refine weapons. The skill of refining Zixuan is also amazing. Yes, this spear is naturally not as sharp as the treasures refined by me, Jin Zongshan, but in terms of its increase in attribute true essence, my Jin Zongshan is far behind. The two elders of Jin Zongshan were very humble. Since ancient times, Jin Zongshan has always been a relatively low-key sect, and has always been closed to refine weapons. Their chief disciple is also the least famous one among the 6 sects in the 5-element domain. In the Shenhuang Island area, most of the disciples were also discussing excitedly. They naturally recognized the vermilion bird fire essence and the holy fire Wutang. These are all treasures of Shenhuang Island. Yan Fu Hang's face was so gloomy that water could drip out. The vermilion bird fire essence and the holy fire Wutang were extremely precious resources on Shenhuang Island. How could he not be jealous when they were given to an outsider? Damn it. Back then, I applied for some vermilion bird fire essence to practice the vermilion bird forbidden god record, but I never got it. But now, it's given to this kid to forge a spear. Yan Fu Hang gritted his teeth. He had given up the idea of going against Lin Ming because he thought Lin Ming was too powerful, but now seeing the huge difference in treatment, the jealousy in his heart burned fiercely, and he couldn't suppress it. Good spear. It seems that we can have a hearty battle. Xiao Kai smiled. He had originally proposed to lend Lin Ming a low-grade earth-level spear, but he didn't expect that Lin Ming's spear was no worse than the one used by his elder Jin Hangshan. He was just worrying for nothing. Take my shot, take he hua yi. Xiao Kai's originally gentle eyes suddenly became sharp. He slapped the end of the spear with his right hand, and the spear whistled towards Lin Ming like golden lightning. The surrounding air was swept and torn apart, making a sharp whistling sound. This shot seemed slow, but was actually fast. In an instant, it had already attacked Lin Ming's eyes. Lin Ming's eyes lit up. This was pure spearmanship. If someone launched such an attack normally, he would often rely on the golden peng breaking void body technique to dodge it, but now, he didn't want to dodge. Flood dragon out of the sea. Lin Ming resolutely stabbed out with a spear, without using the power of thunder and fire, without vibrating the true essence, just using the most ordinary spear move. He wanted to take this opportunity to hone his spearmanship. Compared with Xiao Kai's spearmanship, Lin Ming's spearmanship was poor. They were all spearmanship, based on the basic spear technique, and the so-called flood dragon out of the sea was just the most basic spear move given to ordinary soldiers during military training. Bang! The two guns intersected, and Lin Ming seemed to hear the sound of metal clanging in his ears in an instant. Xiao Kai's gun contained an extremely strange force. When his purple spear touched it, it was actually shaken away. As the purple spear bent, Xiao Kai's gun seemed to have a spirit, and climbed up the spear shaft of the purple spear, like a poisonous snake walking on a tree, piercing Lin Ming's throat. What a spearmanship! Lin Ming was shocked, and his toes tapped the ground quickly, and the golden rock broke through the void. The figure retreated violently, and Lin Ming narrowly avoided the gun. The gun wind hit the body's protective true essence, and Lin Ming could clearly hear the kai sound of the body's protective true essence being pierced. Good spearmanship. Lin Ming was shocked. If it was just a contest of spearmanship, he would have lost just now. With the thousands of years of heritage of Jinshan Mountain, the accumulated spearmanship is not at the same level as the common basic spear technique. Brother Xiao is indeed worthy of his reputation. Well done. The disciples of the 5-element domain were suppressed too harshly by Lin Ming. One person blocked the door, and dozens of people did not dare to go up. The frustration was imaginable. So now that Xiao Kai had the upper hand, they began to cheer wildly. Xiao Kai frowned, and ignored the group of people. He looked at Lin Ming and said puzzledly, "What kind of spear technique did junior brother Lin use?" "Basic spear tactics," Lin Ming said casually. "What?" Xiao Kai was stunned. Not only Xiao Kai, but all the disciples of Shenhuang Island were stunned. Those disciples of the 5-element domain who were waiting to see Lin Ming suffer were also stunned. Basic spear tactics. In the 5-element domain, there are also things like basic spear tactics and basic sword tactics. This kind of popular skills that don't even have a formal name are used for entry, and they are not even worthy of entry. Lin Ming actually learned the basic spear tactics. This kid, isn't he funny? Most people's first reaction was disbelief, but if you think about it carefully, Lin Ming's spear skills are indeed not very good. Basically just the simplest stabbing, chopping, and cutting. He did not rely on spear moves to win his opponent, but on the condensed true essence, the power of thunder and fire, and the terrifying attack power. It seems that this kid really learned the basic spear skills of the first class common stuff. After some reflection, someone came to this conclusion. Months of sticks and years of boxing, long-term practice of spears. This spear is very difficult to practice. This kid is actually an amateur, using a gun to show off. Immediately, some people laughed. They would not miss any opportunity to laugh at and belittle Lin Ming. This is a human psychology, knowing that Lin Ming is ridiculously powerful, but they will not admit it, always looking for opportunities to belittle Lin Ming. You don't know any spear moves, and you still use a spear, which is a top grade earth level treasure spear. It's a sheer waste of things. Xiao Kai remained calm. In fact, in his heart, he also felt that Lin Ming's use of the top grade earth level purple Zuan spear was a bit of a waste of heaven's resources. This kind of weapon can only be used by Zuan and masters to exert its power. He said, "Junior brother Lin, you seem to want to compete with me in spearmanship, but if you only use basic spear tactics, you can't beat me." Lin Ming said, "If I rely on thunder and fire essence to win the fight with senior brother Xiao, this fight will lose its meaning to me." Xiao Kai raised his eyebrows, and Lin Ming aroused his desire to win. "Do you want to fight me with spearmanship alone? Unless it is absolutely necessary." Lin Ming still left himself a way out. The so-called spearmanship includes the skills of using the spear and the spear moves that rely on the amplification of true essence. Without martial arts, without training strength like silk, without thunder and fire essence, without thunder spirit and fire essence, Lin Ming would have almost nothing left, only the most simple spear moves, and his combat effectiveness would naturally be greatly reduced. Moreover, he was not in the best condition now, and he didn't know where Xiaokai's bottom line was, so he didn't act arrogantly. Lin Ming's words immediately caused a commotion among the audience. Using basic spear tactics to fight against Jin Zhongshan's spear skills accumulated over thousands of years. Lin Ming is too arrogant. He's just pretending. Didn't you hear him say no choice? Just wait and see. He will have no choice in a few moves, and then use his phoenix wings to fly into the sky or something. A 5-element domain disciple curled his lips, obviously not believing it. Even the Shenhuang Island disciples who have always had full confidence in Lin Ming were not sure. Lin Ming is strong, but if it comes to spear skills alone, he can't beat Jin Zhongshan. What the hell is this Lin Ming up to? The elder of Jin Zhongshan frowned. He didn't think Lin Ming's spear skills could compare to Xiaokai. If he rashly said this without a little confidence in his heart, and used his thunder and fire power after just 2 moves, it would only make people laugh. If I'm not mistaken, Lin Ming wants to stimulate his limits, and make up for his shortcomings in spearmanship when fighting with Chia. His purpose of participating in this banquet is not to win, but to hone his strength. Another Jin Zhongshan elder said slowly. Fighting has always been the best way to hone strength. There are many geniuses who are keen on challenging and sparring. In his opinion, Lin Ming is such a person. Interesting, the idea is good, but I wonder how you can survive with only pure spearmanship. The Jin Zhongshan elder who spoke at the beginning became interested. Junior brother Lin, spearmanship is difficult to learn and master. Shenhuang Island has no inheritance of spearmanship. If you blindly learn spearmanship on a whim, you will only hurt yourself. In Xiaokai's opinion, Lin Ming really has no reason to practice spearmanship. Shenhuang Island uses swords. It may even be that Lin Ming slapped his forehead when choosing a weapon and thought that spearmanship looks cool, so he chose a spear. Since you insist, take the spear. Xiaokai thrust out the golden spear in his hand, and his whole body's momentum rose instantly. His hand slipped, and the spear rod slid out directly. At the same time, he patted the end of the spear with his right hand, and the whole spear suddenly became spiritual, as if it turned into a dancing poisonous snake. When the spear was in Xiaokai's hand, it seemed to have its own consciousness, and could actively attack the enemy's weaknesses, making it difficult to dodge. How to block this? Whether it was the disciples of Shenhuang Island or the disciples of the 5-element domain, they all rubbed their eyes, and waited for Lin Ming to shoot. Without the thunder and fire essence, it was difficult to block this shot with only the basic spear moves. The gun wind whistled, and the gun light swallowed and spit. Facing this shot, that was like a dancing golden snake, Lin Ming's pupils contracted, and his whole body's true essence exploded to the extreme. His bones made a crackling sound. Behind Lin Ming, a green dragon phantom suddenly condensed, with fangs and claws, solid and real, and even the dragon scales flashing with green light could be seen clearly. A clear and sharp dragon roar came from Lin Ming's body, and the loud dragon roar rushed straight into the sky, and the clouds in the sky were all broken. Spear turned into a dragon. Lin Ming's spearmanship naturally had no merit, and it could even be said to be crude, but since absorbing the blood of the real dragon, Lin Ming's shot, which triggered the real dragon blood in his body, could carry the momentum of mountains and rivers, and contain the dragon power of heaven and earth. This is the power brought to him by the blood. Seeing Lin Ming's shot, Xiaokai was stunned, but the speed of the gun was so fast that Xiaokai could not react at all, and the two guns collided. Boom. Just like the blue dragon and the golden snake collided, the blue true essence shockwave burst out, turning into hundreds of vague blue dragon phantoms, flying in all directions. The strange power contained in Xiaokai's golden spear actually dissolved this spear force like a vast sea tide. His figure flew back quickly, retreating 7 or 8 feet, before he could stand firm, while Lin Ming also retreated more than 10 steps. In a fight, they were evenly matched. Xiaokai looked at Lin Ming in disbelief, and was shocked. Not only was Xiaokai shocked, but everyone present was speechless. Lin Ming actually reached such a level of attainment in momentum. The so-called gun momentum and sword intention refer to the soul contained in the gun and sword. The gun and sword moves of ordinary warriors are just a form, while the real masters can integrate the soul of the gun and sword into it. As the saying goes, the knife is like a tiger, and the gun is like a dragon. A good gun is like a real dragon, and its soul is also a dragon soul. At a young age, Lin Ming has already achieved the level of a gun like a dragon, and even the dragon power contained in the gun has been condensed to the extent that it can condense into a real dragon phantom behind him. His talent is amazing. If he had not been so inferior in spear skills, the spear just now would have probably injured Xiaokai, and the result would not have been a result of equal strength. Mu Yuhang took a breath and recalled the power of the spear just now, the real dragon phantom behind Lin Ming, and the dragon roar that soared into the sky. The spear turned into a dragon? No. Whether it was the dragon roar or the blue dragon phantom, it was not caused by Lin Ming's spear power. On the contrary, it was because of the dragon roar and the blue dragon phantom that made Lin Ming's spear power like a landslide and a tsunami, and a dragon soaring into the sky. Mu Yuhan was sure of this, because at the moment when the dragon roar soared into the sky just now, she clearly felt the trembling of the vermilion bad blood in her body, and even had a faint feeling of fear and awe. Jua, is this the strange blood that you mentioned before, which is suspected to be the blood of a dragon in Lin Ming's body? Mu Yuhan used the true essence to transmit the sound and slowly asked. If I'm not mistaken, this is the opportunity that Lin Ming encountered. It was also with it that he absorbed the purple dragon divine thunder. Thank you Jun Yi for the 50,000 reds. It's been a long time since I last saw you. Thank you so much. Thank you Chinayakan for the 10,000 yuan reward. Thank you very much. Here is a 4,000 yuan chapter. Please give me a monthly ticket. Chapter 379 Pale Boy. Mu Yuhan would never believe that Lin Ming had no secrets if he absorbed the purple dragon lightning that only a mid-stage Xianshan master could absorb with only the bone tempering stage. Now, with Lin Ming's bloodline as an explanation, it barely made sense. After all, the purple dragon lightning contained the will of the dragon. If it encountered a stronger bloodline, it would be subdued by this bloodline. With Jua's help, it was also explained that it was absorbed by Lin Ming. Mu Qianxue nodded and said, this is the first time that I have seen the phantom behind Lin Ming. Senior sister King Han described it to me once when she came back from the Seven Mysterious Valley. It was probably a similar scene. I think this should be the bloodline of an ancient family similar to my Shenhuang Island, and Lin Ming got it by chance. As for Lin Ming's life experience, Shenhuang Island had already found out everything. He was a real Xianan countryman, and his ancestors were all mortals. It was impossible for Lin Ming to have this bloodline, so he could only have gotten it by chance. The blood of an ancient family? Mu Yuhan pondered for a moment. It might not be that simple. Which ancient family's blood could make the Suzaku blood in her body tremble? Could it be a divine beast? Mu Yuhan couldn't believe it. Divine beasts didn't exist in Xianan continent. It was said that there was a divine domain above Xianan continent. Even in the divine domain, divine beasts were extremely rare. Where did Lin Ming get the blood of a divine beast to transplant his blood? Even if he got it, how could he absorb it with his mere bone forging stage? In any case, Lin Ming must have a secret about blood. It must be an extraordinary blood. But Mu Yuhan didn't want to investigate. Opportunity is actually luck. Great opportunity means great luck. Luck is an indispensable thing for nurturing a powerful person who can be crowned as an emperor. Since ancient times, most of the people who have been crowned as emperors are people whose luck has accumulated to the top. If you don't have that luck, but you covet these things, you will often bring disaster. History has proved this countless times. The so-called ominous things are often priceless things. However, the strange thing is that whoever gets it will die, as if it is a curse. Only those with great luck can have it. To give birth to a strong man who can be crowned as an emperor, even Shenhuang Island may not have such luck, let alone Mu Yuhang, an old woman who has only a few hundred years of life left. She can't afford such things. Even if she gets it safely, it will be difficult for her to do anything at her age. What Mu Yuhan wants to see most now is that Shenhuang Island can prosper. In the competition square, Lin Ming and Zhao Kai fought together again, with two guns. One side was the gun genius of Jin Zongshan, and his moves were mysterious, while the other side understood the gun momentum. Although his gun skills were not outstanding, every time he fired a gun, it was like a landslide and tsunami, carrying the momentum of the mountains and rivers. The two fought evenly. Clang 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 clang. With each collision, a violent flow of true energy burst out, a mixture of blue and gold, as if the ground was shaking. Because of the violent vibration of the air, the battle scene seen by the audience was distorted like ripples on the water. Every time Lin Ming thrust out a spear, it brought huge pressure. Even if Xiao Kai's spear contained a strange force, it could be resolved by Lin Ming's force. The two fought for dozens of moves. Lin Ming's true energy was consumed a lot, and Xiao Kai was the same. This battle was the longest battle Lin Ming had fought. With his strength, he could have sacrificed the Thunder Spirit and won with an overwhelming advantage, but he didn't. He needed this battle to see what level of spearmanship he could reach. Xiao Kai turned around and thrust out a spear. His spearmanship looked slow, but when you thought he had only thrust out half of it, the tip of the spear could instantly appear in front of you. This feeling of spatial confusion was hard to guard against. Puff. Even with such a chaotic sense of space, Lin Ming was unable to completely dodge the shot. The tip of the spear rubbed against Lin Ming's body, protecting true energy. With a kai sound, the extremely sharp golden spear pierced through Lin Ming's body, protecting true energy, and a trace of blood spurted out. Xiao Kai was not happy but shocked. What was going on? He just felt that his shot was like stabbing into iron, and it didn't penetrate much at all. At the same time, Lin Ming's shot came down, as if a mountain collapsed. Xiao Kai raised his gun in a hurry to block it. Dang. The heavy blow bent the golden spear in Xiao Kai's hand into a full moon. His body staggered back, and every step back left a deep footprint on the ground. The square floor tiles blessed by the formation were crushed by him for more than a dozen pieces, and the floor tiles were covered with cracks. After retreating 7 or 8 feet, Xiao Kai finally stood firm. His right arm was numb and his fingers were still trembling slightly. What a terrifying power and spear force. Although he blocked the attack just now, his blood and ki are surging all over his body, and his meridians are disordered. In the audience, the elders of Jinhangshan took a breath of cold air. Terrible boy. Chu used the method of using force to unload force, using the muscles and bones of his body to pull Lin Ming's power and spear force along his feet to the ground. He unloaded the force more than 10 times, but still suffered a little injury. This kind of power and spear force is really like a mountain pressing down on his head. Indeed, this kid is a spear genius, but it's a pity that there is no famous teacher to teach him spear skills and learn the basic spear tactics. It's really a waste. Another elder of Jinhangshan said with some regret, obviously regretting that Lin Ming did not join them in Jinhangshan. Haha, it's really a hearty fight. Xiao Kai suddenly put away his gun. At this time, he was sweating all over his head, his face was ruddy, and his blood and ki were surging all over his body. Obviously, he was exhausted. Each other. Lin Ming was also panting. After several consecutive battles, even with the supplement of elixirs, his true essence had been consumed by more than 70%, and there were many mixed components in the remaining true essence. Lin Ming's current combat power was less than half of his best state. You are a monster. After 5 consecutive fierce battles, you still have energy to fight to this extent. I admit defeat. Xiao Kai sighed and said with emotion. He and Lin Ming were evenly matched, but Lin Ming's endurance was better than his. If they continued to fight, it would be a matter of time before he was defeated. Thank you. Lin Ming arched his hands. This time, he learned a lot from fighting with Xiao Kai. It seems that he really needs to find a systematic spear formula to make up for his shortcomings in spearmanship. After Xiao Kai took the initiative to admit defeat, the whole audience was silent. Even the first person under the direct disciple of the 6 major sects lost. Senior brother Xiao also lost. The disciples who had desperately cheered for Xiao Kai in the 5-element domain before found it a little hard to accept. In fact, when Lin Ming did not use the power of thunder and fire, but only used spear skills to fight Xiao Kai evenly, they could already foresee the outcome of Xiao Kai's failure, but they were unwilling to accept it. Senior brother Xiao also lost. Above Xiao Kai are the 6 chief disciples. Knowing that Lin Ming was already at the end of his strength, no one from his own family would challenge him. Lin Ming's winning streak made them short of breath and they did not have the courage and qualifications to challenge him again. Lin Ming took another pill and stood on the ring with his spear. This time, he did not challenge. He knew in his heart that, if he fought again, it would be the chief disciples who would appear. I wonder how many of the 6 chief disciples will fight. Lin Ming turned around and looked at Mu Qianxue, but saw that he was already preparing. Next, it would be a contest between the chief disciples. Dingshan, King, if you want to fight, delay it for a while, so that Lin Ming has some time to recover. Mu Dingshan and Mu King heard the true essence transmission of old lady Yu Huang at the same time. Yes, master. In the area of Lei Ji sect, the pale boy looked at Lei Zhenzi and signaled him to come out. You challenge Lin Ming, lure Mu Dingshan out, and I will help you take it. The pale boy said simply. Lei Zhenzi frowned. He didn't want to do such a thing of taking advantage of others' misfortune. It's not that he is so gentlemanly, but he can't afford to lose this person in public. Haha, what? Do you think it's a good idea to take advantage of others' misfortune? Okay, let's take a break so that they don't have to find excuses when they lose. The pale boy said casually, and the faint taste of dictating in his words made Lei Zhenzi feel uncomfortable. This guy seems to be very keen on what he said before, challenging all the disciples of Shenhuang Island by himself. What exactly does he want to do? Lei Zhenzi was puzzled. At this time, the pale young man used the true essence to transmit sound to communicate with Lei Jingxun. Then Lei Jingxun stood up and said with a smile, Master Yu Huang, Lin Ming from your island is indeed a hero born in his youth. However, after fighting against the 5 masters of my 5-element domain, he seems to be at the end of his strength now. Why don't we take a break for a while and let Lin Ming rest? The next step is the final competition between the chief disciples. How about it? HMM. Mu Huang raised his eyebrows. This guy, the weasel, is paying New Year's greetings to the chicken. What on earth is he thinking? He actually took the initiative to ask for a break? You know, Lin Ming's consumption is too great. Even if Mu Dingshan and Mu Qianxue help to take a few games, Lin Ming will not be able to fully recover after a period of rest. After Lei Jingxun finished speaking, he sat down happily without Mu Huang's answer. Lei Zhenzi was a little confused. Who is this pale young man? Master seems to care about his opinion very much. This guy's mysterious, like a cold and poisonous snake. Master said that this guy is a saint-level genius he found in a domain in the north. But I always feel that this explanation is too far-fetched. He has an incredibly good talent for cultivation and is very familiar with various techniques. He has just entered the postnatal cultivation, but he can easily defeat himself. And he also knows some secrets of the Xianan continent, such as the legend of the saint. This person is definitely problematic. Who is he? For a while, Lei Zhenzi even suspected that this pale guy was possessed by an old monster. Of course, this is something that only exists in biographical novels, and it is not known whether possession really exists. While Lei Zhenzi was daydreaming, Lei Jingxun was communicating with the pale boy using the true essence transmission. Everything is going according to your plan, very smoothly. Well, very good. Chapter 380, The Son of Demon Realm. The rest time was set at 1 hour. In the center of the square, a thick and tall incense stick was lit to tell the time. Lei Jingxun sat upright on a chair, closing his eyes to rest, looking like an old monk in meditation. Lei Zhenzi was standing next to him, staring at the pale boy with a sullen face. He saw the other boy sitting at the birthday banquet table next to him, holding a pot of century-old wine in one hand and a jade cup in the other, drinking by himself. Xiao Lan, who do you think this guy named Lei Mu Bei is? Lei Zhenzi had been holding the doubts in his heart for too long, and couldn't help but say to his sister, What person? Xiao Lian had a bewildered expression on her face. She picked up a spiritual fruit and bit off most of it. Isn't senior brother Lei the saint-level genius that master found from the northern domain? Speaking of which, our 5-element domain hasn't had a saint-level genius for hundreds of years. This time, the other 6 major sects will be scared to death. I find it funny to think about their stunned expressions in a while. Lei Zhenzi frowned when he heard it, but Xiao Lian didn't notice at all, and continued to say proudly, Brother, you don't know, at the beginning of the banquet, when that idiot Zhen Yunjian came to me to deal with Lin Ming, he was still telling me how amazing Mu Qianxue and Mu Bingyan were. I wanted to laugh at that time, but I forced myself not to mention senior brother Lei. Otherwise, if Zhen Yunjian knew that senior brother Lei was even more powerful than Mu Qianxue and Mu Bingyan when they were the same age, I don't know what his expression would be. It's ridiculous that Zhen Yunjian, who is usually so arrogant, thinks he knows a lot about the genius of our Lei sect. This time he will definitely be shocked. Zhao Xiaolian became more and more proud when she said this, and her little face was flushed, as if this great honor belonged to her. She bit the spiritual fruit bit by bit with an expression of longing. I really can't wait to see brother Lei slaughtering everyone in the arena and beating up Mu Qianxue, Mu Qianxue. Yes, yes, especially that damn Lin Ming. Zhao Xiaolian became more and more excited as she spoke, and it seemed that she couldn't stop. Lei Zhenzi's face became uglier and uglier. He had a vague ominous premonition in his heart. When he saw Zhao Xiaolian's face flushed when she mentioned Lei Mubei, his uneasy premonition finally came true. He used his true energy to transmit the sound and asked in a stern voice, "Xiaolian, you are not in love with that kid?" Zhao Xiaolian was stunned, and then her face turned red with shame, like a kitten whose tail was stepped on. "Brother, what nonsense are you talking about?" Lei Zhenzi was shocked. It's over. If his sister really fell in love with that boy, it would definitely be a tragedy. Even if Lei Mubei's identity was not a problem, Lei Zhenzi would never believe that this cold guy would take his sister seriously. But now, he knew that Zhao Xiaolian would not listen to anything he said, and the key was that he himself was just guessing without any evidence. This guy. Half an hour passed, and many people at the banquet had left to rest. Some went to the toilet, some talked and laughed, and some had small-scale discussions. The whole mountain was noisy. Lei Mubei sat at his banquet table all the time, drinking wine slowly. "Mu Yuhang noticed me," Lei Mubei suddenly said with his true essence. Lei Jingxun still closed his eyes and rested, without saying a word. Mu Yuhang is already in the late Zuandan stage. Even if you intentionally restrain your aura, you cannot escape her perception. The thick true energy in your body cannot be concealed. Lei Mubei sneered and said, "At most, she just noticed that I have a profound cultivation base. She can't see through the ancient magic skills I practice. Besides, I joined the Lei sect 3 years ago, when I was 14 years old. I stayed there for a long time on and off, and I did practice the core skills of the Lei sect. I'm a true disciple of the Lei sect. She only thinks that I'm a saint-level genius in the Lei sect. Even if she has doubts, she can't find any suspicious points." The pale boy was very confident. The skills he practiced were the ancient scrolls that his master found in the ruins in the South China Sea 300 years ago. Even if Mu Yuhang was crowned king or emperor, she would not be able to see through his identity based on this. Speaking of the ancient magic skills, Lei Jingxun was finally moved. He opened his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Your master will not regret what he said." The pale young man chuckled. "Of course not. This time the battle between the South Sea Demon Realm and the Shenhuang Island is an eternal war involving the entire Southern Sky Realm. It cannot be fought in a year or two. By then, we will have to rely on Master Lei for help." How could my master go back on his word? The first level of the ancient magic scroll promised to Master Lei will be delivered to Master Lei in a month. Lei Jingxun snorted and said coldly, "I hope you don't play tricks, otherwise, I will make you regret it." Haha, of course. Otherwise, Master Lei can just instigate an alliance between the 5-element realm and the Shenhuang Island, and the battle for my South Sea Demon realm will become more and more difficult. Speaking of which, Master Lei did a very good job in destroying the alliance between Shenhuang Island and the 5-element realm this time. I will report it to my master truthfully and ask for credit for the master. Then I'll have to trouble you, Saint Son. Just promise me that you can fulfill my conditions. Don't worry. There is only cooperation of interests between our South Sea Demon realm and the 5-element realm, but no conflict of interests. The 5-element realm and the Southern Sky realm are millions of miles apart. Even if our South Sea Demon realm is upgraded to a holy land in the future, it will not threaten the 5-element realm. Lei Jingxun did not say anything. Although the Saint Son of the South Sea Demon realm was a cold and terrifying venomous snake, he was right on this point. Throughout the ages, no holy land has ever been heard of that spanned 2 domains. At the beginning, the ghost demon emperor city only turned the world upside down in the southern sky realm. Lei Jingxun closed his eyes again and said slowly, after the South Sea Demon Realm annexed the Shenhuang Island this time, it should be able to impact the Holy Land, right? This is probably a little difficult. If you want to become a Holy Land, you probably have to swallow up the Jikeng sect and the Taixuan Palace. Lei Mubei shook his head. An ordinary 5th grade sect still has a long way to go to become a Holy Land. I'm afraid it will take hundreds or even thousands of years of accumulation. If you want to become a holy land, it is useless to just plunder resources. The most important thing is to cultivate a powerful emperor. I think His Royal Highness the Holy Sun has great hope. Lei Jingxun looked at Lei Mubei meaningfully and gave him a rare compliment. Ha 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 ha. Lei Mubei laughed. Even though he knew it was mostly compliments, it made him feel very comfortable. If it was before, I didn't have this confidence, but now, with the ancient magic scroll in my hand, plus my 7th grade thunder energy compatibility, there is indeed a glimmer of hope. However, you also need great luck to do it. Luck is something illusory. The Xianan continent has a vast territory and a population of trillions. There are so many people and countless geniuses, but the powerful emperors are so rare. Except for some old monsters who hide in the world and seek breakthroughs, there are no more than 10 people who are really well known. Even these 10 people are like dragons that are hard to find, and some of them may have already passed away. Such a slim probability, that is close to 0, makes countless geniuses sigh. Even saint-level geniuses, if nothing unexpected happens, can only stop at the late stage of Zuanden and the extreme of Zuanden. If a genius wants to become a powerful emperor, he must experience great opportunities one by one, which requires luck. In a sense, Lei Mubei was born in a 5th grade sect, and was accepted as a disciple by the master of the 5th grade sect, and then practiced the ancient magic scroll, which can be regarded as a kind of luck. All powerful emperors are basically blessed with luck, genius, and adventure. When they encounter great opportunities, their strength will advance by leaps and bounds. At a young age, they are famous all over the world, and look down on the heroes. When one powerful opponent after another, who can be called an invincible existence among his peers, the first person of the younger generation of a certain domain and a certain sect, falls at your feet one after another, and is defeated by you with the same cultivation, or even surpassed by a higher level, over time, a belief in victory will be planted in your bones, engraved in your heart, and become a part of your strength and talent. Whoever you meet will strive to be the best, without fear. This belief, coupled with good luck, can make a genius soar to the sky, break the Zuanden before the age of 30, reach the extreme Zuanden before the age of 50, and be crowned emperor before the age of 100. However, once the age is exceeded, it will be difficult to improve the cultivation. For example, old guys like Mu Yuhuang and Mu Qianxue, if they can use 100 years to improve their cultivation by a small realm, it is already a great fortune. Another example is Lei Jingxun, who has been trapped in the middle stage of Zuanden for a full 150 years and is crazy. Otherwise, he would not have racked his brains to cooperate with the South Sea Demon Realm to practice the ancient magic scroll. Lei Jingxun suddenly remembered something and said with a sullen face, "That kid named Lin Ming may become your opponent in the future. I didn't expect that Shenhuang Island would give this kid such a good weapon. He is afraid that it will be robbed. How are you going to deal with him?" "Haha, let's destroy Shenhuang Island first," Lei Mu said calmly. Under normal circumstances, when two top sects fight, they will give priority to annihilating the other side's backbone, that is, Zuanden masters and Xianshan masters. As for the genius disciples of the major sects, they will not deliberately target them. The war between the major sects will be over in 1 or 2 years at most. No matter how talented you are, in 1 or 2 years, the younger generation will not be able to grow to the Zuanden realm, and it will not have any impact on the war situation. On the contrary, after the war, under the threat of death, many disciples of the destroyed side will even be willing to betray and surrender to the winning side, willing to be planted with restrictions and be driven by the winning side for life. This is a common method used by the demon realm sects after the war. The large loss of masters does require some manpower to strengthen the sect. Lei Mubei glanced at Lin Ming and said with disdain, after the Shenhuang Island is wiped out, if he knows what's best for him, he will be placed under a restriction by my South Sea Demon Realm. Otherwise, I will drain his blood and use it to practice martial arts and make his body into corpse armor. This is considered to be making the best use of it. While Lei Mubei was speaking, the long and thick incense stick in the square slowly burned to the end. Chapter 381 Purple air comes from the east. Two dragons want to fight. The disciples of Shenhuang Island and 5-element domain had returned to their seats an hour ago, waiting for the next great duel. This duel was almost the highest level duel between the 5-element domain and the southern sky domain. This kind of grand event was rare in 10 years, and no one wanted to miss it. Haha, it's finally going to start. I can't wait. Lin Ming, senior brother Dingshan, senior sister Xiaoqing, the three horses. Who in the 5-element domain can stop them? I'm most looking forward to junior brother Lin's move. In order to let junior brother Lin rest to the best condition, he will probably be the last one to go. I wonder how many chief disciples Lin Ming can defeat. The disciples of Shenhuang Island were discussing excitedly. They were naturally full of confidence in Lin Ming. After Lin Ming fought Xiaoqing evenly with only spear moves, he definitely had the strength to fight with the chief disciples. So those marginal disciples of Shenhuang Island who had already secretly idolized Lin Ming did not ask whether Lin Ming could win, but how many chief disciples he could defeat. Of course, the disciples of the 5-element domain would never admit it. They still firmly believed that Lin Ming would be defeated miserably in the final battle. The 6 chief disciples were all the best selected by their sect after many rounds of selection, and then they were cultivated with all their strength. They were almost their spiritual beliefs. If the first of the younger generation of the sect was defeated miserably, it would undoubtedly be a heavy blow to them. The incense finally burned out. Mu Yuhang was about to stand up and speak, but she was slightly stunned. She turned her head and looked at the steps at the entrance of the square with some disbelief. After a moment, she stood up and went to greet him. Everyone didn't know what was going on. Then, they saw a silver-haired old woman leaning on a dragon-headed cane and smiling as she stepped onto the square. She was wearing a red shawl embroidered with a picture of 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix and a phoenix crown on her head. She looked extremely old, almost like an old woman in her 70s or 80s. People were stunned, and the disciples of Shenhuang Island were so shocked that they couldn't speak. That's the ancestor? The ancestor actually came in person. I've been in the sect for decades, and this is the first time I've seen the ancestor. The ancestor of Shenhuang Island is named Mu Qianxue. She has reached the highest level of Zuandan, and was once the saint of Shenhuang Island. When she was young, she was also a saint-level genius. Except for a few Zuandan old monsters, the rest of the people present only saw Mu Qianxue's appearance in the portrait. Mu Qianxue had already lived in seclusion in the back mountain of Shenhuang Island 200 years ago, and did not care about worldly affairs. No one expected that Mu Qianxue would appear in this competition. You know, Mu Qianxue has seen this kind of competition between the two domains at the highest level every 10 years countless times. Even when she was young, she also participated in many times and once won the top spot among the heroes, and was famous all over the world. It can be said that such things are trivial matters to her old man, and she would not bother to come at all. So everyone was so surprised by Mu Qianxue's arrival. Uncle Master, why are you here in person? Mu Yuhang asked puzzled. Haha, I saw purple air coming from the east and 2 dragons fighting in the back mountain. I think there must be a grand event today. A real dragon was born. I wonder who will win or lose. I came to take a look. A real dragon was born? 2 dragons fighting? Mu Yuhang was shocked. As Mu Qianxue said, Lin Ming was undoubtedly one of them. The other one, could it be that weird boy from Lei Ji sect? Mu Yuhang really noticed that Mu Qianxue was looking at Lei Mubei, which made her frown slightly. Lei Ji sect, did it really have a saint-level genius? No wonder Lei Jingshan has always been so confident. Even in the face of Lin Ming's amazing performance, there was no surprise. It seemed that everything was under control. After Mu Qianxue finished looking at Lei Mubei, she smiled and looked at Lin Ming again. She looked at him for a few breaths, and then nodded with satisfaction. Mu Yuhang helped her to the first seat, and sat down casually. Lin Ming also looked at the old man. He was so powerful that he was only one step away from becoming a powerful emperor. Of course, this step was like a natural chasm. It was too difficult to cross it. In the Leiji sect area, Lei Jingxian saw that Mu Fengxian was a little uneasy. Why did this old guy come out in person? Did she find out something? Lei Mubei frowned without leaving a trace. It shouldn't be. Even if Mu Fengxian is old and smart, she can't recognize the technique I practice. What's more, I have also practiced your Leiji sect's 9 heavens mysterious thunder art and controlled the thunder spirit. It's not wrong to say that I'm a disciple of the Leiji sect. I hope so. Lei Jingxian thought about it and felt that there was no problem. Lei Mubei's identity was only known to him, not even the deputy leader of the Leiji sect. Lei Mubei said gloomily, Mu Fengxian, this old guy, doesn't have a few decades left to live. Judging from how old she is probably over 700 years old. After a warrior reaches a Zuonden stage, depending on the realm, he can live for 500 to 800 years. Warriors age very slowly. For example, although Mu Yuhuang is already 400 to 500 years old, she still looks like a middle-aged beauty. But once her lifespan is about to end, she will begin to age rapidly. If she is as old as Mu Fengxian, she will only have a few decades to live. Originally, the South Sea Demon Realm planned to wait for Mu Fengxian to die before attacking Shenhuang Island, but Mu Qianxue and Mu Bingyan grew too fast. If they really waited and Mu Fengxian didn't die, the two sisters would break through the Zuonden stage, and the loss would outweigh the gain. In desperation, they had to act hastily while the two sisters were still not grown up. Mu Fengxian put away her dragon-headed cane and said, I'm just here to watch the fun. You don't have to be so reserved. Just do as usual. Although Mu Fengxian said so, with her present, how could the disciples of Shenhuang Island really not be reserved? To them, Mu Fengxian was a person who lived in the classics and was recorded many times in many classics of Shenhuang Island. There were many portraits of her inside Shenhuang Island, but no young disciple had ever seen Mu Fengxian herself. To them, Mu Fengxian was a legendary figure, and they dared not act rashly in front of her. Although they were a little reserved, Mu Fengxian's presence also indirectly proved that the grand occasion of the final competition was unprecedented, which made these disciples even more excited and looking forward to it. With Mu Yuhuang's announcement, the competition officially began. A girl in green moved and appeared in the center of the square like a puff of green smoke. It was Mu Qianxue. Mu Qianxue's appearance is relatively ordinary, with a cold and elegant temperament, giving people a sense of cleanliness and neatness. Mu Qianxue, the chief disciple of the Qingluan branch of Shenhuang Island, is 19 years old and is challenging the heroes of the 6 sects of the 5-element domain. Please teach me. Sure enough, Mu Qianxue is the first to go on stage. In the Leiji sect area, Lei Mubei smiled slightly. Mu Qianxue was weaker than Mu Dingxian, so it was reasonable for him to be sent out first. Before the other chief disciples could react, he stepped onto the stage. Lei Mubei's appearance immediately attracted the attention of many people. Princess Huo Ruan, who was about to go on stage, was stunned. Who is this guy? Where did he come from? From the Leiji sect? It turns out that it's not Lei Zhenzi and Zhao Lai who are going to play. A newcomer? I don't remember that there is such a person in the Leiji sect. The disciples of the 5-element domain were talking about it. Only the chief disciples were qualified to participate in this level of competition. If other people went on stage, they would only be ridiculed. Even many Leiji sect disciples didn't know Lei Mubei. When they saw this pale guy following Master Lei, they thought he might be a new disciple or something, so they didn't pay much attention. Now they saw this guy walking onto the stage in a dignified manner. What's going on? Mu Qianxue frowned slightly and didn't say anything. No matter who it was, since they were on the stage, she would treat them all equally. She shook the green sword in her hand and said coldly, make your move. Haha, don't be impatient, Sister Pastor. I have a few more words to say. Lei Mubei smiled, but his pale face made this smile have nothing to do with the sunshine. Instead, it looked a little gloomy. Lei Mubei cupped his hands and said, I'm Lei Mubei from Leiji sect, 17 years old. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the room was shocked. 17 years old? Lei Mubei was tall and slender. It was hard to tell his age if he didn't say it himself. He was only 17 years old, but his cultivation had reached the early stage of the acquired realm. This result was comparable to Mu Qianxue. However, a genius who can reach the acquired realm at the age of 17 is not necessarily a saint-level genius. Although some people have a natural talent for cultivation, their real combat power is weaker. Such people still cannot be called saint-level. Mu Qianxue became a saint-level genius because of the compatibility of the 7th grade fire energy, the extremely rich Suzaku bloodline, and the outstanding cultivation method. As for Lin Ming, it is still uncertain whether he is strong or weak. Zhang Yunjian narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Ming. He naturally remembered the conversation with Zhao Xiaolian before the banquet began. Zhao Xiaolian's malicious smile at that time was still vivid in his mind. So that's it. Zhao Xiaolian is talking about him. Is he a saint-level genius? Lei Ji sect has also cultivated a saint-level genius? Zhang Yunjian's face darkened. Lei Ji sect already had 2 masters, Zhao Xiaolian and Zhao Lai. If there was another saint-level genius. Lin Ming sat in the audience and looked at Lin Ming deeply. He could feel the condensed true essence and hidden momentum on him. This person was like a beast lurking in the abyss. This guy's not simple. Lin Ming gave an evaluation in his heart. Lin Ming gave him a feeling of being unfathomable. On the square, Lin Ming stood with his hands behind his back, with no intention of taking action at all. He didn't say it until the heated discussions calmed down. He said slowly, "Dear seniors of Shenhuang Island, I have 2 small suggestions. I wonder if I can talk about them here." "What suggestions?" The speaker was Mu Yuhuang. Lin Ming bowed to Mu Yuhuang and said with a smile, "The first suggestion is, I want to challenge all the young talents of Shenhuang Island alone." As soon as these words came out, the disciples of Shenhuang Island were stunned for a moment, and then they went crazy. 20 votes. So sad. Have all the monthly votes been asked for at the beginning of the month? Why do I feel like I can't ask for more? I wrote a wrong word in the title, and I found it after uploading it. I can't change it. Please bear with it. The second update is here. Chapter 380 to spit on your face. One person challenges all the young talents of Shenhuang Island. Although Lin Ming did this just now, he was forced by the elders of How to Sect. Shizankan of How to Sect ridiculed him, and Lin Ming had to respond. Otherwise it would only weaken his momentum. No one forced Lin Ming, and Lin Ming was not well known. No one knew who he was. 17 years old, the postnatal period is indeed awesome, but fast cultivation speed does not necessarily mean strong combat power. Openly shouting that one person challenges all disciples of Shenhuang Island is tantamount to kicking the field. How can the disciples of Shenhuang Island tolerate it? This kid is courting death. Who does he think he is? Challenging all the young talents of Shenhuang Island. Damn it, does he think he is Junior Brother Lin? Even if he is Junior Brother Lin, he only challenged the direct disciples, not the chief disciple. This guy's too arrogant. Junior Brother Lin can deal with him in minutes. The disciples of Shenhuang Island shouted and cursed. Even if they were disciples of the 5-element domain, few believed that Lin Ming could do this. A higher level of cultivation does not mean that your combat power is invincible. To put it another way, even if your strength is catching up with the saint level, you may not be able to win. There are more than 10 postnatal disciples in Shenhuang Island, let alone others. Just Mu Qianxue, Mu Xiaoking, and Lin Ming are enough for Lin Ming to drink a pot. Everyone, please be patient. I haven't finished speaking yet. Lin Ming stood in the square with a confident smile on his face. Between his words, he naturally brought out a wave of true energy that calmed people's hearts. For a time, the low-level disciples who were not in the postnatal period in the field were affected, and the commotion subsided a little. Lin Ming was slightly startled. Directly affects soul power. Although it only affects low-level disciples, it is quite remarkable to be able to affect so many disciples at the same time in such a wide range. It's just, this kind of soul power fluctuation makes Lin Ming feel familiar, but when he thinks about it carefully, he can't remember where he has encountered similar soul fluctuations. Illusion? Lin Ming thought about it carefully, but in the end there was no result. He could only attribute it to coincidence or illusion. After all, Sometimes there are situations where the soul power fluctuations of unrelated people are similar, just like two strangers look similar. In the center of the square, Lei Mubei said, I do this without any malicious intent, just for one thing, that is, to prove my strength and talent, and to propose marriage to Shenhuang Island. Propose marriage? After Lei Mubei said this, everyone present was stunned. Lin Ming was also slightly startled. What's the matter? Yes, this is the second proposal I mentioned. I, Lei Ji sect, want to propose marriage to Shenhuang Island, hoping to form an alliance, to fight against the evil demons together. Propose marriage to Shenhuang Island, form an alliance, and fight against the evil demons together. Only important figures in the Lei Ji sect are qualified to say such important words. Mu Yuhuang frowned slightly, and looked at Lei Jingshan. Lei Jingshan laughed, stood up and said, Master Yuhuang, Mu Bei is already the Wuji envoy of my Lei Ji sect, holding the Purple Thunder Order. What he says can represent my Lei Ji sect. Wuji envoy. Mu Yuhuang raised his eyebrows. Wuji Lei Ji sect is the name given to the saint-level geniuses in the Lei Ji sect. Wuji envoy is equivalent to the saint of Shenhuang Island. He can inherit the position of the next sect master. Holding the Purple Thunder Order is also a great power. He can appoint and dismiss the inner and outer elders of the sect, and call the inner elders. As Lei Jingshan said, Lei Mubei has become a high-level powerful figure in the Lei Ji sect. Such a powerful figure wants to marry, and also wants to prove his strength and talent through fighting, so the marriage partner seems to be self-evident. Who do you want to marry? Mu Yuhuang went straight to the point. His eyes were cold and fierce, staring at Lei Mubei aggressively. If a person with weak willpower saw this kind of eyes, he would feel uneasy and dare not look at her. However, Lei Mubei looked calm. I hope that Master Yuhuang can marry Princess Kaya Niu to me. If so, Lei Ji sect is willing to assist Shenhuang Island free of charge, to resist the South China Sea Demon Realm. When Lei Mubei said this, Mu Qianxue was stunned. He was going to marry her? As for the disciples of Shenhuang Island, it was like pouring cold water into a boiling oil pan, and the whole thing exploded. Especially the male disciples, their lungs were exploded. Mu Qianxue was the saint of Shenhuang Island, equivalent to the goddess in the minds of these disciples. Marrying Mu Qianxue? They usually dare not even think about it, because Mu Qianxue is sacred and inviolable in the minds of most male disciples. Now there is a guy from Lei Ji sect who openly blasphemes the goddess in their minds. This was intolerable. If this wasn't in public, these indignant male disciples would have rushed up to tear Lei Mubei into pieces. A toad wants to eat swan flesh. Want to marry the saint? Don't you see what kind of character he has? What a fool. When he was practicing lightning skills, he went crazy and his brain was electrocuted. What a little kid. You haven't even grown all your hair yet. Stop talking in your sleep and go home. Compared to these Shenhuang Island disciples who were about to go berserk, Lin Ming's reaction was much calmer. Marry Mu Qianxue? In this kind of occasion, proposing a marriage must have some purpose behind it, either a combination of interests or other reasons. In short, Lei Mubei couldn't marry Mu Qianxue at the cost of the cooperation between Lei Ji sect and Shenhuang Island, just because of so-called love or desire for beauty. Lin Ming subconsciously clenched his fists, and his knuckles cracked slightly. He couldn't figure out the specific reason. He just felt that when he saw Lei Mubei smiling on the stage, he felt that he deserved a beating. Facing the flood of abuse from the Shenhuang Island area, Lei Mubei still smiled. In fact, what he wanted most was to take Mu Qianxue and Mu Bingyan into his harem. Not to mention how excellent the twin sisters were, they could enjoy the blessing of having two wives. The most important thing was that Mu Qianxue and Mu Bingyan both had the blood of holy beasts, and both the Suzaku blood and the Qingluan blood would be of great benefit to his cultivation. He could also take this opportunity to learn the Suzaku Forbidden God record and the Qingluan Fantasy Demon Canon, which was simply a great blessing. If he could get all of them, then what else could it be but an opportunity? It was simply great luck. As for the Lei Ji sect assisting the Shenhuang Island, they could completely counterattack. They could start to pretend to attack the South Sea Demon Realm, kill some people appropriately, to obtain the newcomers of the Shenhuang Island, and wait until they took Mu Qianxue's virgin flower crown, and then the Lei Ji sect would suddenly turn against them collectively. By then, the battle between the Shenhuang Island and the South Sea Demon Realm would probably end early. The only regret is that he didn't get Mu Bingayan. If he waited until Shenhuang Island was destroyed, Mu Bingayan would have died rather than surrender. It was a pity for her bloodline and her delicate body. Lei Mubei felt a little regretful when he thought of this. He smiled and glanced at Mu Bingayan, which well concealed his greedy desire. Do you want to marry Qianxue? Mu Yuhuang looked at Lei Mubei with a smile. Yes, please help me, master. Dream on. Lei Mubei was interrupted rudely before he finished speaking. The smile on Lei Mubei's face froze slightly. In his opinion, the conditions he proposed were already very good. At a time when Shenhuang Island was in turmoil and might even face destruction, it was a good thing to exchange the marriage of a saint for the support of a 4th grade sect. Besides, it was just a marriage, not a transaction of selling one's body. With his status, appearance and strength, he was completely worthy of Mu Qianxue, and it was not an insult to her. Why do you say that, Grandmaster Yuhuang? Mu Yuhuang sneered. I don't want to waste my words with you, a scoundrel. You want to challenge all the younger generation of disciples on Shenhuang Island? Fine, I'll take over. You want to marry Qianxue? Dream on. Lei Mubei's face looked a little ugly. In such an occasion, being pointed at and called a scoundrel, he couldn't save face. He barely kept a smile on his face, suppressed the anger in his heart, and turned to look at Mu Fengson. After all, this old guy was the most powerful person on Shenhuang Island. But when he looked over, he saw that the other party's eyes were half open and half closed, smiling as if he was asleep. Lei Mubei's face completely darkened. Master Yuhuang, please be careful with your tone. I don't think I have offended you. Don't let your words affect the alliance between the 5-element domain and the Phoenix Island. You will regret it later. You let your words affect the alliance between the 5-element domain and the Phoenix Island? Are you threatening me? Mu Yuhuang slammed the table suddenly. The birthday banquet table beside her turned into powder with a whoosh. The jade bowls and plates were broken all over the floor. You little brat, do you believe that I can kill you with one palm? An alliance between the 5-element domain and Shenhuang Island is something new. A little kid can easily promise. Lei Ji sect will help Shenhuang Island fight against the South China Sea Demon domain for free. What a joke. If Lei Jingshan really meant this, why would he make things difficult for me for days on end and treat me like a 3-year-old child? You have no intention of forming an alliance, and I have no interest in begging you. Do you really think that Shenhuang Island is doomed to perish without you? As for your challenge to the young heroes of Shenhuang Island, then fight if you want. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Xia King, make your move. Mu Yuhuang's series of rapid fire made Lei Mubei's face turn pale. Even Lei Jingshan was a little stunned. He didn't expect Mu Yuhuang to be so tough and strong. With a cold snort, Lei Jingshan said, Mu Yuhuang, I have always respected you, but you shouldn't take advantage of your age and bully the weak. Mu Yuhuang sneered, so what if I bully you? For several days in a row, you have been showing off in front of me, repeatedly making sarcastic remarks, and destroying my alliance proposal. I'm naturally polite to guests and friends, but for an old bitch like you, I just want to spit in your face. When Mu Yuhuang said this, the whole audience could hear a pin drop. Even the disciples of Shenhuang Island were dumbfounded. This was Lei Jingshan, the leader of Lei Ji sect, a person who could make the 5-element domain tremble with a stomp of his feet. In such a formal occasion, Mu Yuhuang actually called him an old bitch. You. Lei Jingshan was so angry that he trembled all over. You Mu Yuhuang, this old man. Lei Jingshan wanted to say a few harsh words, but when he saw Mu Fengson beside Mu Yuhuang, he swallowed and was a little short of breath. Lei Mubei's face was so gloomy that water could almost drip from it. Since Master Yuhuang said so, then well, I will learn the strength of the young heroes of Shenhuang Island. Master Yuhuang is so confident, so I want to ask, if I defeat all the disciples of Shenhuang Island by myself, what will happen? This is the third update with 40 votes. In fact, there are still 8 monthly votes to reach 40 votes. Can you guys push it up? Thank you. Chapter 383 Blood Destroying Evil Thunder. Master, you are so confident. Then I want to ask, what if I defeat all the disciples of Shenhuang Island by myself? Lei Mubei's words were obviously meant to provoke her. He knew that Mu Yuhan was tough and would not give in, so he provoked her like this. Are you provoking me to bet my promise to marry Qianxue with you? Lei Mubei looked at Mu Yuhan frankly, and his thoughts were self-evident. Mu Yuhan laughed gloomily twice and suddenly raised his eyebrows, and his whole body burst out with momentum. A red fire ring visible to the naked eye burst out, which was condensed by the powerful fire energy. The fire ring spread to the whole place in an instant, without causing any damage. Not even a single bowl or dish was broken, but everyone present felt as if they were crushed by a mountain at that moment, especially Lei Mubei, who was the first to bear the brunt of it. He felt as if his internal organs were hit by a sledgehammer, and he retreated several steps. Mu Yuhan said coldly, give up on this idea. I have never been afraid of anyone in a bet, but I will not bet on Qianxue's marriage. If you want to bet on something else, I can accompany you. When Mu Yuhan said this, Mu Qianxue stood behind Mu Yuhan, looking at Mu Yuhan's long hair that had turned silver white, pursed her lips, and said nothing. She knew very well that Mu Yuhan had never married, and naturally had no children, and had treated her like a daughter. The scene was tense and full of gunpowder. Lei Mubei took a few deep breaths, and then calmed down the true energy in his body that was overwhelmed by Mu Yuhan's momentum. I'm not interested in betting on something else. Since the nun is unwilling, then well, I will challenge the young heroes of Shenhuang Island as the Wuji envoy of Lei Ji sect. Lei Mubei's voice was full of arrogance and disdain. As the son of the South China Sea Demon realm and the top genius of the 5th grade sect, he naturally looked down on the disciples of Shenhuang Island. I originally wanted to marry Mu Qianxue and take her virginity, and then use the opportunity to let Lei Ji sect take advantage of Shenhuang Island. But I don't know what's wrong with this old woman Mu Yuhan. She immediately determined that I was a pervert and rejected my proposal without even considering it. Does she want Mu Qianxue to be like her and never marry? Did this old woman find something wrong with me? Lei Mubei's heart tightened when he thought of this, but he immediately denied it. Impossible. With her personality, if she really recognized my identity, I'm afraid she would capture me on the spot, and I don't think I have any flaws. Did she just intuitively think that I had other plans and rejected me? Lei Mubei gritted his teeth, wishing he could chop Mu Yuhan into pieces. Well, since I can't take Mu Qianxue's virgin flower crown, I'll take the chief disciple of Shenhuang Island. I'm determined to become a powerful emperor, and I need to step on the corpses of many geniuses and use their shattered confidence to engrave my determination to win. Mu Yuhan, you treat me like this, I will break the confidence of your disciples and make it difficult for them to set foot on Zuandin in the future. This is to repay you for humiliating me today. Thinking of this, Lei Mubei looked at Mu Qianxue with a grim smile on his lips and started with this girl. It's a pity that she doesn't have enough Qingluan blood in her body, otherwise eating her would be a very delicious delicacy. Mu Qianxue frowned. She felt that Lei Mubei in front of her was like a cold and poisonous snake, and his eyes were full of aggression when he examined her. She shook the sword in her hand and said coldly, use your weapons. Weapons? Lei Mubei stood with his hands behind his back and said disdainfully, I don't need weapons to deal with you. If you can survive 5 of my moves, you win this fight. What? Mu Qianxue's eyebrows were raised, and she was furious. Not only Mu Qianxue, but all the disciples of Shenhuang Island were angry. Lei Mubei was too arrogant. Such words were said just to humiliate people. Generally, when warriors fight, they will respect their opponents, even if they know that the opponent is not as good as themselves. But it is obvious that such words are said just to humiliate the opponent and undermine the opponent's confidence. How abominable. Mu Qianxue gritted her teeth. When had she ever been humiliated like this? Lin Ming shook his head slightly. Lei Mubei had said so. This battle had to be fought, and he would fight desperately. It was meaningless to persuade Mu Qianxue to leave now. If she was humiliated by the opponent and swallowed her anger, the result would be worse than losing miserably in a vigorous battle. Qianxue, Lei Mubei is a saint-level genius. If you can't defeat him, just admit defeat. Mu Yuhang was afraid that Mu Qianxue would be provoked to lose her mind, so she used her true essence to warn her. Saint level genius? Mu Qianxue took a deep breath. In fact, she had expected it. Lei Mu Bei dared to say such a cruel word. How could he not have some strength? But she still had a desire to refuse to admit defeat. Saint level genius, so what? Even if I'm not as strong as you, I can at least force you to use your weapon. Even if I lose in the end, I will not let you defeat me within 5 moves. Mu Qianxue pushed the true essence in her body to the extreme and circulated the Bloluan fantasy demon cannon. Although she was angry, she was still able to maintain her rationality and did not lose her composure. If she attacked wildly at the beginning, she would only lose faster. You are very smart, but it's useless. Lei Mu Bei clasped his hands together, and a red arc flashed between his hands like a gorgeous elf. The crackling sound was endless. In this red arc, there was a faint bloody smell. Red lightning? Lin Ming was stunned for a moment. This color of lightning was the first time he had seen it. The red light became brighter and brighter, as if Lei Mu Bei was holding a ball of blood in his hand. Thunder Spirit. It's actually an Earth-level Thunder Spirit. A disciple of Lei Jizeng shouted in surprise. Even Lei Zhenzi's ally was stunned. The Thunder Spirit in his body was only a human level upper grade 1, but even so, it was Lei Jizeng who spent a great price to help him absorb it. Mu Qianxue exhaled lightly. It turned out to be the blood-destroying evil thunder. Legend has it that in some ancient battlefields, there were places of great danger where countless strong men fell, and there happened to be places with dense thunder and lightning. After thousands of years, the thunder spirits born absorbed the blood and ki of a large number of strong men, and only then did this blood-destroying evil thunder derive. The blood-destroying evil thunder can devour the enemy's blood and essence for its own use. It is an extremely evil thunder and lightning. Moreover, its grade is a real lower grade earth rank, equivalent to Lin Ming's purple dragon god thunder. Such a grade cannot be absorbed by non-mid-stage innate masters. Even with the various assistance of the big sects, providing various convenient conditions, and spending a huge price, it can only be absorbed by masters who have just entered the innate realm. But now, it has been absorbed by this Lei Mu Bei. Of course, this does not mean that Lei Mu Bei has the strength comparable to that of a master who has just entered the innate realm, but it proves that his talent in the field of thunder is a demon. Naturally, compared to Lin Ming's absorption of the purple dragon divine thunder with the peak of bone forging, Lei Mu Bei's absorption of the blood-destroying evil thunder at the beginning of the acquired stage was still a little worse, which also calmed down Mu Qianxue's shock a little. Mu Yuhang said in a deep voice, this Lei Mu Bei already has the talent to challenge the powerful emperor. As long as he has enough luck, he can be crowned as an emperor in 100 years. To become a powerful emperor, talent and luck are indispensable. Mu Yuhang believes that Lin Ming has great hope of being crowned as an emperor because he sees the great luck in him. As for Lei Mu Bei, the talent is enough. It depends on whether his luck is enough. Master, if it is the blood-destroying evil thunder, Qianxue will be in danger. If it is not handled well, it will leave hidden injuries and affect future cultivation. The blood-destroying evil thunder can devour the essence and blood of the warrior, and once the essence and blood are lost, it is difficult to make up. Losing part of it will affect future achievements. Mu Yuhang's eyelids twitched. Facing the blood-destroying evil thunder was naturally dangerous, but if Mu Qianxue escaped without a fight, it would also form a demon barrier in Mu Qianxue's heart that was difficult to overcome. After all, the other party was younger than Mu Qianxue, and his cultivation was still in the early stage of the acquired realm, while Mu Qianxue was already at the peak of the early stage of the acquired realm. Being humiliated and not fighting when one was older and more cultivated was quite fatal to the confidence of a martial artist. In the center of the square, the blood-destroying evil thunder in Lei Mu Bei's hand had already wrapped around his whole body, like a poisonous snake that was choosing its prey. Get it? The first move, the blood thunder claw. Lei Mu Bei suddenly stepped forward, and his right hand, which was condensed with red light, stretched out a claw. The red thunder in his hand rushed out, condensed into a huge blood-colored claw, and grabbed Mu Qianxue's head. Before the blood claw got close, Mu Qianxue felt that the blood essence in her body seemed to be pulled by something, and her true essence in her body was also disordered. Under such circumstances, Lei Mubei did not dare to devour Mu Qianxue's blood and essence openly. Otherwise, with the protective old lady Yu Huang behind him, how could he let it go? At most, he would only seriously injure her. With a claw strike, with the sound of rolling thunder, Mu Qianxue bit her lips tightly, and the green sword in her hand burst into a deep green light. The shadows of ice lotuses appeared behind Mu Qianxue, and the lotus flowers bloomed. Green lotus sword. The rotating green lotus collided with Lei Mubei's blood-colored claws, shining and gorgeous. Countless broken ice crystals were thrown around like flowers scattered by a fairy, and countless red arcs were swallowed and spit out wantonly. The true essence was surging, the blood was rolling, and the terrifying cold air spread out. In an instant, a layer of ice crystals covered the ground, but these ice crystals were coated with a strange blood red, like enchanting red crystals. The moment the true essence shockwave passed over Lin Ming, his heart was shocked. It's the same feeling again. Lin Ming clearly felt a familiar soul wave in this Zenuan shockwave. He felt it once, when Lei Mubei came on the field. At that time, he thought it was an illusion, but now, he felt it again. Why is this happening? Lin Ming was confused. This chapter is an extra chapter for Junqi Alliance leader. 4 months have passed since it was launched, and Wuji has added a 4th alliance leader. 1 per month. I feel so grateful! Exclamation mark. In addition, I'm also very grateful to Brother Pigioen for the reward of 10,000. The plot is not as slow as everyone thinks. Don't rush me. Dash. Chapter 384, Descendants of the Hades Emperor. While Lin Ming was distracted, in the center of the square, Mu Qianxue's ice lotus had been shattered by Lei Mubei's blood claw. After the blood claw tore the green lotus, it continued to attack Mu Qianxue. Mu Qianxue flew backwards, and the green sword in his hand stabbed out with a blazing cold light. Ding ding ding. It was like the sound of metal and stone colliding. Mu Qianxue didn't know how many swords stabbed the blood claw in an instant, stirring up a puff of blood mist. Bang! The blood claw finally exploded, and blood mixed with red lightning splashed towards Mu Qianxue. Mu Qianxue's clothes and body were immediately stained red with blood. Mu Qianxue's face was pale, and his body retreated several steps, leaving a bloody footprint with each step. Lin Ming could see clearly that this blood was actually the essence of the blood-destroying evil thunder, which was stimulated by the true essence and was born. It was real blood. This blood-destroying evil thunder was really full of evil spirit. Mu Qianxue looked at the bloodstains on the ground, and then at Lei Mubei's grim smile. A feeling of humiliation surged in her heart. She understood that she had already lost. Lei Mubei was playing with her. If he had not stood aside and watched, she would not have been able to block the attack just now. Not only did Mu Qianxue discover this, but even some of the 5-element domain disciples present also saw the signs. For a moment, many people began to pity Mu Qianxue. Anger, humiliation, and unwillingness surged in Mu Qianxue's heart. She knew that she was not as good as the other party, but in this situation, how could she admit defeat? She gritted her teeth and transmitted her true energy. I have no grudge against you. Why do you humiliate me like this? Haha, if you want to blame someone, blame your master. She used her power to suppress me and made me confused. Naturally, I had to retaliate. I don't think I have the ability to deal with her directly. Within the scope permitted by the rules, it is a good thing to use you as a scapegoat to disgust her. She can only swallow this loss in silence. As for you, I can only say that you are unlucky. So that's the reason. Mu Qianxue laughed bitterly. Not only that, I'm determined to become a powerful emperor. The road to becoming a powerful emperor requires a lot of genius corpses to pave the way. Only in this way can I engrave the belief of winning in my bones. As the chief disciple of a top-level 4th grade sect, you are barely qualified to pave the way for me. When I become a powerful emperor in the future, you can also feel honored for this. This sentence made Mu Qianxue completely angry. Go to hell. Mu Qianxue took the initiative to attack. Her figure rushed out quickly. Every step she took on the ground, a lotus of ice bloomed. She swung a sword, and the wind whistled. The sword was filled with a terrifying cold air. Hey, it's useless. Lei Mubei smiled disdainfully, looked at Mu Qianxue with pity, spread his arms, and a blazing red light burst out. Blood prison. A large amount of blood gushed out like a tide. The space within a few feet around Lei Mu Bei seemed to become sticky, as if it was filled with blood. Mu Qianxue rushed into it, only to feel a stagnation in her chest and difficulty breathing. Lei Mu Bei smiled sinisterly and slapped Mu Qianxue with one palm. At the moment when the blood prison burst out, Lin Ming suddenly remembered something in his heart. At the beginning, when Lin Ming devoured the magic heart crystal fragments to impact the marrow tempering realm, he had seen a real illusion. It was the evil god will of the Nether Emperor that remained in the magic heart crystal fragments. And the feeling that the soul of the Nether Emperor gave him was somewhat similar to the soul fluctuations of Lei Mu Bei. Could it be? Lin Ming was in doubt. After devouring the magic heart crystal fragments, the great battle that Lin Ming witnessed left a deep impression on him. The Nether Emperor was like an ancient demon god, holding a blood-red axe. The axe handle was a full 10 feet long, as thick as a child's arm, and the axe was 3 feet wide. All the demons that rushed up were cut in half with one axe. Every time a demon was killed, the Nether Emperor would drink its blood. Until now, Lin Ming still couldn't understand what kind of demons the Nether Emperor killed. Those demons were naked, their skin was grey blue like metal, their bodies were muscular, some were buckled with iron rings, some were wrapped in chains, their faces were green and their teeth were fangs. They were extremely ugly, there was no doubt that they were not human at all. As for the Nether Emperor, he was more than 10 feet tall, with red hair, his skin was also light blue, and his pupils were dark gold. Although his face looked like a human, but with this height, this skin, hair, and pupils, could anyone look like this? Lin Ming was never sure whether the Nether Emperor was a human, or did he practice magic to make his appearance like this? Lin Ming was deeply impressed by this scene at that time. The Nether Emperor's aura of holding the sky in his hands and stepping on the earth, the only one in the world, made Lin Ming palpitate to this day. And now, Lin Ming really felt this aura on Lei Mu Bei. The breath of the devil, although very faint, is definitely unmistakable. Could he be the descendant of the Nether Emperor? This thought made Lin Ming's heart jump, and he was a little absent-minded for a while. What does it mean to be the descendant of the Nether Emperor? Could he be someone from the South China Sea demon realm? Question mark? Thinking of this possibility, all kinds of scenes flashed in Lin Ming's mind. From Lei Jingxun's destruction of the alliance plan, Lei Jingxun's confident smile, Lei Jingxun's support for Lei Mu Bei to propose marriage to Shenhuang Island. Until now, Lei Mu Bei sacrificed the blood-exterminating evil thunder. The blood-exterminating evil thunder itself is fine. Although it is an evil object, the distinction between good and evil in the Xianan continent is actually not very obvious. For example, the 7 Mysterious Valley also has the Hehuan sect and the puppet sect that practice magic skills, and Lin Ming's evil god power is not a righteous skill. But the blood-exterminating evil thunder, combined with the previous things, made Lin Ming have a guess in his heart. Lei Mu Bei is not the real name of this pale young man, but his alias in Lei Jizang. He is probably an extremely important figure in the South China Sea demon realm. This guess is of great importance, and it is not easy to verify, even if Lin Ming says it. If it is right, Lei Mu Bei may not even have a slag left, but if it is wrong, it will cause a very bad impact, and it is very likely that Lei Jizang will defect to the South China Sea demon realm. Lin Ming resisted the urge to tell Mu Qianxue about this guess, calmed down, closed his 6 senses, and only had perception left, observing Lei Mu Bei's every move. In the center of the square, Lei Mu Bei and Mu Qianxue were fighting in a stalemate. Mu Qianxue was obviously no match for Lei Mu Bei at all. He was trapped in the blood prison and could not break free at all. Feeling the aura emanating from Lei Mu Bei and comparing it with the will of the Nether Emperor remaining in the broken crystal of the demon heart, Lin Ming became more and more certain that this Lei Mu Bei must have a close relationship with the Nether Emperor, and most likely he is the descendant of the Nether Emperor. At the very least, he should be someone who has practiced the same magic skills as the Nether Emperor. The South China Sea demon realm is about to invade Shenhuang Island. Lei Mu Bei suddenly appeared at this time, and coupled with Lei Jingxun's various performances, it has already confirmed the relationship between Lei Mu Bei and the South China Sea demon realm. Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence in this world? Having made up his mind, Lin Ming suddenly opened his eyes. At this time, He was witnessing Lei Mubei's final blow. Boom. The deep red blood claws burst, and Mu Qianxue spat out a mouthful of blood. His body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, and his face was as pale as paper. After all, this is the home court of Shenhuang Island. No matter how brave Lei Mubei is, he dared not suck Mu Qianxue's blood essence, but this degree of injury is enough to make Mu Qianxue bedridden for 10 days. In fact, staying in bed for 10 days is not a big deal. The key is that the blow to Mu Qianxue's confidence is too severe, which may affect her future cultivation. Mu Yuhang's face was livid. Even if she was protective of her shortcomings, she had nothing to say in this situation. Her disciple was inferior to others, and was humiliated by others. Otherwise, the so-called competition would lose its meaning. Lei Mubei glanced at Mu Qianxue with a wicked smile, and scanned the whole audience. Who was next? All the disciples of Shenhuang Island looked extremely ugly. They were filled with righteous indignation, and wanted to tear Lei Mubei apart alive, but who would dare to go up at this time? Going up would only bring humiliation upon oneself. Lei Mubei smiled and looked at Mu Qianxue. As for Lin Ming, he wanted to stay until the end. He disliked Lin Ming the most. Brother Qianxue, why don't you come up and compete with us? Mu Qianxue's face was livid and his fists were clenched tightly. Since he was born, when had he ever felt so aggrieved? Being provoked by others pointing at his nose, he was actually powerless. But at this time, he had no choice but to go up. He was the eldest brother of all the disciples. He gritted his teeth and was about to go to the stage, but his shoulder was held down by a hand. He turned around and saw that it was Lin Ming. Brother Pastor, let me do it. Lin Ming said frankly. The matter was of great importance. Through an actual battle, he could more accurately explore Lei Mubei's true identity. Mu Qianxue was moved. Lei Mubei was too strong. Saint-level geniuses also had their own strengths. Lei Mubei was probably better than Mu Qianxue and Mu Bingyan at the same age. Even if Lin Ming was also a saint-level genius, Lin Ming was only 16.5 years old. In addition to the gap in cultivation, Mu Qianxue did not believe that Lin Ming could be sure to deal with Lei Mubei. Lei Mubei defeated Mu Qianxue without even using weapons. Who knows what else he has? Such an unfathomable person. Lin Ming was able to stand up and block Lei Mubei's challenge for himself without knowing the opponent's full strength. It took a lot of courage. After all, this competition had developed to this extent. Losing would be a great blow to confidence. Can Lin Ming win? In Mu Qianxue's opinion, the hope is too slim. He patted Lin Ming's shoulder with a hint of execution. Brother Lin, don't say anything. You are the last hope of my Shenhuang Island. Let me fight this battle. My cultivation is higher than Qianxue. At least I can test some of his trump cards. Then you can have a response. Lin Ming smiled slightly and no longer tried to comfort him, but directly drew out the purple Zuan gun and jumped to the center of the square. Lin Ming of Shenhuang Island, please teach me. I'm begging for monthly tickets with tears. Today's monthly tickets hit the lowest this month. Can you let me break through the single digits? I'm writing the third update. Please give me some passion to let me burn. Dash. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 385, Thunder Spirits Battle. Lin Ming's appearance immediately caused a cry of surprise from the audience. People held their breath waiting for the battle between the two best young talents from the 5-element domain and the Southern Sky domain. However, it was a pity that Lin Ming and Lei Mubei were not in the same realm. One was in the late stage of condensation and the other was in the early stage of the postnatal stage. The gap between them was not a little bit. Lin Ming, this damn guy, just came up to humiliate himself. In the Leiji sect area, Zhao Xiaolian looked at Lin Ming angrily, raised her greasy little fist, and waited for Lin Ming to be humiliated. Lei Zhenzi looked at his sister helplessly. He thought that Zhao Xiaolian would give up after Lei Mubei proposed marriage to Shenhuang Island, but she was not affected at all. I don't know if she was heartless or what. Lin Ming is not that simple. Lei Zhenzi said, "We have underestimated him once before, don't underestimate him a second time." Humph, just wait and see. Zhao Xiaolian disdained to argue. She was a firm supporter of Lei Mubei. Lei Zhenzi shook his head, but he had to admit that compared to Lei Mubei, Lin Ming was much weaker. If he waited another year, until Lin Ming also entered the day after tomorrow, it would be a fierce battle. It was too early to fight now. He hoped that Lin Ming could win, but the hope was a little slim. In the previous battle, neither Lei Mubei nor Lin Ming had exerted their full strength, but in comparison, Lei Mubei was even more unfathomable, and Mu Qianxue had no power to resist him at all. Lin Ming, you really can't hold your temper. I was going to save you for the last, but I didn't expect you to be the second one to go on stage. Lei Mubei looked at Lin Ming, who jumped onto the stage, standing with his hands behind his back, with a self-confidence that looked down on the heroes of the world. As a saint-level genius from a 5th grade sect, he faced Lin Ming, who came from a 4th grade sect, and his cultivation was lower than his. Naturally, he had reasons to look down on him. I originally wanted to meet the many chief disciples of the 5-element domain one by one. This opportunity to fight with so many masters is rare, but because of some things, I changed my mind. Lin Ming's mouth curled up slightly, and his smile was meaningful. Lei Mubei frowned. He didn't know what Lin Ming was laughing at. He hated such a smile. Do you think you have a chance to win? You don't seem to realize your situation. On the contrary. Lin Ming shook his head. You don't realize your situation. Lin Ming's words were full of meaning, but at this time, Lei Mubei naturally couldn't hear it, and just thought Lin Ming was provoking him. Haha. I don't realize my situation? You are really quite confident. Lei Mubei pulled his hands out from behind his back, and clenched his fists. A huge force suddenly surged, and the thick true energy that was like a substance was turned into a substance. Like mercury pouring on the ground, the broken gravel on the floor tiles was directly washed away by the true energy. Such a thick and condensed true essence. Everyone at the banquet was shocked. How could this be the true essence strength that a warrior who had just entered the postnatal period possess? If it weren't for a little exploration with perception, one could feel the initial true essence cyclone formed in Lei Mubei's danshan. It was really hard to believe that he had just entered the postnatal period. No point in saying more. Under the sweep of Lei Mubei's true essence, Lin Ming's clothes fluttered. He held the purple spear, with the tip of the spear pointed at the ground, and his eyes were indifferent with a hint of mockery. Your eyes are really annoying. Make a move. Let me see if you can force out my weapon first. Lei Mubei clasped his hands together, and the bright and colorful blood-destroying evil thunder flashed in his palms, flickering. Lin Ming narrowed his eyes, staring at the blood-destroying evil thunder, and sneered in his heart. If you are a true disciple of the Thunder Extreme sect, I can't do anything to you. But if you are not, don't blame me for depriving you of your things. Phoenix wings fly into the sky. Lin Ming suddenly stepped forward, his body burning with blazing flames, bursting out like a surging mountain and river, and stabbed Lei Mubei's heart with a gun. Under this gun, the space seemed to tighten instantly, and Lei Mubei's surroundings were all surrounded by flames. Is this the first move? Unfortunately, it doesn't work on me. Lei Mubei was calm, and pushed out his palms. The blood-destroying evil thunder in his palms disappeared instantly, and turned into two ethereal blood claws, grabbing the fire phoenix and going away. Boom. The blood claws collided with the phoenix, and grabbed the left and right wings of the fire phoenix. Under the scorching flames, the blood claws made a kai 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 sound, and emitted wisps of green smoke. Die. Lei Mubei shouted, and suddenly exerted force with both hands. The blood claws tore to the sides. With a shrill phoenix cry, Lin Ming's flame phoenix was torn into two halves by Lei Mubei. The hearts of the disciples of Shenhuang Island were instantly lifted up, and even Mu Qianxue's face changed slightly. Phoenix wings flying in the sky was broken so easily. I said it's useless. Lei Mubei sneered, but his smile just appeared, and suddenly solidified. After he tore the phoenix wings flying in the sky, a purple light shot straight at his face at an incredible speed. 2 inches long, with a purple dragon coiled around it. It was the Panlang steel needle. Huh. This is. Lei Mubei was horrified. He clearly felt the compressed thunder energy on that purple light. Thunder spirit? Lei Mubei's figure retreated violently, but the purple light was like a maggot on the tarsal bone. No matter how fast he was, how could he compare to the flying Panlang steel needle? Seeing that the Panlang steel needle was about to pierce Lei Mubei's forehead, Lei Mubei shouted loudly, and with his right hand on the Zumi ring, he pulled out a red blood halberd. The halberd shaft was 9 feet long, and the halberd blade was 1 foot long. The whole body was red as blood, and the murderer Sora was soaring into the sky, just like a ferocious beast, which made people feel terrified. Lei Mubei held the blood halberd and slashed at the Panlang steel needle. At that moment, the surrounding space seemed to be blocked by the blood halberd, and the purple dragon god Thunder was trapped in it. The blood halberd slashed down fiercely with a vast and fierce momentum. Boom. The purple dragon god Thunder was hit by the blood halberd, and countless purple rays shot out, like a purple snake dancing wildly. Lei Mubei was the first to be hit, and was electrocuted, and numb all over. Lin Ming, who was connected to the purple dragon god Thunder in his mind, was also not feeling well. His face turned pale, and with a wave of his right hand, the purple dragon god Thunder flew back to Lin Ming's side with spirituality spinning in his hand. Lei Mubei stood with his halberd in hand, looking at the several-inch-long steel needle beside Lin Ming. His heart was in turmoil. Not only Lei Mubei, but everyone in the audience, was looking at the inconspicuous steel needle. Most of them did not recognize the Panlang steel needle, but were just amazed at the power of this little thing. It seems that Lin Ming's strength is stronger than I guessed. Maybe he has the capital to compete with Lei Mubei, but it's just a competition. How it will be depends on how much hidden strength Lei Mubei has. A disciple of How to Sect shook his head and analyzed, but his analysis only received contemptuous looks from the surrounding Liji sect disciples. Stupid. A Liji sect disciple said in his heart. As a disciple of Liji sect, they naturally recognized this Panlang steel needle. It was a low-grade earth-level thunder spirit. It contained highly compressed and terrifying thunder energy, which was even more powerful than Lei Mubei's blood-destroying evil thunder. How is it possible to absorb the lower-grade thunder spirit of the earth level with the cultivation of the late stage of condensing veins? Lei Zhenzi couldn't accept it. No one knew better than him the difficulty and pain of absorbing thunder spirits across levels. At the beginning, with the cultivation of the post-heaven stage, with the support of various treasures of the Liji sect, he absorbed the upper-grade thunder spirit of the human level across levels. He was in so much pain that he wanted to die. Finally, he broke through his own limit and barely absorbed it. Lei Zhenzi thought he had reached the extreme and was proud of it, but when he learned that Lei Mubei absorbed the lower-grade thunder spirit of the earth level with the cultivation of the post-heaven stage, he was immediately hit hard. However, thinking that Lei Mubei might be the one who would challenge the powerful emperor in the future, Lei Zhenzi reluctantly accepted it. But now, looking at Lin Ming, who was only in the late stage of condensing veins, he actually absorbed the lower-grade thunder spirit of the earth level. His cultivation was lower than his. Was he a human? Zhao Xiaolian also widened her eyes when she admired Lei Mubei for absorbing thunder spirits, but now, only a few days had passed, and he was actually surpassed by Lin Ming. She also felt unacceptable. In her eyes, Lei Mubei should be the most talented, and could not be surpassed by anyone, but now, he was left far behind by Lin Ming. In the Shenhuang Island area, Mu Qianxue watched the fierce reaction of Lei Jizan from afar, with a slight smile on her face. These guys are so surprised. If they knew that Lin Ming has absorbed the purple dragon divine thunder for more than half a year, and his cultivation level was only at the peak of bone forging at that time, I don't know how they would feel. Now Lin Ming's cultivation level has reached the late stage of condensing veins. If he has the help of the sect, he may be able to absorb the earth level middle grade thunder spirit. I didn't expect it. I really didn't expect it. Lei Mubei shook his head. I really underestimated you. I have to admit that you are qualified to make me take it seriously, but I'm just a little more serious. Lin Ming smiled. He felt good about himself when he was about to die. This is probably the reason why geniuses don't die well. Arrogance blinded their eyes and made them think that everything was under control. In fact, this can't be blamed on Lei Mubei. In this situation, he never thought that his identity was discovered by Lin Ming. If there is anything to blame, it can only be blamed on Lin Ming for being too unlucky. Since ancient times, all the powerful emperors have both extraordinary talents and good luck. Lin Ming's talents are sufficient, but unfortunately he not only does not have great luck, but also has bad luck. It would be fine if he met Lin Ming in his life, but the most tragic thing is that he never dreamed that Lin Ming had swallowed the demon heart fragment crystal, which contained the blood of the Nether Emperor, so that the blood of the Nether Emperor that Lin Ming has always been proud of was recognized by Lin Ming at a glance. Lin Ming slapped the end of the blood halberd with his hand, and the whole blood halberd was directly across his chest. The fierce aura burst out immediately. This is a top-level Earth-level middle-grade treasure. This halberd is a replica of the great evil thing, the wild blood halberd. Although it is a replica, it has also gone through thousands of years, and has been stained with countless blood. I'm looking forward to it drinking your blood today. Chapter 386. Great Wilderness Blood Halberd. A replica of the Wilderness Blood Halberd. Even though Lin Ming, who didn't know much about the top sects in the Xianan continent, had heard of the Wilderness Blood Halberd's fierce reputation. The Wilderness Blood Halberd was originally called the Great Wilderness Blood Halberd. It was a heavenly treasure excavated from ancient ruins. It was a full zang long, with a halberd handle as thick as an arm, and blood red throughout. Rumor has it that this halberd might be a heavenly treasure. The first owner of the Great Wilderness Blood Halberd has long been untraceable, and the halberd has existed for at least 70,000 to 80,000 years. The Great Wilderness Blood Halberd has been circulated in the Xianan continent, and has passed through many hands. Those who hold it are probably famous figures, including powerful people who have been crowned as emperors. However, this blood halberd is a very fierce thing. According to the records in the classics, anyone who holds the Great Wilderness Blood Halberd will not have a good end, including the powerful people who have been crowned as emperors. This is what the classics often say, is that they are not lucky enough, and are killed by the blood halberd. For example, 1,000 years ago, the Nether Emperor once obtained the Great Wilderness Blood Halberd, and finally died tragically under the joint killing of several powerful people who have been crowned as emperors. Later, the blood halberd was obtained by a powerful person. According to rumors, this person disappeared after entering the ancient secret realm hundreds of years ago, and has not been found since then. The Great Wilderness Blood Halberd also disappeared. Human beings are very strange animals. The more ominous things are, the more they can cause people to go crazy, because people often think that they will be the true son of heaven, with great luck, and will not be killed. The Great Wilderness Blood Halberd has even become a symbol of the powerful emperor. Therefore, the imitations of the Great Wilderness Blood Halberd are rampant. It is not surprising that geniuses with ambitions to be emperors get one. So you also use long weapons. Lin Ming's expression was calm. The halberd is different from the gun, in that it has an extra crescent blade under the gun head, which can be used for slashing. People who use guns can also use halberds. Let me remind you that with the help of the blood halberd, the power of my blood destroying evil thunder can be increased by 50%. Really? What a coincidence. My purple dragon divine thunder can also exert its maximum power with the help of the purple Zuan spear. The two of them confronted each other, and the young heroes present held their breath and their heartbeats accelerated. This duel was far more exciting than they thought. They thought it would be a one-sided battle, but they didn't expect that it was still evenly matched until now. This kind of battle is what people expect the most. They all opened their eyes wide, fearing that they would miss any wonderful moment. Lin Ming swept the blood halberd, and his momentum suddenly burst out. His whole body's true energy was running to the extreme, and a bloody aura suddenly burst out. Kai. The blood-destroying evil thunder rushed into the Great Wilderness Blood Halberd, and the entire blood halberd became more and more bright red, and the halberd blade trembled violently, making a faint humming sound. Bloody battle in the 8 desolations. Catcher. The square tiles and Lin Ming's feet suddenly shattered, and cracks like spider web spread out. Lin Ming swung his halberd and set off a blood-red storm. All the surrounding gravel was swept up by the storm and crushed to pieces. Facing such a powerful blow, Lin Ming held the purple Zuan spear, and the tip of the spear drew a full moon on the ground. The sharp meaning whistled out, and the Panlang steel needle was actually integrated into the purple Zuan spear. The spear and thunder merged into one, the thunder flashed, and the electric snake danced wildly. A spear stabbed out, and the green Kanglang phantom appeared behind Lin Ming again. This time, with the violent green true essence and the purple electric python as thick as a person's waist, it stabbed the blood red storm with an indomitable momentum amid the exclamations of the crowd. Boom boom boom. A series of explosions, blood light mixed with purple lightning rushed out, and the rocks were completely crushed into pieces, mixed into the blood red storm, and turned into red fine sand. The protective light curtain set up by the Zuandan master before shook violently, and cracks appeared out of thin air. With a slight hissing sound, the protective light curtain was punctured, and the violent beam of true essence pierced out. Be careful. Everyone was shocked, and several Zuandan elders hurriedly set up a new barrier. However, the incident happened in a hurry, and the barrier could not be set up in an instant. The aftermath of the electric light and the true essence explosion was rampant in the scene, and the banquet table was overturned, and the jade bowls and jade plates were broken into pieces. The young heroes of the major sects stretched out their body protecting true essences one after another, and the high-level cultivation protected the low-level cultivation. For a time, the various body protecting true essences collided with the true essence aftermath, emitting colorful and gorgeous light, which was very beautiful. Who are these two? The aftermath of their fight broke through the protective light curtain, and forced our disciples to resist with all their might. Too terrible. Look over there. Even the Houter sect, which is good at defense, has a hard time resisting the marginal postnatal disciples. How can this be the power of a postnatal master? What postnatal master? That Lin Ming is clearly only at the condensation vein stage. Someone said, and the people present felt like they had just woken up from a dream. Yes, Lin Ming has not reached the postnatal stage yet. He is even a little short of the peak of condensation veins. Because of Lin Ming's strong performance before, they have already selectively forgotten the fact that Lin Ming is not a postnatal master. What is wrong with this world? The most shocked were the innate masters present. As the backbone of the 4th grade sect, they are basically over 30 years old, and the older ones are in their 40s and 50s. Such a strong attack power. Is this still the young generation? I didn't have this kind of attack power when I was at the peak of the postnatal stage. Those who can sit here are not mediocre. When they were in the acquired stage, they were naturally the best among the warriors of the same level. If this continues, it won't take long for them to be comparable to the real innate. The cultivation level of the early acquired stage can be comparable to the innate. Who knows how terrifying they will be in the future. Maybe they will become powerful emperors. The gap between the acquired and the innate is like a natural moat. First, from the acquired to the innate, it is a qualitative change that the warrior is reborn to remove the acquired turbidity, which can greatly improve the strength of the true essence. Second, the innate is a huge bottleneck. Before this bottleneck, all ordinary acquired warriors with unstable foundations will be eliminated, leaving only the elite level. Even Qinzia's first-class figures can only be regarded as the bottom among the innate strongmen, which also improves the strength of the innate warriors as a whole. Therefore, it is particularly difficult for the acquired strongmen to fight against the innate. In the small sects of the first level of the 7 Mysterious Valley, it is good to have 2 or 3 of them, and these 2 or 3 people are often at the peak of the acquired, with the cultivation of half a step innate. In the competition square, Lin Ming and Lei Mubei have separated. In the area of 10 feet around their feet, the floor tiles are all broken. Near the place where the two fought, it is completely broken into fine sand. After being dyed red by the blood essence contained in the blood-destroying evil thunder, it has become a red desert. Lei Mubei had never thought that Lin Ming would be so strong. When he was the same age and realm as Lin Ming, he did not have this strength. Doesn't this mean that Lin Ming's talent is better than his? Lei Mubei was extremely proud. How could he tolerate being surpassed by a genius from a 4th grade sect? I really underestimated you, but my strength is far more than this. You can force me to use my full strength, which is enough to make me proud. The true energy in Lei Mubei's body circulated rapidly. The bloody aura in his meridians became thicker and thicker, and his bones and muscles made crackling sounds, and his momentum also burst out, which made people tremble. Ancient magic skills. Around Lei Mubei, it seemed that there was a space of his own, and his momentum increased several times. he surprisingly used the ancient magic scroll that his master found in the ruins. He was not afraid to use this technique. This was not the technique of the Ghost Demon Emperor City, but an ancient technique that had only recently been born. Neither Mu Yuhang nor Mu Fengxian would recognize it. Although it was not considered a righteous way, the Lin Qianxue sect did not distinguish between good and evil in terms of techniques, and had always respected the strong, so there was nothing wrong with him using this set of ancient magic skills. Even if there was something wrong, he could not care. He would not be at ease unless he defeated Lin Ming. This technique. Mu Yuhang's eyes lit up. With her knowledge, she naturally recognized the extraordinariness of this technique in an instant. This was obviously not the technique of the Leiji sect. Even if it was most likely obtained by the Leiji sect recently. It was even possible that it was obtained by this guy named Lei Mu Bei. Uncle Master, do you recognize this set of techniques? Mu Yuhang asked Mu Fengxian using her true energy to transmit her voice. Mu Fengxian narrowed his eyes and looked at Lei Mu Bei. He pondered for a while and shook his head and said, this set of techniques should have been born recently. This boy is very lucky. Mu Yuhang exhaled lightly, turned his head, and looked at Lei Jingxian, only to see that his eyes were full of admiration and emotion. Mu Yuhang's heart suddenly trembled. This technique was most likely obtained by Lei Mu Bei. With such a great opportunity, Lei Mu Bei might really become a powerful person who can be crowned as an emperor. Lei Mu Bei's ancient magic skills are indeed amazing, but Lin Ming didn't feel anything. Among all the people present, no one has more advanced skills than he has seen. There are too many incomplete skills in the memory fragments of the powerful people in the God realm. Most of them are only sporadic and worthless, but Lin Ming has also read them one by one. The ancient magic skills practiced by Lei Mu Bei were probably created by a powerful emperor who was born and raised in the Xianan continent. After that, this powerful emperor may have died of old age, or ascended to the God realm, and left his inheritance behind. This kind of skills can only be regarded as third-rate in the God realm. Under the cover of blood red light, Lei Mu Bei held the great wilderness blood halberd, his clothes fluttering, his long black hair flying wantonly, and the blood red lightning wrapped around him. He really looked like an ancient demon god. Such a Lei Mu Bei, with such a domineering aura, made the young heroes present feel that Lei Mu Bei was like a mountain, unattainable, and some of the young female disciples of the five-element domain present had red faces, and their hearts were beating wildly. Zhao Xiaolian couldn't take her eyes off Lei Mu Bei anymore. Lei Zhenzi sighed lightly when he saw his sister like this, and didn't say anything. Whether it was Lei Mu Bei or Lin Ming, they had already exceeded the level he could understand. Lin Ming, do you still think you can beat me now? Lei Mu Bei said slowly, his words full of domineering. His strength has increased exponentially, and if he uses the blood battle of the 8 wastelands again, the power will also double. Chapter 387, Marrow Tempering Demonic Skills. Facing Lei Mu Bei, who was performing the ancient magic skills, and whose long hair was flying wildly in the blood, Lin Ming could finally be completely sure that Lei Mu Bei came from the South China Sea Demon Realm. An ancient magic skill that can double one's own strength. Lin Ming's mouth slightly curved. If I hadn't completed 20% of the marrow tempering, I would really lose this battle, but now, Lei Mu Bei can just let me fight with all my strength. 20% of the marrow tempering, plus the opening of the power of the evil god. What will be the result? Lin Ming held the Zixuan spear horizontally, his body proudly standing in the center of the square. His aura became more and more condensed, more and more fierce, and a sweeping gun intent naturally emanated, as if Lin Ming himself was a peerless treasure spear out of the box, with a sharp edge, newly sharpened, and with a thought, he could pierce everything in the world. Lin Ming's aura is also increasing. Not only is his aura increasing, but the true essence in his body is also becoming more and more condensed. My god. How can a warrior in the condensation vein stage store so much true essence in his body? At that moment, people clearly felt the aura like the vast ocean emanating from Lin Ming, and his true essence was like a raging wave on the sea, surging endlessly. The meridians and acupoints alone could not naturally burst out such a powerful true essence. A large amount of Lin Ming's true essence was hidden in his bone marrow, and now it all gushed out, and the 20% strength of the marrow quenching was fully erupted. At the first seat at the banquet, Mu Fengxian's eyes, which had been slightly narrowed, opened. There was a look of disbelief in her eyes. She looked at Lin Ming quietly for a few breaths, took a deep breath, and sighed in her heart, this boy must be a dragon in the abyss. If my Shenhuang Island has enough luck, and survives this catastrophe, when the day comes when the flying dragon rises in the sky, my Shenhuang Island can also be reborn like a phoenix, and soar into the sky. Lin Ming's momentum was still increasing. The young generation in the audience stared with eyes wide open, their mouths dry, and their eyes fixed. Lei Mubei couldn't bear it anymore. Such a rising momentum made him unable to wait any longer. The blood-killing evil thunder burst out, and Lei Mubei shouted, "Blood dyes the rivers." The blood halberd swept across. After this move was made, the momentum in the field suddenly changed, as if a raging blood tide was rushing out. Lei Mubei stomped his feet on the ground, and his body instantly came to Lin Ming's eyes like a ghost, and swept his waist with a gun. This halberd swept down with a force of 10,000 kilograms. Even a small mountain peak could be cut in half. Before the halberd arrived, Lin Ming could feel that the blood and qi in his body seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, surging and boiling, as if it was about to break out of his body. Is this the effect of the blood-destroying evil thunder on the essence and blood? Lei Mubei has no intention of holding back. If an ordinary warrior was swept by such a halberd, his blood and qi would have flowed back and died before the battle. Lin Ming's mind turned rapidly, and the Panlang steel needle merged into the Zixuan spear. The whole spear seemed to have spirituality. With a sweep, the Zixuan spear slightly bent due to the instantaneous acceleration, and then whipped the blood halberd like a whip. Crack. The blood halberd was directly pressed down by the Zixuan spear's charged attack, just like a giant red shark tumbling in the sea of blood, being forcibly pressed into the water. Zixuan spear pressed down the great wilderness blood halberd. The blood and qi compressed in the blood halberd burst out, forming a surging blood wave. Two giants of the younger generation, holding spears and halberds, fought against each other, and red and purple thunders were emitted. The fierce collision of red and green true essence formed a whistling tornado, which swept up countless broken bricks and stones on the ground, and shot them at the protective light curtain like flying arrows. Bang bang bang. The reinforced protective light curtain trembled violently again. The faces of the young heroes present changed, especially the innate warriors, who were even more shocked. The momentum of the two younger generations fighting was like a mountain collapse and a tsunami. Is this still a fight between the younger generation? Lei Mubei gritted his teeth, his muscles bulged and veins twisted. He had to admit that Lin Ming was qualified to fight him. This kid, the condensation of his true essence is actually comparable to that of me after I use the ancient magic skills. How is that possible? I can't attack him head on. I have to avoid his purple spear and attack his body. Lei Mubei thought so, and his footsteps suddenly accelerated. With a distance of several feet, his figure became erratic, and the blood halberd in his hand also drew a series of blood shadows. Comparing speed, Lin Ming's mouth curved. Lei Mubei was not a speed-type warrior like Jiang Boyan. He was not afraid of speed. Moreover, as his understanding of the state of mind of Wind deepened, Jinpeng Parksu was also approaching the second level, and was about to break through. Crack. Lei Mubei appeared behind Lin Ming like a ghost, and chopped down with a halberd, but this halberd was not affected at all, and directly passed through Lin Ming's waist. At the same time, Lin Ming turned into a shadow and dissipated. In a flash, Lin Ming was already more than 10 feet away. Your body movements are fast, but your weapon is a halberd. A halberd is not suitable for speed. Lei Mubei's face was gloomy. In terms of speed, a halberd is naturally inferior to a sword. This is common sense, but now, he can't fight hard, so he can only compete in speed. You don't need to teach me. Lin Ming sneered, and an invisible wind cyclone formed around his body, which actually lifted his body up. After revealing his flying ability before, he no longer had to hide the secret of Jinpeng Parksu. Coincidentally, I'm also confident in my speed. In the center of the square, a strong wind was raging. Lin Ming stepped on the Jinpeng Parksu body movement, and his body pulled out a series of phantoms. The Zixuan spear was integrated into the artistic conception of wind. Every piercing shot drove the wind's vitality to whistle. At that moment, Lin Ming's spear shadow turned into wind, and the wind was the spear shadow, which could not be dispersed or avoided. Ha ha. For a moment, in the center of the square, a red and green lightning storm swept everything in it. Where are they? Only the afterimage, the person is no longer visible. The disciples who were not at the postnatal stage saw that the shadows of Lin Ming and Lei Mubei had completely disappeared from the center of the square. Even the postnatal disciples had a hard time watching. Zhan Yunjian let out a long breath, feeling in his heart, is this the strength of the young generation of kings? I'm afraid that I will never be able to catch up with such a terrifying talent and strength in my entire life. The strength that can truly be compared to the innate masters. In the Jinzhang mountain area of the 5-element domain, a master who had just entered the innate realm shook his head and sighed. Before, I thought they were just a little stronger than when I was at the peak of the postnatal stage. Now it seems that even now, I dare not say that I have the confidence to beat them both. Blood spilled in the sky. Lei Mubei held the great wilderness blood halberd and smashed it down. With a loud bang, a large pit several feet deep was smashed out of the ground of the square. However, Lin Ming had already dodged it one step ahead of time. However, even so, the blood in his body was pulled and rolled wantonly. This guy is so strong. Lin Ming suppressed the surging blood in his body. He still had the last trump card, the power of the evil god in the thunder and fire killing. However, these two moves were almost one-time moves and could not be used easily, otherwise he would fail in one strike and would be defeated immediately. Lei Mubei's mouth showed a ferocious arc. You forced me to this point. We have fought to this extent. I will not hesitate to lose my strength to cut you under the halberd. Lei Mubei's skin burst open with a crack, and a cloud of blood mist sprayed out from the crack. Blood shadow clone. With Lei Mubei's roar, the blood mist condensed into a red figure similar to Lei Mubei in an instant, but there was no weapon in his hand, but a long ghost claw instead. Lin Ming was shocked, but he was not panicked. He had seen similar attack methods in the martial arts competition of the Seven Profound Valley. Go. Drain his blood. The red blood shadow clone screamed and grabbed Lin Ming with one claw. Lin Ming looked calm and stepped on the golden peng breaking void body technique, and his figure retreated violently. At the same time, the purple spear in his hand flashed with lightning. The power of thunder and lightning was the most powerful against evil spirits and monsters. He did not believe that this blood shadow clone could withstand the purple dragon divine thunder. Your opponent is me. Lei Mubei's cold voice sounded in Lin Ming's ears. At the same time, the great wilderness blood halberd chopped down. Double attack. Lin Ming frowned, and the purple spear in his hand stabbed out and met the great wilderness blood halberd. Ding. The spear and halberd intersected, and Lin Ming's blood rolled in his body, and his true essence was disordered. Lei Mubei was also shocked by the King Kang true essence, and his face was as pale as paper. Ah. At this moment, the blood shadow clone stretched out a blood claw and grabbed Lin Ming's throat. At this time, Lin Ming's purple spear was already stabbed out, and it had not been retracted, so it was impossible to accumulate power to stab again. At the critical moment, Lin Ming released the purple Zuan gun with his right hand, and a green light burst out from his fist. Carrying the power of thunder, he punched at the blood claws of the blood shadow clone. Humph, you're looking for death. Lei Mubei laughed grimly. The claws of the blood shadow clone were as hard as divine weapons, comparable to the lower grade treasures of the earth rank. Colliding with flesh and blood was like using fists to fight against weapons. It was simply looking for death. Bone-shattering fist. At that moment, Lin Ming's whole body of true energy was running to the extreme. 10,000 vibrating true energy roared, and the purple dragon divine thunder merged into his fist. It was a full strength blow, after fusing two parts of marrow quenching. Bang! Lin Ming punched the claws of the blood shadow clone, and the purple dragon divine thunder and the vibration force burst out. There was only a hissing sound, and the blood claws were burned by thunder, and then exploded into blood mist. What? Lei Mubei's mind was shocked, and he suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. The blood shadow clone was connected to his body, and both were injured. Kneeling on one knee with blood spitting out, Lei Mubei's eyes were full of disbelief. How could it be possible? How could a physical fist smash the ghost claws of the blood shadow clone? Question mark? Lei Mubei is injured. Oh my god, this is too horrible. Lei Mubei's strength is so terrifying, but he was seriously injured by Lin Ming. The young heroes present were all gasping for air. Everyone expected Lei Mubei to hide his strength, but no one expected Lei Mubei to be so strong. However, what was even more unexpected was that such a powerful Lei Mubei was still seriously injured by Lin Ming. Chapter 388 Battle of Kings. The audience was so shocked that they were speechless. They did not expect that the two young kings would fight to such a terrifying degree. The square under the feet of the two people, which was as hard as gold and iron, after being blessed by the formation, was now in a mess. The blood shadow clone released by Lei Mubei was blasted off by Lin Ming, and Lei Mubei himself vomited blood. He must have been seriously injured. Although Lin Ming was not injured, his face was pale and his blood and ki in his body were consumed a lot. Originally, with Lin Ming's strong recovery ability, it would not be so bad, but Lei Mubei's moves were weird, and each move caused the blood and essence in Lin Ming's body to roll. In order to suppress the restlessness of the blood and essence, he had to consume a lot of blood and ki, so that it was consumed to this extent. Lin Ming's hand is also injured. The audience at the scene realized that Lin Ming's right hand was already bloody and fleshy, obviously caused by the previous blow. He got hurt when he smashed the blood claw with his fist. Normal, such a violent collision. Lin Ming is not a boxer after all, and he didn't wear boxing gloves. The young heroes present expressed their opinions one after another, but Lei Mubei's ears made him smile bitterly. Normal? Question mark? Lin Ming is not a boxer after all. No boxing gloves. What do these people know? Except Lei Mubei himself, no one knows how hard the ghost claw of the blood shadow clone is. It is comparable to the existence of a low-grade earth level treasure. Shattered with one punch, that is, Lin Ming can smash a low-grade earth level treasure with his fist. How is this possible? Lei Mubei took a deep breath and looked at Lin Ming with burning eyes. Lin Ming, you are the strongest young generation I have ever met, so much so that I want to destroy you with my own hands. Lei Mubei showed his bloody white teeth in his mouth, his expression gloomy and ferocious. You want to destroy me, and I want to destroy you too. And, I may be able to do it soon. Lin Ming wiped the blood off his right hand. His face was cold and resolute, his eyes were murderous, and he did not hide his desire to kill Lei Mubei. Haha. Destroy me. Okay, I'll give you a chance. I didn't expect that I would use my last killer move in this battle, an attack that costs my own blood and essence. After using this move, even I can't control the power, and you may die. A move that consumes one's own blood and essence? Lin Ming raised his eyebrows. Blood and essence are very important to a warrior. Even if Lei Mubei has the blood-destroying evil thunder that devours the blood and essence of other warriors, he will not easily waste his own blood and essence. Since this is an attack that can only be launched by consuming blood and essence, it must be Lei Mubei's strongest move. It will also be the last move. Lin Ming. Mu Qianxue sat behind Mu Yuhuang, her lips trembling slightly. At this point in the battle, the two geniuses fought for their lives. Even they themselves could not control the strength, and they did not even want to control it. Once the winner was decided, they might be seriously injured or even disabled. However, at this time, it was obviously unrealistic to ask them to stop fighting. Jua, don't worry, the ancestors are here, nothing will happen. Mu Yuhuang noticed that Mu Qianxue's heartbeat behind him was slightly faster, and knew that she was worried. Well, Mu Qianxue nodded, and calmed down a little. The last blow of the two young kings, a desperate duel, all the warriors present held their breath. Not to mention the young heroes, even the old monster Zuanden was staring at everything in the center of the square, fearing that he would miss any wonderful moments. The two people on the stage may even become powerful emperors in the future. In this way, this is probably the peak battle of the two emperors in their youth. This is destined to be a duel recorded in the classics, and it will be passed down for thousands of years in the future. Who would miss such a grand event? Question mark? In the center of the field, there were gusts of wind and bloody sand all over the sky. The blood shadow clone that was severely injured by Lin Ming rushed into Lei Mubei's body and merged with his original body. Then, Lei Mubei's body emerged with a strange blood red color. Blood prisoners coming. Lei Mubei shouted loudly, and his aura became more and more wild and surging. He was wrapped in red lightning, and his long hair fluttered wantonly. stepping on the blood-stained red sand. The blood halberd pointed directly at the sky. At this moment, he was like the arrival of the world's unparalleled demon god, invincible. Lin Ming exhaled lightly. No wonder Lei Mu Bei was so arrogant. He actually had so many trump cards, one killer mace after another. Among the warriors of the same level, there were very few who could beat him. This move of blood prison coming, at the cost of burning blood essence, in exchange for a double burst of power. Such a move, injuring 1,000 people, and hurting oneself 800. At this point, Lin Ming had no scruples about holding back. For the last confrontation, he no longer had to calculate the consumption of his true essence. He could and must devote all his strength to fight against Lei Mu Bei's attack. Evil God's power, activate. Boom. The terrifying energy that was highly compressed in the evil god's seed burst out in an instant. Lin Ming's momentum rose again, and the condensed true essence was like a landslide and a tsunami. At that moment, the momentum emitted from his body was like the unstoppable spear light, piercing the sky. Exclamation mark. What? Impossible. The momentum increased again, and the true essence also increased by 60% to 70% again. Lin Ming actually hid such a strong strength at this time. The shock brought by Lin Ming was so great that even Mu Fengxian was moved by it. This was more shocking than Lei Mu Bei. After all, Lei Mu Bei burned his blood essence to exchange for power, but Lin Ming was not like that. He actually compressed the true essence in his body. How can a warrior in the condensation vein stage contain so much true essence? Is his body a bottomless pit? All the audience present, from young talents to old monsters of the Zuonden stage, all stared with eyes wide open, their eyes full of shock and disbelief. As Ianshan warrior shook his head and smiled bitterly, is this still called a warrior in the condensation vein stage? The degree of concentration of true essence is already comparable to mine. The degree of concentration of true essence of a warrior in the condensation vein stage is comparable to that of the Xianshan. This is simply incredible. If he had not confirmed that the true essence key cyclone had not yet condensed in Lin Ming's Danshan, he would never believe that Lin Ming was in the late condensation vein stage. However, although Lin Ming's hidden strength is amazing, it is still a little worse than Lei Mu Bei's. After comparing the momentum of Lin Ming and Lei Mu Bei, a disciple of Jinzhang Mountain made an evaluation that Lin Ming's hidden strength was still not as good as the strength increase that Lei Mu Bei gained at the cost of burning his blood essence. After all, it was blood essence. Burn a little, and there will be less. Now, Lei Mu Bei's hair was disheveled, his aura was soaring, and his strength had doubled. Lin Ming's spear was full of sharpness, but his aura was still a little behind. His strength had increased by about 60-70%. Originally, the two had similar strengths, but now the difference in strength increase immediately widened the gap between them. Lin Ming, there's danger. This is Lei Mu Bei's desperate move. If you can't take it, you may be seriously injured or even disabled. The disciples of Shenhuang Island held their breath, and some young girls who had a good impression of Lin Ming had their hearts hanging in their throats. Their beautiful eyes were wide open, and they didn't even blink, for fear of missing the next scene. Mu Qianxue exhaled lightly, crossed her hands, and clasped them together, silently saying in her heart, Lin Ming, you must not be in any trouble. Lei Mu Bei's mouth was full of blood, because of the pain of the blood vessels in his body constantly bursting. He said with a ferocious face, Lin Ming, I didn't expect you to still keep the last trick at this time. You are really strong enough to shock me, but it ends here. Your trump card is not as good as mine after all. It seems that, because of the burning of blood, Lei Mu Bei's voice has changed, becoming hoarse and low. He said word by word, take my last blow, the Devil King comes to come. As soon as the word come came out, Lei Mu Bei held the halberd with both hands, and chopped it out with the halberd. The surging blood waves surged up, and at that moment, the void seemed to be split open. Lei Mu Bei rushed out with an indomitable and earth-destroying momentum. Even through the protective light, everyone present could feel the blood surging all over their bodies, as if the blood was going to flow backwards, which was indescribably uncomfortable. Too strong. The aftermath alone made so many disciples feel so uncomfortable that they wanted to vomit blood. How could Lin Ming, who was the first to bear the brunt, block it? Everyone's heart was hanging in the air. Mu Qianxue crossed her hands together, and her heart tightened instantly. In the center of the square, facing the crazy blood-red storm, Lin Ming's clothes fluttered, and his long hair was blown wildly by the storm. At this time, his heart was as calm as water, and his senses were connected to the seeds of the evil god. On the purple Zuan gun, the purple ox, and tiny flames were trembling slightly. 10,000 years of purple electric bamboo. 10,000 years of holy fire phoenix tree. The increase of the best materials, the flames swallowed, and the thunder roared. The crazy flames and thunder power burst out like a flood that broke the dam. Wherever the spear tip points, it drives thousands of miles straight. The terrifying sound of thunder and fire and gas explosions echoed in the air, and the purple Zuan gun was like a meteor wrapped in fire thunder, piercing straight out. The fire essence of the immortal holy fire and the purple dragon god thunder met in an instant thunder and fire kill. Boom. The terrifying energy burst out. At that moment, the sound was swallowed up, the sun lost its color, and time seemed to slow down suddenly at that moment. Lin Ming's vision was completely filled with the blazing light. He seemed to be in an independent dimension in an instant. He could even clearly hear the sound of his heartbeat, and feel the rolling heat, and excited humming in the evil god's seed. Crack. The protective light curtain that was rearranged before, which was enough to withstand the full strength attack of the innate early stage master, exploded again. The true energy flow generated by the explosion was too terrifying. The master who set up the barrier had never thought that the contest at the acquired early stage level could reach this level. The blazing white light only flashed for a few breaths, and all the tables of the birthday banquet were overturned. Fortunately, the masters present had already seen the bad news and opened the protective shield in time, which prevented people from being injured. The competition square had been blown into ruins at this time. Lin Ming supported the purple Zuan gun and stood with difficulty, while Lei Mubei was covered in blood and his eyes had lost their spirit. Plop. Lei Mubei fell to his knees, his body shaky. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. They needed some time to digest what had just happened. Lin Ming, 1? Thanks to Chinayakan's 10,000 reward, I became the head of Wuji Hall. The third update. Chapter 389. Execute first and report later. Lei Jingshan, the leader of Lei Ji sect, was completely stunned. No one knew how terrifying Lei Mubei was better than him, but now, Lei Mubei was defeated by Lin Ming. The shock he brought to him was so great that he couldn't believe it. As for the young disciples of the 5-element domain, they were still in a daze. In this battle, whether it was Lei Mubei or Lin Ming, their strength was beyond their understanding. Now Lin Ming's victory made them feel like a dream. It was also the first time they knew that warriors in the late stage of condensation vein and the early stage of acquired realm could achieve such terrifying strength. Such a strong shock made them not know how to comment. Even the term saint-level genius seemed insufficient to describe him. In their opinion, Lin Ming could only be a figure that existed in books, such as the once powerful Netherworld Emperor and the 5-element monarch who once ruled the 5-element domain. In the Huang sect area, Princess Huang, who was dressed in red, stared at Lin Ming in a daze, and sighed softly in her heart. Originally, she felt resentful because someone stole the limelight and she was unable to play, but now after witnessing the battle between Lin Ming and Lei Mubei, she was glad that with her own strength, she would only be laughed at if she played. It's a pity that I once thought I was already a top genius, but now it seems that I'm just a frog in the well. Not only Princess Huang, but also the arrogant Lei Zhenzi, the calms and Yunjian, and the cold Baeoxuan all had similar thoughts at this time. They grew up in the aura of genius, and there was no one of their peers who could compare with them, so they inevitably had the idea that they were the protagonists of the future continent. Now compared with Lin Ming, if nothing unexpected happened, the gap between them and Lin Ming would be difficult to catch up in their lifetime. Mu Fengxian retracted her gaze and closed her eyes slightly. Lin Ming was already a genius beyond the capacity of Shenhuang Island. Such a person should have appeared in a 5th grade sect or even a holy land. Only such a huge force, after thousands or even tens of thousands of years of accumulated luck, can cultivate many geniuses like Lin Ming who can impact the emperor and then let the heavens select them. Those who finally stay can be crowned as emperors. For more than 10 breaths, no one spoke in the entire square. The whole place was silent. Elder Zuundan sighed in his heart, while the young heroes were digesting the amazing battle of kings they saw. This battle had a huge impact on their minds, and overturned their previous worldview. Many people used to dream that they were the son of destiny, but now they have just woken up from their dreams. Maybe this is not a bad thing for them. In such a silent square, when everyone was still a little confused, Lin Ming put away the purple spear and walked towards Lei Mubei step by step. Lei Mubei was still kneeling on the ground at this time. His eyes were dim, his mouth was full of blood, and his consciousness was still there, but because of the serious injury and the large amount of blood consumed, he was already shaky. Seeing Lin Ming coming, his originally dim eyes turned bright red, and the murderous intent and hatred burst out without concealment. He wanted to say a few words, but when he opened his eyes with difficulty, blood kept gushing out, and he couldn't speak at all. Today's humiliation is engraved in Lei Mubei's heart. If he does not take revenge, it will become a mental obstacle for Lei Mubei, causing him to be sluggish and his thoughts to be blocked. People who practice magic pay more attention to the flow of thoughts than those who practice the righteous way. Demons are originally synonymous with doing whatever they want, unlike the righteous way, which still has moral standards. People who practice magic are enemies of the world and all living beings. If they cannot do whatever they want and satisfy their desires, then what is the point of practicing magic? It is better to recite the scriptures and chant the Buddha. Lei Mubei could no longer speak. He could only curse in his heart. When the day comes that Shenhuang Island is destroyed, I will make you live a life worse than death. I will abolish your martial arts, break your limbs, and keep you in a jar, so that people can watch me wantonly squander the natural treasures accumulated by Shenhuang Island. I will also abolish Mu Qianxue and Mu Bingyan's martial arts, strip them naked in front of you, enter their bodies wantonly, play with them and humiliate them, and get their blood. Lei Mubei thought so and grinned. It was only a matter of time before Shenhuang Island was destroyed, and that day would not be far away. He saw that there was also murderous intent in Lin Ming's eyes, and it was obvious that he also wanted to kill him. Unfortunately, no matter how talented you are, being trapped in a 4th grade sect on Shenhuang Island is like being shackled and can never rush to the sky. Lin Ming, one day, I will avenge today's humiliation. Lei Mubei said intermittently, using the true essence to transmit sound. In his current state, even the true essence to transmit sound is very difficult. Lin Ming seemed to have not heard Lei Mubei's true energy transmission at all. Instead, he smiled and put his hand on Lei Mubei's shoulder, pretending to help Lei Mubei up. Lei Mubei's body stiffened. I told you before that you didn't understand your situation. Until now, you still don't understand. Are you going to avenge today's humiliation? I'm sorry, you don't have a chance. Lin Ming's lips moved slightly, and the cold true energy transmission sounded in Lei Mubei's ears, making him feel like he was falling into an ice cellar. You crazy, go to hell. The smile on Lin Ming's face suddenly turned cold, and he raised his palm and pressed it towards Lei Mubei's heart. Meridian breaking hand. Bang. Lei Mubei's body shook, and his already fragile meridians were rushed into by Lin Ming's violent power, and his meridians were broken. Puff. Lei Mubei spat out a mouthful of blood, and his mind was still full of unbelievable thoughts. Lin Ming is crazy. The incident happened so suddenly that even the Zuundan master was too late to stop Lin Ming after he struck out. People originally thought that Lin Ming was going to help Lei Mubei. At this time, they absolutely could not imagine and dare not believe that Lin Ming would actually strike out so hard when Lei Mubei had no power to resist. What was he going to do? To provoke a war between the 5-element domain and the Phoenix Island? The Phoenix Island was already in a precarious situation. If he stirred up public anger and provoked a war in the 5-element domain, he would definitely die without a burial place. Lin Ming was undoubtedly digging his own grave by doing this. Even if he was destined to become a powerful emperor in the future, at this moment, the Phoenix Island did not dare to risk the world's disapproval to protect him. Boy, you are looking for death. The most angry person was Lei Jingshan. Lei Mubei was the holy son of the South China Sea Demon Domain, the future helmsman of the South China Sea Demon Domain. If he died here, the South Sea Demon Realm would probably be angry with him. Even if the South Sea Demon Realm had no time to care about him. Because of the battle on Shenhuang Island, they would not let him go in the future. As for the ancient magic scroll, it was all gone. Lei Jingxun had never been so angry before. A purple electric light flashed across his hands, and he pressed his palm towards Lin Ming. Under this palm, a master in the late stage of Xianshan would be killed instantly, and Lin Ming would definitely die. Before everyone could exclaim, Lei Jingxun's palm had already chopped down. Under the violent energy compression, the space around Lin Ming suddenly tightened, and he couldn't move at all. In fact, even if he could move, Lin Ming couldn't dodge at all. Lei Jingxun, what are you doing? At the critical moment, Mu Yuhang appeared on the ring like a burst of fire, and shattered the thunder under Lei Jingxun's palm with one palm. Bang! Lei Jingxun retreated several steps, and Mu Yuhang just shook his body slightly and stood firm. Lei Jingxun was furious. What did I do? Why would I ask you to do that? Mu Yuhang, are you going to allow your disciples to kill people wantonly? Mu Yuhang's face was not looking good at this time. It was the moment when Lin Ming took action that she suddenly heard Lin Ming's true essence transmission. Lei Mu Bei is a spy from the South China Sea Demon Realm. Lin Ming simply killed first and then reported, not giving Mu Yuhang any chance to react. Even Mu Yuhang, who was tough in nature, was in a mess at this time. This matter had a huge impact. All 6 sects of the 5-element domain were present. Under the watchful eyes of the public, this kid Lin Ming was going to make a big fuss this time. Once he couldn't prove what he said, even the Phoenix Island couldn't protect him. She gave Lin Ming a reproachful look, but now was not the time to scold him. Things had already happened, and had to be resolved. Sure enough, the elders of the major sects in the 5-element domain were all angry. They stood up one after another, and glared at Lin Ming. The 7 sects of the 5-element domain, gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder, were connected by one breath. How could they tolerate such things? At this time, Lei Mu Bei was already dying. His meridians were broken, but he was still holding on and didn't faint. However, at this time, he couldn't even make an angry expression. He could only stare at Lin Ming with his eyes wide open. The resentment in his eyes was shocking. Lei Mu Bei didn't realize what Lin Ming had done to him. He felt that his meridians were broken in many places. However, although the meridian injuries were the most difficult to treat, for the 5th grade sect, there were still ways to treat them, but he would have to stay in bed for several months. Of course, this was just Lei Mu Bei's wishful thinking. Lin Ming completely ignored Lei Mu Bei's resentful eyes and calmly faced the anger of the elders of the 6 major sects in the 5-element domain. He first bowed his hands and saluted, saying, Lei Zongsu said that I killed someone, but that's not true. I didn't kill him. Lei Mu Bei is still alive. Lei Jingxun didn't expect Lin Ming to say this right away, and he was so angry that he trembled all over. You broke his meridians, and you still said something sarcastic. I must beat you to death with one palm today. Lei Jingxun burst out with momentum, but Mu Yuhan was right in front of him, so he could do nothing. Lin Ming said, what I did was naturally for a reason. Lei Mu Bei came from the South China Sea Demon Domain. Lei Zongsu, don't tell me that. You don't know this at all. What? Lin Ming's words shocked the whole audience, and even Lei Jingxun was trembling with disbelief. How could it be possible? How did he find out? But after all, he had lived for hundreds of years, so he did not lose his composure and immediately denied it. You are lying. Mu Bei is a genius disciple I found in Zheoxu territory 3 years ago. He has a clean background. How could he be the spy you said? Although Lei Jingxun concealed his expression very well, his true energy fluctuations had slightly changed at that moment, which was keenly captured by Mu Yuhan. First update, asking for monthly tickets. Please bear with me, if I don't ask for it, it really won't increase, and there are only 2 tickets so far. Dash. Chapter 390 Confrontation. Although Lei Jingxun concealed his expression very well, his true energy fluctuations had slightly changed at that moment, which was keenly captured by Mu Yuhan. This old fox. Mu Yuhan's face was gloomy, and he also understood why Lei Jingxun had repeatedly made things difficult for him these days. He was very likely with Lei Mu Bei. Lei Jingxun has probably secretly defected to the South Sea Demon Realm. What Lin Ming said is 70% to 80% true. He is so brave to kill first and report later. The key is, how can he prove it? It is impossible to torture him in this situation. Mu Yuhang knew that this matter was of great importance. If he could not explain it clearly, Lin Ming would die miserably, and Shenhuang Island would not be able to protect him. Lei Jingxun's body was flashing with thunder, and his eyes were fierce like a beast that would choose its prey. Even Shizankan of How to Sect stood up. He had been defeated by Lin Ming before, and was refuted to pieces. How could he miss the opportunity to add insult to injury now? You are such a slanderous young man. You have such a vicious mind. You cut off all the meridians of nephew Lei Mu Bei, just because of some disputes and grudges. If you don't give me an explanation, I will also cut off all your meridians. Otherwise how can the 5-element domain keep its face? As Shizankan spoke, his aura burst out. The joint pressure of the two mid-stage Zuandan masters made Lin Ming feel the pressure suddenly increase even with Mu Yuhang standing in front of him. Lin Ming did not have any good feelings towards Shizankan. He said in a deep voice, "Elder Shi, don't talk nonsense." Shizankan sneered, "You also know that you can't talk nonsense. You said that nephew Lei Mu Bei is a spy from the South China Sea Demon domain, so where is the evidence? If you can't produce evidence, you should prepare to pay with your life." As Shizankan spoke, the 5-element domain disciples below the stage became agitated, especially Chu Yunfei, Chen Kun, Shi Han and others who had been brutally abused by Lin Ming before, and they even shouted at Lin Ming to pay with his life. "Lin Ming, this matter is very serious. If you have any evidence, please bring it out quickly. If it goes wrong, I can't protect you." Mu Yuhang used her true energy to transmit the sound. There was a hint of blame in her voice. Such a big matter, he didn't even discuss it with her, and took action directly. Lin Ming took a deep breath and replied, "Senior Mu, I have no choice, because there is no definite evidence. If I tell you in advance, I'm afraid I have to discuss it with the elders. By then, I'm afraid there will be a lot of people who oppose it. The result will be nothing. I have to kill first and report later." Lin Ming knew that, based on his one-sided statement, even if Mu Yuhang trusted him, he would not dare to act rashly. Most likely, he would mention it to the elders, and it would definitely be nothing. After all, even if a junior spy was killed correctly, it would not have much impact on the entire battle situation. If he was killed by mistake, it would be over. At that time, Lin Ming could only watch Lei Mu Bei leave Shenhuang Island and return to his South Sea Demon realm, becoming a venomous snake hidden behind him, waiting for an opportunity to bite. Lin Ming still has a family, and he doesn't want to have such a person staring at him. Gao Yangboyan is enough for him. After all, Gao Yangboyan is still a member of the Seven Profound Valley, and he dare not do anything reckless, but Lei Mu Bei has no such scruples. So he can only destroy Lei Mu Bei first, and cut off his retreat. Mu Yuhang's face changed completely. "What did you say? You don't have definite evidence? It's just a guess?" Lin Ming said, "Not entirely, I'm still somewhat sure." As Lin Ming said this, he stepped forward, and stood in front of Shizankan and Lei Jingxun, facing the pressure of the two elders. Shizankan had a mocking sneer on his face, as if he had seen the scene of Lin Ming's meridians being cut off. Lei Jingxun looked fierce. He felt a little guilty, but he didn't believe that Lin Ming really had evidence. As long as he couldn't produce evidence, he would insist that he was slandering him. Lin Ming bowed and saluted, and said calmly, "Sect Master Lei, please be patient. If it is proven that I'm slandering you, you can kill me at will." Lei Jingxun frowned, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. "You said it. If you don't have evidence, I will slap you to death." While Lei Jingxun was speaking, his eyes were looking at Mu Yuhang, protesting to Mu Yuhang. "Master Yuhang, this is what your disciple said in person. You have nothing to say." Mu Yuhang's face became even uglier. At this time, no matter how tough she was, no matter how protective she was, she could not protect Lin Ming. With a deeper voice, Mu Yuhang said coldly, "What Lin Ming promised in person is natural. If he really slanders me, I will let Master Lei deal with it. But if Lin Ming produces evidence and someone denies it, I will personally kill the person who denies it." Feeling the murderous intent in Mu Yuhang's words, Lei Jingxun's heart jumped, but he still sneered. "Master, remember what you said." When things developed to this point, Mu Qianxue could no longer sit still. She looked at Lin Ming anxiously. Her heart was in turmoil. The eyes of the whole audience were fixed on Lin Ming. Lin Ming took a deep breath and calmed his voice completely. I have a few questions to ask Master Lei. Ask. I want to see what you can ask. Lei Jingshan's voice was aggressive. Lin Ming said, first question, when Lei Mu Bei was fighting with me, was the technique he used from the Lei Ji sect? Lei Jingshan frowned. No. The technique that Mu Bei practiced was obtained by Mu Bei himself from the ancient ruins. Since ancient times, geniuses have been blessed with great luck, and it is normal to gain opportunities from ancient ruins. Lei sect master is right. Lin Ming nodded. I have a second question. Is Lei Mu Bei's thunder spirit passed down from the Lei Ji sect? Lei Jingshan's voice sank. Could this kid have set a text trap for me to fall into? After thinking over and over, he still didn't know where the trap was. Lei Jingshan said, Mu Bei's thunder spirit was also found by him when he entered the great evil land alone. It is not from my Lei Ji sect. Lei Jingshan has made up his mind to distance himself from everything, so that when Lin Ming asks about it, he won't be able to explain clearly, and will have to lie again. Lin Ming nodded. The third question, who are Lei Mu Bei's parents? Has Lei Mu Bei ever told Master Lei about his life experience? Lei Jingshan said, Mu Bei has been an orphan since he was a child. His parents are just mortals who died in the war. The parents of mortal are dead. Lei Jingshan thought that, even if Lin Ming had great ability, he would not be able to find them to verify. Lin Ming said, I have finished asking. Senior Mu, please set up a barrier to block the transmission of true essence and sound. Mu Yuhang raised her eyebrows. She didn't know what Lin Ming was doing. She followed what Lin Ming said and found a formation master from Shenhuang Island to set up a barrier nearby to block the transmission of true essence and sound. When the barrier was set, Lin Ming touched the Zumi ring with his finger and took out a red spherical crystal the size of a water droplet. He said, I wonder if you recognize this thing. Lei Jingshan narrowed his eyes. He felt an ancient and wild aura on this little thing. Obviously, it was not an ordinary thing. What is this? Lei Jingshan didn't recognize it, but Shi Zhangkan's face changed slightly. He had seen similar records of this thing in the classics. This kid actually had this thing. Mu Fengxian stood up with bright eyes. She looked at Lin Ming deeply and said, after the death of the Nether Emperor, the demon heart he cultivated was shattered by an emperor and broken into 3 pieces. It is rumored that these 3 pieces were obtained by 3 Zuandan masters respectively, and they were made into many demon heart broken crystals. After dissolving with their own blood essence and taking them, it can increase the probability of innate masters breaking through Zuandan. I have also seen one. If I'm not mistaken, the red crystal in Lin Ming's hand is the demon heart broken crystal. The Nether Emperor has fallen for 1,000 years, and the Zuandan old monsters present only have a lifespan of a few hundred years. Not many people know this demon heart broken crystal. Most people have only read the records in the classics. The only person who has really seen it is Mu Fengxian, but she had already broken through Zuandan at that time, and this demon heart broken crystal was not very useful to her. Lei Jingshan's eyebrows twitched. Increase the probability of an innate master breaking through the Zuandan? This kid actually has such a precious thing. Lin Ming said, it is this thing. Lin Ming got a total of 10 demon heart broken crystals from Zhao Zinayu. When he was chased by Huang Zixun, he ate half of it, leaving 9.5. Half of the demon heart broken crystal helped Lin Ming's marrow tempering reach half, and then during the 3 months of retreat on Yinming Island, Lin Ming relied on swallowing a large number of heavenly pills that were enhanced by the Ming Yao Fu to increase his marrow tempering to nearly 20%. As for the demon heart broken crystal, Lin Ming was worried that there was too much poison in his body, so he didn't take any of it and kept it in the Zumi ring. There were a total of 9.5. Now that he took out one, Lin Ming felt a little heartbroken. Boy, what do you want to do? Lei Jingshan had an ominous premonition in his heart. Lin Ming said, Master Lei, you don't know that this demon heart crystal contains the will of the Nether Emperor. After swallowing it, you can feel the breath of the Nether Emperor. When the time comes, you will naturally know. Lin Ming said, turned to the people present, and said, I would like to invite a few seniors to come on stage to verify one thing. Lei Jingshan's face changed slightly. Contains the will of the Nether Emperor. What does it mean? Can you feel something after swallowing the demon heart crystal? He glanced at Lei Mubei inadvertently, but saw that Lei Mubei, who was lying on the ground at this time, had a deathly grey face, pale lips, and dull eyes, as if he was dead. Lei Jingshan's heart sank. It's over. Elder Jin, can you please come up? And Elder Bei. Lin Ming called the two elders from Jinzhang Mountain and Hanbing Palace respectively. As far as he knew, these two forces were relatively fair. The people from Jinzhang Mountain were relatively low-key, while the people from Hanbing Palace were relatively cold and arrogant. The two should not lie, and they had no reason to cover up for Lei Mubei. Presumably, apart from Lei Jingshan, no one else would risk the world's disapproval to join the South China Sea Demon Realm. Lei Jingshan was completely chilled. He knew while Lin Ming set up a barrier to isolate the true essence and sound transmission, just to prevent himself from having a chance to discuss privately with the two elders. What about the 3 questions before? Why did he ask? Lei Jingshan's heart was in turmoil, and the uneasy premonition in his heart became stronger and stronger. All he wanted now was to get himself out, and if he died, only Lei Mubei would die. Chapter 391 Alliance, asking for monthly ticket. Lin Ming calmly divided the demon heart crystal into about 1/3, and then divided this 1/3 equally between the two elders of Jinzhangshan and Hanbing Palace. The two still didn't understand. Elder Jin asked, Lin Ming, what do you mean? Lin Ming smiled and said, after taking this demon heart crystal, you can feel the breath of the Nether Emperor. At that time, you will find that this breath is exactly the same as that of Lei Mubei. Elder Jin's face changed slightly. Lin Ming used his life to guarantee the matter. In this way, it is probably not wrong. He looked at Lei Jingshan deeply, and seeing Lei Jingshan's ugly face, he had some associations in his mind. Lin Ming bowed and said, this is related to my life. Can I ask you two to swear to the heart of martial arts that everything you say is true? Swearing to the heart of martial arts is not omnipotent. When it comes to some major interests, regret is still possible. However, in this situation, the two elders will naturally not break their promises. It is reasonable. I can swear to the heart of martial arts that everything I said is true. Elder Jin said calmly. After Elder Jin, the female elder of the Ice Palace also swore. The two of them then fused the magic heart crystal with the essence and blood and swallowed it. The magic heart crystal had little effect on Elder Zuanden, but it could also slightly improve his cultivation. After swallowing the magic heart crystal, the two began to meditate and regulate their breathing. Both of them were in the middle stage of Zuanden cultivation. The energy of the magic heart crystal fell into their bodies and could not make any waves. However, the faces of the two elders were not calm. Like Lin Ming, they saw the scene of the Nether Emperor fighting many demons. The majestic and vast momentum that resounded through the universe made people tremble. After a while, Elder Jin let out a long breath and opened his eyes first. Mu Yuhang's eyebrows jumped, and Mu Qianxue's heart was also lifted. Everyone present looked at Elder Jin. Lin Ming was silent, just looking at Elder Jin quietly, waiting for his judgment. Elder Jin looked at Lin Ming meaningfully, but did not answer directly. Instead, he asked, Lin Ming, you have also swallowed the devil heart crystal, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't know it so clearly. Lin Ming nodded. There was nothing wrong with admitting this. Haha. He is indeed a genius that only appears once in 1,000 years in the southern sky region. He can swallow the devil heart crystal with only the cultivation level of the condensation vein stage. It really surprises me. Elder Jin sighed, and then said loudly, what Lin Ming said is true. I did feel the same aura as the Nether Emperor in Lei Mubei. This aura comes from the inheritance of blood. If my guess is correct, this Lei Mubei is most likely the direct descendant of the Nether Emperor. When Elder Jin said this, everyone was shocked. Lei Jingshan's face had already turned the color of liver. Shizan beside him also looked ugly. He didn't expect that he came out to criticize Lin Ming, but was once again embarrassed by Lin Ming. At this time, Elder Bei of the Ice Palace also opened his eyes, nodded slowly, and agreed with Elder Jin's words. Mu Yuhang finally breathed a sigh of relief, and her heart was put back in her stomach. She looked at Lei Jingshan, and her voice suddenly turned cold. Lei Zongsu, do you have anything else to say? When Lin Ming asked you a question just now, you said that this child's parents are both mortals. and as far as I know, the descendants of Emperor Yao Ming have fled to the South China Sea Demon Realm, and now they are the backbone of the South China Sea Demon Realm. I have never heard that any of them has become a mortal bloodline, and they died in the War of Mortals. Lei Jingshan was forced to be speechless by Mu Qianxue. He could only grit his teeth and say, the things about his life experience are all said by Mu Bei himself. How can I know whether it is true or false? What's more, what Elder Jin said just now is an 8 or 9 out of 10 probability, not a definite conclusion. Elder Jin looked at Lei Jingshan with contempt. At this time, he was still quibbling. He said that he habitually left a way out when he said 8 or 9 out of 10. Compared to Lin Ming's vague judgment, Elder Jin's judgment was clearer. After all, Lin Ming had been devouring the demon heart crystal for a long time, and Elder Jin was comparing it with the demon heart crystal that Lei Mu Bei had devoured, so he was naturally more confident. Seeing Lei Jingshan's quibbling, Lin Ming smiled. Sect Master Lei, I happen to have some torture methods. If you don't object, I'm willing to try it on Lei Mu Bei, and maybe I'll get some unexpected information. Lin Ming emphasized the word unexpected, and Lei Jingshan immediately felt a chill rising from his back. This kid was threatening him. With a gloomy face, he looked at Lei Mu Bei, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog. Lei Jingshan was frightened. He couldn't guarantee that this guy wouldn't bite randomly when he was desperate. The reputation of the South Sea Demon Realm was notorious. If Lei Jingshan was known to have formed an alliance with the South Sea Demon Realm for personal gain, his reputation would be ruined, and he would be despised by others. Lei Jingshan's face turned red and blue. He just stood in the middle of the square, unable to say a word. Lin Ming whispered a few words in Mu Qianxue's ear. Mu Qianxue smiled and waved his hand to remove the barrier that blocked the transmission of true energy, leaving space for Lei Jingshan to speak. Boy, what do you want? Lei Jingshan said with true energy transmission. He was extremely angry at this time. He was a dignified 4th grade sect leader, but now he was forced to such a point by Lin Ming, and had to negotiate conditions in a humble manner. How could he not be angry? Sect Master Lei, why don't you talk to Senior Mu about the alliance again? Although Lin Ming really wanted to destroy Lei Jingshan, this idea was just an idea. Even if it was really proved that Lei Jingshan had some exchange of interests with the South Sea Demon Realm, he could not do anything to him. At most, he would be discredited. After all, Lei Jingshan was the leader of the Lei Ji sect, and he was also a Zuundan master. Shenhuang Island could not do anything to him. If he really killed him here, it would inevitably cause revenge from the Lei Ji sect. Are you threatening me? Threatening you? Lin Ming smiled. Master Lei, do you think that, after what has happened now, your deal with the South China Sea Demon Realm can continue? Lei Jingshan gritted his teeth, while Mu Qianxue smiled. She never thought that this banquet would have such a dramatic result. Lei Jingshan got himself into trouble. Just thinking about it made people happy. Mu Qianxue deliberately said in public, Master Lei seems to have been deceived by Lei Mu Bei, right? If I were Master Lei, I would definitely kill Lei Mu Bei with my own hands, and clean up the mess. Mu Qianxue's words instantly put Lei Jingshan in a dilemma. Killing Lei Mu Bei would directly make enemies with the South China Sea Demon Realm. Not killing Lei Mu Bei would inevitably make people suspect the unclear relationship between him and Lei Mu Bei. Lei Jingshan gritted his teeth and used his true energy to transmit the message to Lin Ming and Mu Qianxue. Don't go too far. Tomorrow morning, I will discuss the alliance with the elders of the 5-element domain again. Now, hand Lei Mu Bei over to me. At this point, Lei Jingshan just wanted to get the ancient magic scroll in Lei Mu Bei's Zumi ring. Although there was only the first volume, and it was impossible to get the subsequent ones, it was better than nothing. Lin Ming said, it's okay to give it to Sect Master Lei, but Sect Master Lei cannot take Lei Mu Bei down the mountain. Also, the Thunder Spirit and Sumeru ring on Lei Mu Bei need to be left behind. Lei Jingshan frowned. Are you going to take advantage of the fire? Most of the things in Lei Mu Bei's Sumeru ring belong to my Lei Ji sect. Why should I give them to you? Lin Ming smiled. Sect Master Lei is really forgetful. Didn't Sect Master Lei say before that Lei Mu Bei's Thunder Spirit and the skills he practiced were all found by him from ancient ruins? Sect Master Lei also said that since ancient times, geniuses have been blessed with great luck, and it is normal for them to gain opportunities from ancient ruins. Since the things on Lei Mubei are not from the Lei Ji sect, and Lei Mubei is a spy caught by me, then logically speaking, the things on him should belong to me. What do you think, Sect Master Lei? Lin Ming spoke slowly, and Lei Jingxun was so angry that he almost vomited blood on the spot. He felt like he had been a complete idiot today and had been played around by others. He pointed at Lin Ming, and his fingertips were shaking. In the end, he said nothing, gritted his teeth, turned around and strode away. Seeing Lei Jingxun's furious look, the disciples of Lei Ji sect were all silent and hurried off. Zhao Xiaolian was left sitting on the stool in a daze, looking at Lei Mubei, who was like a dead dog in the square, with lifeless eyes. Lei Mubei lost to Lin Ming. Lei Mubei was actually a spy. Lei Mubei's meridians were destroyed by Lin Ming. These thoughts echoed in her mind, like a fool. Zhao Lai looked at his sister, sighed, and said nothing. He knew that she would not listen to anything he said at this time. The only elder left on the stage was Shi Zhankan. His face was not much better than Lei Jingxun's. He felt like a clown, foolishly jumping on the stage to show off, but failed to show off, and only caused ridicule. Elder Shi, is there anything else? Lin Ming asked with a smile. Shi Zhankan snorted coldly, young Master Lin is a hero at a young age. I admire you very much. After that, Elder Shi left with a wave of his sleeves, and the disciples of How to Sect also quietly left. For a while, only the disciples of the four sects were left at the banquet. Because of the previous fight, the dishes had been broken all over the floor, so the birthday banquet could not be held. The four major sects also said goodbye one after another. Mu Yuhan was in a very good mood. Very good. Even if the alliance could not be negotiated tomorrow, she was very happy to have lost face to Lei Jingxun today. Moreover, with the handle in hand, it was very likely that Lei Jingxun would surrender tomorrow. The 6 sects in the 5-element domain were connected in one breath. Before, it was because Lei Jingxun was holding on to the high price and refused to give in, so the other sects naturally did not want to suffer losses, so the negotiations collapsed. Now as long as Lei Jingxun gives in, the negotiations can naturally proceed smoothly. Mu Yuhan looked at Lin Ming and showed a gratified smile. Lin Ming is really the lucky star of Shenhuang Island. At today's banquet, Lin Ming should be credited with the first merit. Lin Ming not only beat the other heroes in the competition performance, which made Shenhuang Island proud, but also made Lei Jingxun suffer a loss and had to renegotiate with Shenhuang Island. This was a reversal that was almost impossible to achieve in Mu Yuhan's eyes, but it was accomplished by Lin Ming. The third update is completed, and the monthly ticket list has been surpassed again. I ask for a few monthly tickets to comfort me. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 392 Celebration. At night, the Wutang Pavilion, which was usually silent at night, was boiling. In the clearing in the forest of Wutang Pavilion, a bonfire celebration was being held in full swing. On Shenhuang Island, disciples rarely eat barbecue and other things. Instead, they eat spiritual grains, spiritual food, spiritual vegetables, and tender bamboo. Even many female disciples have not touched meat for several years. They are truly detached from the world. Shenhuang Island is a serious place. There are so many rules that it is suffocating. An indulgent bonfire celebration like this is rare every few years. If there is no special permission, you will have to face the wall and reflect on your mistakes. The core disciples of the younger generation of Shenhuang Island, no matter how high their status, are young after all. They usually lock themselves in the small building at night and practice again and again. This kind of life is fine for a few months, but after a long time, they have been suffocated. Therefore, today's rare bonfire celebration, none of the core disciples and direct disciples missed it. Some inner disciples also got in through connections and vowed to revel all night. Girls accounted for 80% to 90% of the disciples on Shenhuang Island, and most of them were beautiful. At first glance, they were all beautiful. Among them, there was Zhao Zhenyu from Lanyu sect. As a new disciple, she was not qualified to participate in such a core disciple bonfire banquet, but Zhang Zhen remembered her. This girl came to Shenhuang Island with Lin Ming, and it was Zhang Zhen who received her. Zhang Zhen guessed that Zhao Zhenyu might be Lin Ming's maid or concubine, so he specially called her here. In Zhang Zhen's opinion, Zhao Zhenyu's talent would only make her a maid on Shenhuang Island. Of course, she might be the foreman of the maids, and if she was lucky, she could serve the daily life of the direct disciples. Zhao Zhenyu was brought here by Zhang Zhen, and she still felt a little confused. She was not qualified to participate in the birthday banquet in the daytime, so she did not witness the battle of the young generation of kings that people talked about with relish. It was just that she just heard Zhang Zhen's exaggerated talk, and she still couldn't believe it in her heart. The condensation vein stage is comparable to the innate. Zhao Zhenyu didn't listen to anything else. Only this sentence was branded in her heart like a spell, making her feel like a dream. Xianshan, that was once Zhao Zhenyu's goal and the symbol of the elders of Lanyu sect. Usually, Zhao Zhenyu would be respectful and polite to any elders. Does Lin Ming now have the strength comparable to the inner elders of Lanyu sect? Zhao Zhenyu was thinking in a daze, and suddenly heard Zhang Zhen shouting, Brother Lin, come here. Zhang Zhen was flipping a blue-eyed pheasant, while waving at Lin Ming. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, Zhao Zhenyu really couldn't believe that the core disciple of Shenhuang Island who was showing off in front of her a few days ago, and was arrogant in his bones, was the same person as the guy who was smiling flatteringly, and trying to be her younger brother. Lin Ming had just returned from old lady Yu Huang, and was invited to participate in this bonfire party. There was no doubt that he was the protagonist tonight. The whole bonfire party was in an uproar. People turned their eyes to him. Most of them were in admiration, but there were also jealous eyes. Many people here saw Lin Ming for the first time. Is he Lin Ming? He doesn't seem as strong as a congenital warrior. A 15 or 16-year-old inner sect disciple asked. Lin Ming's aura was much worse than that of a congenital warrior. Stupid, what do you know? Senior brother Lin usually hides his aura and only bursts out at critical moments. Moreover, he can burst out twice, so it's no problem to increase his aura by 5, 6, 7, or 8 times. In the battle with Lei Mu Bei, Lin Ming burst out his true essence twice in a row, once using the power of marrow tempering, and once opening the power of the evil god. It was really impressive. After Lin Ming arrived, he saw Mu Qianxue and Mu Qianxue were also there. He smiled at them and came to sit next to Zhang Zhen. Zhao Zhenyu? Lin Ming realized that Zhao Zhenyu was there too. Yes, senior brother Zhang asked me to come. Zhao Zhenyu carefully put down the barbecue in her hand and said, thank you, I'm already an inner disciple of Shenhuang Island, and Her Highness the Saint also sent someone to deliver the first jade slip of the vermilion bird forbidden god record to me, and promised to transplant the vermilion bad bloodline for me within a month. Zhao Zhenyu's voice was a little restrained, because Lin Ming's aura was too strong now. She had unconsciously used a respectful tone. As for the little girl's thoughts that had moved, because Lin Ming saved her in danger, she had already deeply suppressed them in her heart. That's good. Lin Ming had mentioned Zhao Zhenyu's matter to Mu Qianxue before, and since Mu Qianxue had spoken, it was naturally resolved quickly. The Suzaku blood that Zhao Zhenyu transplanted was naturally far inferior to Lin Ming's Suzaku blood essence. Although every inner sect disciple had it, it was also divided into grades. The grade that Mu Qianxue promised to Zhao Zhenyu was very high, enough for Zhao Zhenyu to practice the first few levels of Suzaku Forbidden God Record and obtain a certain degree of compatibility with the fire element's true essence. The atmosphere of the banquet was joyful. Under Zhang Zhen's introduction, Lin Ming met many disciples of Shenhuang Island, including Yan Fuhang. Senior brother Yan. Lin Ming smiled and bowed. Yan Fuhang's face was a little stiff. Originally, he would never want to attend this banquet, but all the disciples and core disciples were attending. If he didn't come alone, wouldn't it be a case of trying to cover up one's own faults? Yan Fuhang was now in a state of panic. If he had known that Lin Ming was such a pervert, he would not have dared to go against Lin Ming. This person is very likely to surpass Mu Qianxue and Mu Bingyan in the future. Maybe old lady Yu Huan would get a whim and give Lin Ming a position like the Holy Sun. A small fish who is not even a direct disciple is not enough to fill the gaps in their teeth. Yan Fuhang barely maintained a bitter smile on his face. He didn't know if Zhen Yunjian had sold him out. With Lin Ming's current influence, if he really asked Zhen Yunjian would definitely tell the truth. Thinking of this, Yan Fuhang's face was like an eggplant hit by frost. He raised his head and drank the wine in one gulp. He was hesitating whether to confess and beg for mercy. At this time, Lin Ming had already left. Yan Fuhang breathed a sigh of relief, and his palms were a little wet. After getting to know most of the disciples present, Lin Ming found a fire and sat down casually and began to concentrate on barbecue. Barbecue has always been a cooking method that Lin Ming likes and is very good at. Soon, the fire where Lin Ming was located became the focus of the whole place. Of course, the attention of the female disciples was indispensable. The female disciples of Shenhuang Island were famous in the entire southern sky region. They were numerous and of good quality. 80% of the people in the entire banquet were girls, wearing red and blue dresses and a riot of color. During this period, from time to time, young girls dressed in fancy clothes would come to Lin Ming's fire intentionally or unintentionally. Brother Lin, the fluctuation of the fire energy in Wutang Pavilion that night was caused by your practice, right? It's amazing. I heard that Brother Lin has reached this level after only a few months of studying the Suzaku Forbidden God record. I have been practicing for 2 years and have just broken through the second level. Can Brother Lin give me some guidance? A cute girl who looked only 15 or 16 years old stared at Lin Ming expectantly with her dark and bright eyes wide open. I'm only at the second level. If I reach a higher level, I'll have a chance to communicate with you. Really, Senior Brother Lin, it's a deal. Yes, it's a deal. Senior Brother Lin, how about this roasted chicken wing? Another girl came and presented a carefully selected blue-eyed pheasant wing, which was the best roasted one she had made in such a long time. Thank you. Lin Ming took it with a faint smile, feeling somewhat helpless. He found that the imbalance between men and women was not necessarily a good thing. There were too many female disciples on Shenhuang Island, and it happened that any of these girls on Shenhuang Island, if picked at random, would be a daughter of heaven in the secular world or a small sect. Mortals would naturally look down on them. Apart from anything else, the gap in youth created a gap between warriors and mortals. As for marrying disciples from other 4th grade sects, they would inevitably face the choice of whether to leave the sect. Once they left, they would not be able to continue to practice the Shenhuang Island skills. As for continuing to increase the concentration of the vermilion bad bloodline in their bodies, it would become impossible. Because of these reasons, the female disciples of Shenhuang Island try to choose to marry in their own sect, so the less than 20% of male disciples are in great demand. Even some excellent male disciples have 3 wives and 4 concubines. For example, a disciple of Zhang Zhen's level can even take in a few low-level disciples as maids in his room after he gets married. The status of such disciples in Shenhuang Island is equivalent to that of the menial disciples of Kixuan Valley, and there are many of them. Many female disciples of Shenhuang Island would rather be concubines than marry far away to other strange and distant 4th grade sects. However, to be a concubine, you have to choose the right person. Appearance is secondary, and talent and potential are the most important. People like Lin Ming, who have good looks and abnormal strength, are naturally the first choice. Although the female disciples of Shenhuang Island are noble, they will not be too reserved when looking for a husband, especially when they meet a rich husband. At this time, being reserved will suffer a great loss. At first, some girls chatted with Lin Ming intentionally or unintentionally, and then some girls came to bring barbecue. Soon, the barbecue next to Lin Ming was piled up on a large plate, which made Zhang Zhen extremely speechless. His stomach was still hungry, and Lin Ming could not eat it anymore. Zhang Zhen couldn't help but take a few pieces from the large plate. Before he took a bite, he felt a chill rising from his back. He turned around and saw that several girls were looking at him with unfriendly faces. Zhang Zhen's neck shrank, and he quickly put the barbecue back. When the bonfire was halfway through, Mu Qianxue arrived. Several disciples sitting on the periphery saw Mu Qianxue coming and hurriedly wanted to stand up and salute. Mu Qianxue smiled and said, everyone can be casual today. I'm just here to take a look. You don't have to pay attention to me. As he said that, Mu Qianxue walked towards the fire, where Lin Ming was. Chapter 393 Absorbing the blood-destroying evil thunder. In the center of the bonfire banquet, 6 or 7 girls gathered around the bonfire, and with the original people, the bonfire was packed. Lin Ming. A clear female voice sounded. Lin Ming turned around, and saw that it was Mu Qianxue. The disciples sitting around the bonfire quickly stood up and saluted. Mu Qianxue's status in Shenhuang Island was higher than that of the elders. Mu Qianxue smiled and said, Lei Mu Bei is imprisoned in the dungeon. Do you want to go now? Lin Ming was slightly startled, and said happily, okay. Before that, Lin Ming was called over by Mu Yuhuang, and talked for an hour. He didn't pay attention to Lei Mu Bei at all. Mu Qianxue's arrival immediately made the atmosphere of the banquet tense. Mu Qianxue looked at the girls around her with a smile, and said to Lin Ming through her true energy, do you think my Shenhuang Island is a paradise for male disciples? Lin Ming's voice paused, and he smiled bitterly, Miss Mu, don't joke with me. In the past few minutes, I have already agreed to many of their requests. Mu Qianxue chuckled twice, you can call me senior sister from now on. Master has accepted you as a disciple. In addition, Grandmaster also wants to see you. Yeah. Grandmaster should be talking to you about entering the Shenhuang secret realm. By the way, you seem to be very interested in the things on Lei Mu Bei's body this time. I'm indeed interested. Lin Ming said frankly. Well, Master said that I'll give you everything, just don't kill anyone. You're really ruthless. The elders who treated Lei Mu Bei used a lot of good medicine, but Lei Mu Bei was still half dead, his meridians were exhausted, and his martial arts were all useless. Mu Qianxue said as she looked at Lin Ming deeply. This was the first time she had seen such a method of crippling a person's martial arts. She didn't know where Lin Ming learned this method. Lin Ming laughed twice and didn't reply. The meridian breaking hand of the divine realm was extremely vicious. As for wanting to cure something, even the elixirs of the divine realm might not be effective, let alone in the Xianan continent. Let's go. The two of them left Wutang Pavilion together, and went to the dungeon of Shenhuang Island. The dungeon of Shenhuang Island is located in the belly of the mountain, with a depth of dozens of feet. There is a formation deep in the dungeon. Once the formation is fully activated, its solidity is enough to withstand the bombardment of the Zuandan Master. Deep in the dungeon, in a sealed stone chamber, Lei Mu Bei lay on the ground as if dead. His face became paler and lifeless. His Zumi ring had been taken off, and placed on the table, sealed by the ban. The replica of the great wilderness bloodhound bird was also placed aside. Lin Ming looked at Lei Mu Bei like this, and knew that his heart was dead. A person who was proud to the bone, dreaming of one day ruling the world, and controlling the fate of others, suddenly suffered such a big blow, it was normal for his heart to die. Lin Ming, you seem to care about the thunder spirit on Lei Mu Bei? Mu Qianxue asked. Yeah. Lin Ming nodded. Mu Qianxue raised her eyebrows. If I'm not mistaken, the move you used to defeat Lei Mu Bei at the end, not only used the thunder spirit, but also a fire spirit? Mu Qianxue has a special physique, and is very sensitive to fire. Although Lin Ming's thunder and fire killing was only a flash, the breath of the fire spirit in it was still captured by Mu Qianxue. Lin Ming hesitated for a moment, but admitted frankly that such things would eventually be discovered if he had been in contact with Mu Qianxue for a long time. Lin Ming said, I have a special physique, and I can absorb multiple thunder spirits or fire spirits. Although she had guessed it in her heart, Mu Qianxue still took a breath of cold air when she got Lin Ming's affirmative answer. What kind of bloodline did Lin Ming have that could absorb multiple thunder spirits or fire spirits? This was simply unheard of. Generally, as a warrior's strength grows, the thunder spirits and fire spirits in his body need to be replaced. After using a thunder spirit and fire spirit for a long time, it will naturally become easy. Once you change to a strange one, you have to adapt to it, adapt to the properties of the new thunder spirit and fire spirit, and develop and learn skills, which takes a lot of time. However, Lin Ming can actually absorb multiple thunder spirits and fire spirits, which not only saves the trouble in this regard, but also makes the thunder and fire power in his body stronger. This is really a heaven-defying talent. Mu Qianxue looked at Lin Ming, as if he were a monster. How much thunder spirit and fire spirit can you absorb? That, I don't know either. Lin Ming didn't know if there was an upper limit to the evil god seed. The great god who left the evil god's power was wiped out before he could study the secret method. Lin Ming had to figure it out on his own. Not wanting to continue on this issue, Lin Ming took out a small crystal bottle from the Sumeru ring, which contained a red droplet. By the way, this is for you. Mu Qianxue looked at the small crystal bottle with a surprised look on her face. Demon heart fragment? You still have it? Mu Qianxue noticed that the demon heart fragment Lin Ming gave her was a complete one, not the one that he had used up a third of to testify against Lei Mu Bei. This kind of thing would make even the innate masters from the big sects jealous. How could Lin Ming get so many? Well, I'll give it to you. Lin Ming handed the small crystal bottle to Mu Qianxue and joked, it's a gift for you to enter the sect and meet your senior sister. Mu Qianxue was trying to break through the Zuanden. Although it was only a matter of time before she broke through the Zuanden, if she had the demon heart fragment, she might be able to break through the Zuanden a few months earlier. For a top genius, a few months was precious. Mu Qianxue looked at the small crystal bottle in Lin Ming's hand and murmured, I really don't know what's wrong with your physique. You've eaten this demon heart fragment, right? Well, I've eaten half of it. Lin Ming said lightly. Mu Qianxue was already a little numb. Even the innate masters had to be careful when taking the elixir, but Lin Ming ate half of it with his mere condensation vein stage. I really don't know what his physique is. She finally took the devil heart crystal. She wanted to say thank you or something, but she felt hypocritical when the word came to her lips, so she simply didn't say it. Thinking carefully, Mu Qianxue suddenly realized that in just half a year, her relationship with Lin Ming had developed from strangers to now accepting such a heavy gift without even saying thank you, just like a brother and sister. Such a close relationship made Mu Qianxue feel a little warm. She glanced at Lin Ming without leaving a trace and smiled. Are you going to absorb the blood-destroying evil thunder? Do you want my help? Well, it's better to have you around, just in case. Opening the restrictions of the dungeon, Lin Ming sensed and explored Lei Mu Bei's situation. His cultivation had fallen to the flesh training stage, and even the trace of true energy left in his body was continuing to dissipate. In about a day, Lei Mu Bei would become a useless person, even worse than an ordinary person. Lin Ming. Lei Mu Bei opened his eyes and looked at the sky, his mouth twitching, and burst out this name that was unforgettable to him. Lin Ming did not reply, but untied the restrictions on the table and put away Lei Mu Bei's Zumi ring. You will die. When the South Sea Demon Realm crushes Shenhuang Island, you will be stripped of your tendons and skin, and die without a burial place. Lei Mu Bei's life was gone, and his heart was as dead as ashes. The only thing that kept him alive was his deep hatred for Lin Ming. Lin Ming grabbed Lei Mu Bei's arm with one hand, and his true essence connected to the evil god seed. Feeling the breath of the blood-destroying evil thunder, the evil god seed became obviously agitated. A medium-grade thunder spirit that was no less than the purple dragon god thunder in rank. If Lei Mu Bei's cultivation was not completely destroyed now, it would be impossible to catch it. The evil god seed hummed excitedly, and Lin Ming injected his true essence into Lei Mu Bei's body, turning it into thin threads that enveloped the blood-destroying evil thunder. Because Lei Mu Bei was weak, the blood-destroying evil thunder did not have much resistance. After about a quarter of an hour, it was finally tightly entangled by Lin Ming's true essence threads. The blood-destroying evil thunder, which was bound by the true essence, struggled violently, but under the powerful pressure of the evil god seed, it could not make any waves. Puff. With a light sound, the blood-red blood-destroying evil thunder was forcibly pulled out. Lei Mu Bei's body trembled violently, spit out a large mouthful of blood, and then collapsed to the ground, as if someone had forcibly pulled out his spine. The hero was at the end of his road. Seeing Lei Mu Bei's miserable appearance now, Lin Ming did not have the slightest pity. If one day Lei Mu Bei really became a powerful person with the ultimate Zuanden, or even a Feng Huang strongman, who knows how much blood would be shed, and how many people would die tragically, because they were used by him to practice. As soon as the blood-destroying evil thunder appeared, it was like a red poisonous snake, bursting out energy wantonly, as if it wanted to pounce into Lin Ming's body and devour Lin Ming's blood. Lin Ming moved his hands together, and according to the method of sealing the thunder spirit, he cast a dozen runes. Every time a rune fell on the blood-destroying evil thunder, it would dim its light a little. After a few breaths, Lin Ming urged the Mu Qianxue essence to form a cage, tightly imprisoning the blood-destroying evil thunder. The red thunder spirit rushed left and right in the cage, but it could never break through the endless Mu Qianxue essence. It's really an evil thunder spirit. Lin Ming exhaled lightly. Even through the cage, he could clearly feel the strong bloody smell coming from the blood-destroying evil thunder. It was as if he was in a blood pool hell, and his whole body was pulled by it. There is a quiet room next to it. I will protect you, Mu Qianxue said. Yes. Coming to the quiet room next door, Lin Ming sat cross-legged on the stone bed, one hand grasping the cage, and the true essence of his whole body burst out. A powerful pulling force, through the evil god seed, acted on the blood-destroying evil thunder. At that moment, the blood-destroying evil thunder, which had been frantically attacking the cage, suddenly felt uneasy. The pressure from the evil god seed made it feel terrified. The pressure gradually enveloped it. The blood-destroying evil thunder went from being uneasy at the beginning to attacking the true essence cage more and more frantically. The endless Mu Qianxue essence was actually cracked by the impact. Do you need my help? Mu Qianxue asked. The real absorption process could only be done by Lin Ming himself, but she could help a little with the initial suppression process. No. When the Mu Qianxue essence was about to break, Lin Ming reached out and grabbed the blood-destroying evil thunder and pressed it directly into his chest. The joint of the ring finger on my right hand suddenly hurt. I have been typing on the keyboard for too long. There will be 2 updates today, which is just in the transition period of the plot. Although the next big plot and climax have been determined, the details still need to be sorted out. Please wait and see. Chapter 394 New Thunder Spirit. Seeing Lin Ming's action, Mu Qianxue was shocked and broke out in a cold sweat. Lin Ming actually pressed the blood-destroying evil thunder directly into his heart. This blood-destroying evil thunder is a very dangerous thing that can devour blood and essence. It is too risky to press it directly into the heart. Lin Ming, you. She. Lin Ming's clothes on his chest were directly corroded, and his skin instantly lost its blood color. This was caused by the blood and essence being absorbed by the blood-destroying evil thunder. Mu Qianxue's heart skipped a beat, but thinking of the miracles that Lin Ming had repeatedly created in the past 6 months, she didn't say anything else. She just took out some pills from the Zumi ring to replenish the blood and energy, and found a 9-turn blood and energy pill from it, and handed it to Lin Ming. The blood-destroying evil thunder devours the blood and essence, and replenishing some blood and energy can greatly relieve Lin Ming's pressure. Lin Ming swallowed the 9-turn blood and energy pill, and waved his hand, saying, I'm fine. When he was only at the peak of the bone forging cultivation, he survived the absorption of the purple dragon divine thunder. Now that his cultivation has greatly improved, there is naturally no danger in absorbing a blood-destroying evil thunder. In fact, from the moment the blood-destroying evil thunder entered his heart, it was completely suppressed by the evil god seed. Now the strength of Lin Ming's meridians can fully withstand such an impact. As for the blood-destroying evil thunder devouring his blood and ki, or even his blood essence, Lin Ming didn't care at all. This was a necessary process for absorbing the blood-destroying evil thunder. One must use his own blood and ki essence to feed the blood-destroying evil thunder. If the blood and ki power is insufficient, the blood-destroying evil thunder will directly suck the human body dry. At that time, the person will die, and the thunder spirit will escape. On the contrary, if the blood and ki power is strong and the meridians are tough, the blood-destroying evil thunder will eventually be subdued. Then the blood essence absorbed by the blood-destroying evil thunder will eventually be his own, and he will not be able to escape or lose it. The feeling of being devoured by the blood-destroying evil thunder is really unpleasant. Lin Ming felt that half of his body began to get cold, his hands and feet became dull, and his sense of touch was not sensitive, as if this half of his body did not belong to him. The thunder power of the blood-exterminating evil thunder was highly corrosive, and it flowed through the meridians like corrosive acid, causing great burning pain. With the massive consumption of blood essence, a dead air was spreading. Mu Qianxue could clearly see thin black lines, like earthworms, escaping from Lin Ming's heart, spreading around, and crawling all over Lin Ming's left arm and neck. This was dead air. caused by the massive loss of blood essence. Mu Qianxue had a certain understanding of the blood exterminating evil thunder. Although many warriors successfully absorbed the blood exterminating evil thunder, in the end, a large number of body tissues died due to the lack of blood essence, and had to stay in bed for a long time to recuperate. She didn't want Lin Ming to be like this. The Divine Phoenix secret realm was about to open. If Lin Ming couldn't participate, he would have to wait another 3 years, and then he would be nearly 20 years old, missing the best time. Mu Qianxue thought so, and took out a blood yang pill from the Zumi ring. This was made with 1,000-year-old blood yang Ganoderma lucidum, and it was priceless. It was one of the pills that Mu Qianxue used to save her life. Lin Ming, I'm fine. I just let it absorb the blood essence. I know what's going on. Lin Ming rejected the blood yang pill. His ki and blood power was extremely powerful, and with the endless King Kang Zenyuan, these things could restrain the death energy, so there was no need to waste the pills that Mu Qianxue used to save her life. He originally let the blood extinguishing evil thunder devour the blood essence in his heart, just to merge with the blood extinguishing evil thunder more deeply, control it better, and finally completely integrate into the evil god seed. But he didn't expect that the cruelty and greed of this blood extinguishing evil thunder was beyond his imagination. At this time, the blood extinguishing evil thunder in Lin Ming's body was like a fat leech full of blood. The huge suction of the evil god seed was always acting on it, making it struggle desperately, but it could not escape the vortex of suction. The blood destroying evil thunder suddenly let out a hissing sound, and at one end of it, a mouth actually formed. The mouth was only the size of a broad bean, but it had a row of sharp and dense fangs. Lin Ming, who was always looking inward, was startled. It was very strange that a thunder spirit could actually grow a mouth. The blood destroying evil thunder screamed, and suddenly bit towards the flesh wall of Lin Ming's heart. Puff. Flesh and blood splattered. Lin Ming's body shook, and his face turned pale. Even if his ki and blood were strong, the severe pain and damage of the injured heart made him unbearable. Lin Ming gritted his teeth and let the King Kang true essence turn into a thin thread to cover it, directly wrapping the blood-destroying evil thunder into a cocoon. So, it's you who's causing trouble. Lin Ming sensed the will contained in the blood-destroying evil thunder, and a smile appeared on his lips. With a thought, his true essence rushed into the blood-destroying evil thunder crazily. At that moment, he heard a kai sound like the sound of sulfur burning, and a wisp of residual soul rose in the blood-destroying evil thunder with green smoke. Lei Mu Bei, who was lying on the stone slab next to him, was shocked and spurted out a mouthful of blood. This mouthful of blood even contained a trace of blood essence. His face was like gold paper at this time, and his lips trembled. He knew that the remaining consciousness he had left in the blood-destroying evil thunder was finally killed by Lin Ming. He smiled miserably, his mouth full of blood. The residual soul was left in the blood-destroying evil thunder a long time ago. At that time, his cultivation had not been abolished. He thought that, even if he could not stop Lin Ming from absorbing the blood-destroying evil thunder, he could at least cause damage to his blood and ki, but he did not expect it to be killed so easily. Lei Mu Bei's heart was filled with despair, and his eyes looked at the ceiling, without a trace of spirit. After Lei Mu Bei's consciousness was strangled, the blood-destroying evil thunder seemed to have lost its strength and vitality, and could no longer resist the huge suction force. It was torn by the vortex, and flew into the evil god seed. Haha. The blood-destroying evil thunder let out a final scream, and was finally collected into the Pan Lang steel needle. The Pan Lang steel needle, which was originally 2 inches long, grew to 3 inches. On the surface of the Pan Lang steel needle, a small red snake appeared, coiling around the Pan Lang steel needle in circles, a total of 8 circles. It connected with the purple thunder dragon. Boom. At the moment, when the new Pan Lang steel needle was formed, the violent thunder force burst out, and rushed into Lin Ming's meridians like a flood. This thunder force was so fierce that Lin Ming felt his whole body tremble, his bones crackled, and some of the remaining poison impurities in the meridians were instantly burned by the scorching thunder force, and then turned into ashes. Lin Ming groaned, and spat out a mouthful of black blood. Mu Qianxue was startled, and hurriedly helped Lin Ming up with one hand. She also ignored the taboo between men and women, and extended her perception into Lin Ming's body. She circulated it for a circle. Then, Mu Qianxue was stunned and then overjoyed. Lin Ming's meridians were connected again, and the toughness of his meridians was greatly improved. He officially entered the peak of condensing meridians. Lin Ming, you have made a breakthrough. Well, I finally made a breakthrough. Lin Ming breathed a sigh of relief. He had been stuck in the late stage of condensing meridians for too long. During the 3 months on Yinming Island, Lin Ming had been refining the elixir poison, but there was always a little bit left that was difficult to refine completely. Unexpectedly, this time, it was all driven away by the manic thunder power. The black blood that Lin Ming spit out was the remnants of the elixir poison and impurities. Lin Ming's own cultivation had already been close to the peak of condensing meridians. He improved again during the banquet and broke through the second level of Suzaku Forbidden God record. Now that the elixir poison has been cleared, it is a natural thing for him to enter the peak of condensing meridians. I wonder if my current strength can defeat an expert at the early stage of the innate realm. When Lin Ming activated the power of the evil god, he could suppress an average expert at the early stage of the innate realm, but the power of the evil god could not last long. If he dragged on for too long, he would most likely lose, or at most draw. Now that he had broken through the peak of the condensed veins, Lin Ming's strength had greatly increased. He really wanted to find an expert at the early stage of the innate realm to try his luck. Being comparable to an expert at the early stage of the innate realm and defeating an expert at the early stage of the innate realm were two different concepts. As his perception was immersed in the newly born Thunder Spirit, Lin Ming was shocked. This kind of change? On the new Panlang Steel Needle, he felt the violent and unstoppable nature of the purple dragon divine thunder, and the cold and cruel nature of the blood-destroying evil thunder, which was bloodthirsty. The attributes of the two thunder spirits were actually all preserved. Moreover, the grade was also raised to the middle grade of the earth rank. Although it was a weaker level of the middle grade of the earth rank, Lin Ming was already very satisfied. Seeing Lin Ming's excitement, Mu Qianxue finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Lin Ming was completely fine. Sure enough, at this time, the black lines on Lin Ming's body began to fade and soon disappeared. His originally pale skin also regained its blood color. Mu Qianxue's beautiful eyes turned, and she suddenly had the idea of taking a look at Lin Ming's thunder spirit. This request was actually very rude among warriors. Even if they were friends, they would not rashly ask to see other people's hidden tricks, not to mention that this thunder spirit also involved Lin Ming's own secrets. However, once the girl's curiosity arose, it was difficult to suppress it. Mu Qianxue wanted to know how Lin Ming could accommodate two thunder spirits in his body. She blinked her eyes and whispered, "Show me your thunder spirit, okay?" The soft and sweet tone sounded very comfortable. Lin Ming did not hesitate too much, and directly summoned the evil god thunder spirit. Kai. The more than 3-inch long thunder spirit steel needle flew out from Lin Ming's fingertips, stayed in Lin Ming's palm, and spun around. On the steel needle, coiled a purple dragon and a red venomous snake. The dragon and the snake were lifelike. Even every scale in the expression in the dragon and snake's eyes were clearly portrayed, just like a real dragon and snake statue. As soon as the thunder spirit appeared, purple and red arcs of electricity shot out in all directions, and the thunder energy in the entire stone chamber suddenly became violent, and was continuously absorbed into the evil god thunder spirit, forming a purple and red vortex. Mu Qianxue widened her bright eyes, her face full of shock. Is this the thunder spirit? Thank you Feng Feng Hunshang for the 10,000 reward. Thank you Xian Di Wuhan for the 20,000 reward. Thank you Yi Le Banzhang for the 20,000 reward, and 5 precious monthly tickets. Thank you very much. If you have monthly tickets, please vote for Silkworm Cocoon too. Thank you. Chapter 395, Divine Phoenix Secret Realm. This was the first time she had seen a thunder spirit like this. It was true that thunder spirits could condense into substance, but they needed the warrior's true essence to compress it. However, Lin Ming's thunder spirit did not seem to need any true essence to compress it. It was just like this. Can I touch it? Mu Qianxue asked hesitantly. Of course. Lin Ming replied. Not to mention that the evil god thunder spirit in this state was not dangerous. In fact, even if he used all his strength to activate the evil god thunder spirit, it would not be able to hurt Mu Qianxue, who had reached the highest level of innate cultivation. Mu Qianxue stretched out her jade-like fingers and gently pinched the evil god Thunder Spirit. The tingling sensation and the cold touch made her feel that the Thunder Spirit's steel needle seemed to be made of metal. It's amazing. Mu Qianxue knew in her heart that this was Lin Ming's secret, which must be related to his special physique. Being able to share each other's secrets with Lin Ming without reservation gave Mu Qianxue an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. She smiled slightly, returned the Thunder Spirit to Lin Ming, and said, "The Divine Phoenix secret realm will be opened in half a month. You should have a good rest tonight. The ancestor will see you tomorrow and transplant the vermilion bad blood essence to you." Choosing this time to transplant the vermilion bad blood essence to you is also to allow you to gain more in the Divine Phoenix secret realm. Well, by the way, why don't you absorb the demon heart crystal I gave you before? Mu Qianxue thought for a moment and said, "Okay. To take the demon heart crystal, one needs one's own blood essence as a guide." Mu Qianxue bit her finger and forced out a drop of blood essence to blend into the crystal bottle. When the deep red blood came into contact with the demon heart crystal, the blood immediately boiled. The blood rolled, and the demon heart crystal began to melt, and finally became a small bottle of sticky red liquid. A majestic and vast breath escaped, as if this small bottle of red liquid led to an unknown world, and a mysterious and simple door was slowly opening to Mu Qianxue. "It's amazing," Mu Qianxue said. "This demon heart crystal contains the will of the Nether Emperor. Digesting his will deepen your understanding of the origin of martial arts." Mu Qianxue nodded and swallowed the small bottle of sticky liquid. A fishy and sweet smell immediately spread throughout her mouth. As soon as the red liquid entered her body, she felt as if the blood in her body was pulled by something and began to boil faintly. A hot current spread along the meridians, and her body became hot. Mu Qianxue's mind was shocked, and her consciousness was pulled back to the sea of spiritual. The scenes that Lin Ming saw at the beginning were replayed in front of Mu Qianxue one by one. Mu Qianxue saw the Nether Emperor holding a giant axe and slaughtering thousands of demons. The blood-stained scene was shocking. Mu Qianxue's cultivation was profound. Although she had not reached the Zuundan realm, her combat power was even better than some ordinary Zuundan early warriors. The impact of the will of the Nether Emperor did not shake her original intention. However, the energy contained in the demon heart crystal shard cannot be absorbed in a short time. This is a whole demon heart crystal shard, much more than what Elder Jin and Elder Bei absorbed. Mu Qianxue's breathing was slightly rapid, and she was sweating profusely. "How do you feel?" "A little hot," Mu Qianxue said, taking a handkerchief from the Zumi ring and wiping her sweat. The skin on her neck was already flushed. Seeing the crystal beads of sweat rolling down Mu Qianxue's cheeks and hair, Lin Ming was a little absent-minded for a moment. Speaking of it, Mu Qianxue had no impurities in her body. Otherwise, after taking this kind of elixir that cleanses the tendons and marrow, at least some impurities should be discharged. But thinking about Mu Qianxue's daily life on Shenhuang Island, eating spiritual valleys and flowers, drinking clear spring morning dew, it is normal that there are no impurities in her body. When Lin Ming ate half of the demon heart crystal shard, he was bleeding all over, but Mu Qianxue just sweated a little. Sweat soaked the ends of his hair, all sticking to his face, and his clothes also stuck to his body, making him uncomfortable. Mu Qianxue couldn't help but pull them slightly with her hands to get some air out. Seeing this, Lin Ming couldn't help swallowing his saliva. He said awkwardly, "How about I go get some ice water?" "It's okay, it will be fine in a while. I've probably absorbed most of it. I'll go back and take a shower later." Mu Qianxue suddenly realized something as she spoke. Her cheeks slightly flushed, and she used her fire essence to evaporate the sweat on her body in an instant. Her clothes loosened up again, and the already blurry spring light suddenly disappeared. "Tomorrow morning, I'll take you to see the ancestor." Lin Ming coughed awkwardly and said, "Okay." The back mountain of Shenhuang Island is full of emerald green asparagus fern. It was early morning, and the misty water vapor enveloped the mountains. The distant mountains were picturesque, and the spring water was gurgling. With the gentle breeze coming towards us, the Red Sea on the mountain was like waves, and the rustling sound was endless. There is a winding and deep path between the bamboo forests. The bamboo leaves on both sides are still covered with crystal dewdrops. Lin Ming walked on the path, and felt that this place was really like a fairyland on earth. This bamboo forest is where Mu Qianxue lived in seclusion. Kishuxun. At the end of the path, there is an elegant bamboo house. When you walk up, you can smell the fragrance of bamboo and soil mixed together, which makes people feel relaxed and happy. Mu Qianxue brought Lin Ming here, and was about to report when Mu Qianxue's voice came from inside. Come in directly. Lin Ming, master is calling you. I'll wait here. Lin Ming nodded, pushed open the bamboo door, and walked in. The furnishings in the bamboo house are very simple, with a few rattan chairs that look a bit old, and an antique wooden table. Walking on the bamboo floor, you can even hear a creaking sound. Mu Qianxue was sitting on a rattan chair, wearing a red robe, with her silver hair tied up by a hairpin. She looked at Lin Ming with a smile, pointed at the rattan chair opposite and said, "Sit down." Yes. Lin Ming sat down obediently. Mu Qianxue had obviously heard about Lin Ming's breakthrough to the peak of condensation vein before, and she was not surprised at all. She poured a cup of tea, handed it to Lin Ming, and said slowly, "You are Yu Huang's apprentice. You can also call me Grandmaster. In half a month, the Divine Phoenix Secret Realm will be opened. Do you know what is in the Divine Phoenix Secret Realm?" Lin Ming shook his head. Before this, he had vaguely heard some information about the Divine Phoenix Secret Realm, but he did not know the details. The Divine Phoenix Secret Realm is a legacy of the ancient Phoenix clan. Its history is probably tens of thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years, or even longer. Lin Ming was shocked when he heard this. So long? Then shouldn't Divine Phoenix Island be well? Divine Phoenix Island only has a history of 3,000 years. Although our Divine Phoenix Island claims to be the descendant of the ancient Phoenix clan. In fact, 3,000 years ago, Divine Phoenix Island was just a third-grade sect dominated by female cultivators. At that time, the Phantom Demon Emperor city had just risen. Because a Divine Phoenix Island had many young female disciples, the sect master was afraid that the entire sect would be looted by the Phantom Demon Emperor city and used as furnaces for cultivation, so he moved the sect and fled to Divine Phoenix Island in the South China Sea. Originally, this island was not called Divine Phoenix Island. This is the name it got later. The sect settled down here, and then the young sect master encountered a great opportunity in Shenhuang Mountain. She was the first person to enter the Shenhuang Secret Realm. After coming out of the Shenhuang Secret Realm, she obtained both the Vermilion Bad Bloodline and the Azaluan Bloodline, and obtained a large number of treasures. Later, she founded Shenhuang Island. So for Shenhuang Island, Shenhuang Secret Realm is the lifeblood. Lin Ming was shocked when he heard this. It was the first time he heard about the history of Shenhuang Island. It turned out that Shenhuang Island existed because of the Shenhuang Secret Realm. He thought that Shenhuang Secret Realm was just a place for Shenhuang Island disciples to practice. This explanation made sense. Grandmaster, what happened to the young sect master later? Lin Ming couldn't help but ask. Young sect master, that is, the founder of our Shenhuang Island. Later, she stopped at the ultimate Zuanden, and had already reincarnated more than 2,000 years ago. Lin Ming sighed. This was also expected, otherwise Shenhuang Island would not be just a 4th grade sect. The founder had such a great opportunity, but he could not be crowned as an emperor. No wonder there are only 10 well-known powerful emperors in the entire Xianan continent. Mu Qianxue smiled. From the ultimate Zuanden to the emperor, it is indeed a long way to go. Break through the Zuanden before the age of 30, reach the ultimate Zuanden before the age of 50, and be crowned as an emperor at the age of 100. This step can trap a peerless genius for 50 years. However, although it is extremely difficult, there are far more than 10 powerful emperors. It's just that your strength is too low, and you can't get in touch with them. Many powerful emperors live in seclusion in certain corners of the continent. There are also some who appear occasionally, but you are not aware of them. Lin Ming nodded. Every time he climbed a mountain, he could see the scenery corresponding to the height of the mountain. Only when he became a powerful emperor could he truly come into contact with the world of powerful emperors. Mu Qianxue stood up, took out a red box 1 foot square from the Zumi ring, handed it to Lin Ming and said, "This is the blood of the vermilion bird. If you drop it into the acupoints of your body, you will be given the blood of the vermilion bird, which is enough to practice the core part of the vermilion bird forbidden god record. you must practice diligently and strive to step into the Zuanden as soon as possible. As for becoming an emperor, you have enough talent, it depends on your luck. Throughout the ages, there have been many warriors who have enough talent to become an emperor, but most of them either died or had accidents and ultimately failed to set foot in this realm. Lin Ming took a deep breath, thanked respectfully, and put away the blood of the vermilion bird. He will remember this favor in his heart. Mu Qianxue nodded and said, "Go ahead." Half a month later, the Divine Phoenix secret realm will open, and you will get a place to enter the ancient Phoenix Hall. During this time, you should practice well. Lin Ming bowed and left. Mu Qianxue felt that luck was illusory. Lin Ming's luck could be reflected in this entry into the Divine Phoenix secret realm. People with good luck, such as the founder of the Divine Phoenix Island, got great opportunities there. Unfortunately, the founder's talent was one step short of being crowned as the Queen and Emperor. Chapter 396, Blood Essence, Entering the Secret Realm. The Suzaku Forbidden God record is profound and extensive. The deeper Lin Ming studied, the more he discovered this. It not only contains the practice of the technique, but also various fire-controlled techniques and fire-related martial arts. More importantly, it also contains the author's understanding of the origin of fire, that is, the artistic conception of fire. However, artistic conception can only be understood, but not expressed in words. Often, a few words can make people savor it endlessly. In addition, there is also the mentality of cultivation. How to adjust the mentality will enable people to communicate with the fire energy and allow the warrior to immerse himself in the ocean of fire energy to break through the shackles. These are all mysterious things. If you want to comprehend something from them, it depends on your personal understanding. Lin Ming's understanding is not bad. He has benefited a lot these days. As time passed day by day, Lin Ming absorbed the fire energy of the rising sun every morning, practiced all day during the day, and comprehended the technique at night. Such days seemed boring, but the wonderful feeling brought by the improvement of cultivation made Lin Ming feel comfortable. Of course, the days were not always filled with unchanging cultivation. Occasionally, some 15 or 16-year-old girls, either alone or in groups, would come to Lin Ming to ask about difficult problems in the cultivation method. The soft sweet voices of the girls, the rosy cheeks, and the watery eyes full of expectation. It was really hard for Lin Ming to refuse. He would carefully answer their questions every time. In fact, Lin Ming's theoretical knowledge was not very good, but fortunately, the girls who came to ask questions were basically marginal disciples who had just reached the condensation meridian stage, so Lin Ming could handle them. Every night, Lin Ming would take out a drop of vermilion bird's blood essence and apply it to an acupoint on his body. In 12 days, he dropped 12 drops of blood essence, half of which were dropped on the center of his eyebrows. When the vermilion bird's blood essence touched the skin on the center of his eyebrows, there was a tingling sensation, and then the blood essence would slowly seep in. At that time, Lin Ming seemed to feel that all the blood essence in his body was rushing to this point on the center of his eyebrows, as if it was going to condense into a crystal here. When this feeling slowly dissipated, and the blood essence of the vermilion bird was completely absorbed, Lin Ming felt that his blood was surging all over his body, and his energy was so full that it was about to overflow. When he moved his body casually, he could hear the crackling sound of his joints. It was so comfortable that he couldn't help but want to roar. Maybe this is the feeling of the immortal dew and nectar and the memory of the great masters of the divine realm. Lin Ming had taken a lot of elixirs in the past 2 years, but most of them were extremely overbearing, and it felt like taking poison. Only this blood essence of the vermilion bird was a pleasure to apply to the body. In order to promote the body's absorption, every time Lin Ming applied a drop of blood essence of the vermilion bird, he would draw out the purple Zhuan spear and perform a set of spear techniques. After competing with Xiaokai, the eldest disciple of Jinzhang Mountain, Lin Ming's spear technique had made great progress. After performing a set of spear techniques, he felt that his whole body seemed to have endless strength. Looking at the remaining blood essence of the vermilion bird, there were probably only about 10 drops left, and it would be used up in 10 days, which made Lin Ming a little regretful. Moreover, this vermilion bird blood essence is also like the heavenly pill. When the first drop is used, the effect is most obvious. After that, the effect of each drop decreases successively. The effect of the 12th drop is less than half of the first drop. If this continues, the effect of the last drop is estimated to be only 1/4 or 5th of the first drop. It is really a waste. Lin Ming thought about this, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. Maybe he could leave a few drops for Qin Xingxuan. Qin Xingxuan's talent is only average in Shenhuang Island. If he has the help of vermilion bad blood essence, there may be a glimmer of hope to enter the Zuandan realm in the future. However, Shenhuang Island gave the vermilion bad blood essence to Lin Ming, so that Lin Ming could use it himself. He had no right to give it to others, unless Lin Ming's status was improved again, and he had enough say to do so. Lin Ming shook his head and temporarily gave up this idea. He put away the vermilion bad blood essence. Everything would have to wait until he had enough strength. Time passed in a flash. Another 3 days, and the day to enter the Shenhuang secret realm had arrived. Deep in the mountains of Shenhuang Island, a spirit boat slowly landed on a clearing in the valley. A group of people walked down from the spirit boat, and Mu Qianxue and Lin Ming were among them. This is where the Shenhuang secret realm is located. Judging from the surrounding scenery, it is no different from other places on Shenhuang Island, except that the surrounding mountains form an embrace, tightly surrounding this valley. The heaven and earth energy in the valley is also extremely rich, especially the fire energy and water energy. Lin Ming took a look at the disciples, who would enter the Shenhuang secret realm with him. Mu Qianxue and Mu Qianxue were among them. The rest of the direct disciples and core disciples were basically all there. Zhang Zhen was also among them, but he was not qualified to enter the ancient Phoenix Hall. Seeing Lin Ming looking over, Zhang Zhen smiled at him. This time when you enter the Shenhuang secret realm, safety is the priority. Don't easily try things that are beyond your ability. Do you understand? Mu Qianxue said. Every time someone enters the divine Phoenix secret realm, there will be disciples who die. Although the probability is very small, these people, especially those who enter the ancient Phoenix Hall, are elites cultivated by the divine Phoenix Island with all their efforts. Every time one dies, it hurts the divine Phoenix Island. The most fatal thing is that who dies in the divine Phoenix secret realm does not depend much on talent and strength. The weak may survive, while the strong may die. This is mainly because people with strong strength and good talent will always be extremely confident in themselves and pursue greater opportunities. As a result, the dangers they encounter also increase exponentially, and they eventually die. For weak marginal disciples, a few casualties are fine, but if a direct disciple, such as Mu Qianxue's level, dies, it will really hurt the divine Phoenix Island to the point of bleeding. Mu Qianxue scanned all the disciples who entered the divine Phoenix secret realm one by one, and finally his eyes stopped on Lin Ming. He transmitted his true essence. Lin Ming, the history of the ancient Phoenix Hall is tens of thousands of years old. The ancient Phoenix clan has the blood of holy beasts, that is thousands of times richer than ours, and may even have the blood of divine beasts. Among them, there are people with amazing talents that we cannot imagine. Your talent is only a monster in the world today. Compared with people tens of thousands of years ago, it may not be outstanding. So, you must not be blindly confident, and try some trials beyond your ability. If you get into an accident, it will be an unbearable blow to the divine Phoenix Island. Mu Qianxue was most worried about Lin Ming. She knew that, when he was in Thunder Mountain, Lin Ming climbed to the top of Thunder Mountain with only the cultivation of bone refining stage. Then, he took advantage of the battle between Mu Qianxue and Thunder Dragon to rush into the dragon cave and plundered it. He got the purple lightning bamboo and the magnetic stone embryo. In the end, the magnetic stone embryo absorbed the purple dragon divine thunder. That was the thunder spirit that only the middle stage Xianshan masters could absorb. Lin Ming was only in the bone refining stage at that time. When Lin Ming was not a disciple of Shenhuang Island, Mu Qianxue greatly admired Lin Ming's decisiveness and courage when she heard Mu Qianxue mention these things. But now that Lin Ming has become a disciple of Shenhuang Island, Mu Qianxue's feelings are immediately different. Most people, seeing other children not afraid of hardships, often praise them, but seeing their own children do this, they can't praise them. Mu Qianxue would rather be safe and let Lin Ming safely reach the extreme of Zuandan in the future, which would also add a lot of fighting power. As for the road to becoming an emperor, it requires constant pursuit of opportunities, which can be described as a life or death struggle. Mu Yuhang dare not guarantee that the illusory luck can always accompany Lin Ming. Over the years, there have been many geniuses with the talent to challenge the emperor in Xianan continent, but few have really succeeded. Disciple understands. Lin Ming nodded. Okay, now I will join hands with several elders to open the Divine Phoenix secret realm. Ordinary disciples will enter for about 3 days and will be automatically teleported out after 3 days. As for the disciples who enter the ancient Phoenix Hall, they will have 7 to 10 days and they will automatically come out when the time is up. Now, does anyone want to give up? Mu Yuhang asked casually. At this time, naturally no one quit. All the disciples were scrambling to enter the Divine Phoenix secret realm. The insignificant danger was nothing at all. How could the road of martial arts not experience life and death dangers? Even in a competition, it is possible to accidentally kill someone. If you are afraid of death, you may be stuck in the innate and acquired realm for your whole life, and it is difficult to even reach the Zuandan level. Very good. Mu Yuhang nodded. Xiangang, let's break the ban together and let these young people in. As the real power figure of Qingluan sect, Master Xiangang was the leader of the disciples of Qingluan sect this time. He nodded, waved his hand, and a bright green sword flew out. It was a top-grade treasure of the earth level. Mu Yuhang put his hands together and cast a series of flame runes, which merged with Master Xianggang's sword. After a moment, there was only a sizzling sound, and the void in front of everyone was like the surface of the water wrinkled by the wind, rippling layers of ripples. Then, a dark vortex appeared out of thin air. The vortex kept spinning, accompanied by the faint sound of wind and thunder. The surrounding heaven and earth energy frantically gathered towards the vortex. The restlessness of the energy caused a strong wind to blow around, blowing everyone's clothes, and flying sand and rocks. After a few dozen breaths, the vortex finally stabilized, and the wind stopped. In front of everyone, a black hole with a diameter of about 10 feet was formed, suspended in the void. Nothing could be seen inside, as if it led to another world. Go in. Remember, don't easily try a trial that exceeds your strength limit. Mu Yuhang repeatedly reminded. Mu Dingshan and Mu Xiaoqing jumped in first. Their figures flashed for only a moment before they were swallowed up by the dark hole. Lin Ming followed closely and jumped in. It's the middle of the month. I'm asking for a monthly ticket. It's really needed. Chapter 397. The concept of fire. The feeling of space distortion made Lin Ming dizzy. When he opened his eyes, his heart was shocked. Before entering the Divine Phoenix secret realm, Lin Ming had imagined the scene in the Divine Phoenix secret realm many times, but he never expected that it would be such a shocking scene. In front of Lin Ming, there were dark red rocks as far as the eye could see. There was no grass growing on the ground. Between the rocks, there were large pieces of dark red lava flowing. These dark red rocks were baked red by the magma. Large pieces of lava pools were connected together, and the rocky ground seemed to be an island floating on the magma pool. Huge bubbles rolled in the magma. With the sound of gurgling, a pungent smell of sulfur mixed with a tide-like heat wave rushed to his face. This gas is poisonous. Ordinary people will suffocate to death if they stay here for a while. If it were just this, it would not shock Lin Ming. What made him unbelievable was that behind him was an endless ice field. The snowy and flat ice field was like a mirror. Huge glaciers stood tall like cliffs. They glowed coldly under the cold sun. The stars were like broken silver. The wind swept the ice chips everywhere. The speed was as fast as a flying arrow. If an ordinary person was here, the ice chips would probably be enough to pierce into the skin and tear open bloody cuts. The lava land bordered the ice field. It was usually hot on one side and cold on the other. The abrupt feeling was unbelievable. This is the Shenhuang secret realm. Mu Dingshan breathed a sigh of relief. This was his second time here, and he had already seen such a scene. The Shenhuang secret realm had a bone age limit, and the interval between each opening was very long. Generally speaking, a warrior could only enter it twice in his life. Beside Lin Ming, rays of light flashed one after another. Every time the light flashed, a disciple was transferred in. After they adapted to the discomfort caused by the distortion of space, they opened their eyes. A small number of them were stunned like Lin Ming. It was the first time for these people to come to the Divine Phoenix secret realm. Even though some of them had heard about the scene here before, they were shocked when they actually saw it. After all, hearing about it and seeing it with their own eyes are two completely different things. After all the disciples arrived. Mu Qianxue said, "Okay, this Divine Phoenix secret realm is an independent world. It does not belong to the Qianxue continent at all. It is a land of ice and fire, separated by a barrier. You can choose one of the two worlds according to your own attributes. The disciples of the Qingluan sect will enter the ice field, and the disciples of the Suzaku sect will enter the world of lava. Don't forget the warning of the headmaster, and put safety first. Now, either go together or go alone. Let's go." An independent world? Lin Ming couldn't help but look up. In the sky, there were two suns. The sun in the world of fire was extremely hot, emitting a faint blue light, like a huge fireball. Around the sun, the air was even distorted by the burning, making the entire sun look like a mirage, which was not appropriate to see. On the other side of the ice world, the sun was lifeless, and seemed to be extremely far away. The sunlight on the body not only did not bring any warmth, but made people feel cold. If this kind of wonder was not an illusion, it really could not be the Qianxue continent. If it was not the Qianxue continent, this would be an independent plane. So is this plane one of the great worlds formed naturally between heaven and earth, or a small world opened up by some great power? Lin Ming could not help but think wildly. At this time, Mu Qianxue said, "Lin Ming, do you want to act together? Or do you want to go alone? If I go by myself, can I walk to the ancient Phoenix Hall? Will I get lost? No, this world is full of mysteries. No matter how you go, you will reach the ancient Phoenix Hall in 3 days. Then I'll go by myself." Haha, I also suggest that you go by yourself. This Divine Phoenix secret realm is extremely vast. So far, no one has heard of any generation of disciples touching the end of the Divine Phoenix secret realm. Even the teleportation points we come in from are completely different each time. The opportunities contained in the Divine Phoenix secret realm are also innumerable. If several people go together, the search area will naturally be much smaller, and it will be difficult to distribute the opportunities when you encounter them. If you go by yourself, it would be best to just rely on your own luck. But I have a piece of advice for junior brother Lin. The deeper you go, the more dangers there will be. If you want to be conservative and just stay nearby, you won't encounter any danger at all. You can still enter the ancient Phoenix Hall in 3 days. Of course, you won't encounter any opportunities by doing this. Mu Qianxue knew the Divine Phoenix secret realm best, and told Lin Ming everything. The deeper you go, the more dangers there are, and correspondingly, the greater the opportunities. Understanding this, Lin Ming also understood more and more why in the Shenhuang secret realm, the death of the people is, no matter their strength and talent, and even possible, that the good talent has a higher probability of death. This temptation of exploring the unknown secret realm is indeed hard to resist. People who are devoted to martial arts and dream of climbing to the peak of martial arts have the blood of adventurers flowing in their bones, which cannot be suppressed. Lin Ming wants to go to the depths to see. If he stays nearby and explores the road that may have been walked by others, it will be too boring. Thank you for the warning, brother pastor. I will go first. Lin Ming arched his hands and left alone. The direction he chose was naturally the world of fire. He walked faster and faster, and finally almost flew. Seeing Lin Ming's figure disappearing in the vast lava red mist, Mu Qianxue sighed. In fact, although Mu Yuhuang repeatedly warned her, she was afraid that she was also very clear that Lin Ming would definitely explore the Shenhuang secret realm with all his strength despite the difficulties. Otherwise, it would be a waste of time to enter the Shenhuang secret realm. The scorching hot wind blew on his face, like being roasted by fire. The air was filled with a pungent smell of sulfur. There was red fog everywhere. The scenery in the distance was all shrouded in the misty red fog. With Lin Ming's eyesight, the visibility was only 100 feet, and as he continued to go deeper, the visibility was constantly decreasing. After flying at high speed for nearly a day, with Lin Ming's endurance, he didn't need to stop to meditate and regulate his breath. His flying speed was rare among the disciples of Shenhuang Island in all generations. There seemed to be no night in the Shenhuang secret realm, and the blazing sun never set. It was unknown how long it had been. Lin Ming, who was flying, suddenly heard a rumbling sound from above his head. He looked up and took a breath of cold air. In the sky, dozens of blazing rainbow lights lit up and flew down at an astonishing speed. It was a meteorite with a diameter of several feet, burning with flames, dragging a long flame tail, and smashing to the ground. How powerful is a meteorite? A meteorite with a diameter of several feet can blow up a village. This kind of thing is simply not something that a mortal body can resist, unless it is a powerful being in the divine realm. Boom. 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 Meteorites fell to the ground in the distance, some smashed into dark red rocks, and some smashed into the magma pool, causing huge explosions. Lin Ming could clearly see the magma flying dozens of feet, hundreds of feet high. The ground was shaking, and terrifying shock waves blew over, making it almost impossible for people to stand steadily. Lin Ming raised his 12th alert. The speed of the meteorite rain was too fast and the area was too large. He couldn't run away at all, so he could only hide in advance. Fortunately, the meteorite rain was not dense, and meteorites with a diameter of more than 10 feet were few after all. Lin Ming pushed his body protection true energy to the extreme and judged the direction of the meteorite's fall based on the trajectory of the rainbow light in the sky. At a certain moment, he fixed his eyes and saw a small meteorite with a diameter of 3 feet coming at a high speed, and the landing point was not far from him. The golden peng breaking void body technique instantly exploded. Lin Ming released his senses to explore the trajectory of the meteorite in the air. At the same time, he pushed his entire body's true essence to the extreme and avoided the impact of the meteorite at full speed. Being hit by the shock wave at close range, Lin Ming's body protecting true essence would probably be torn apart like paper. Boom. The meteorite fell to the ground, and a thunderous sound exploded in Lin Ming's ears, making his ears roar. His body was also blown away by the shock wave and fell directly into the magma pool. Fortunately, the King Kang true essence that protected Lin Ming's body was endless, so it was nothing to block the magma for a short time. Jumping up in an instant, Lin Ming saw that the rocks in front of him were cracked, and the magma was rising into the sky. The raging fire covered the sky and rushed straight into the sky. This is... Lin Ming's eyes widened. He clearly felt the hissing of the evil god seed in his body and the restlessness of the fire spirit in his body. At that moment, Lin Ming seemed to have realized something in his heart. There was no fire except for the magma, but the impact of the meteorite formed fire. Boom. 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 Meteorites crashed down one after another and landed in the distance. The blazing flames were reflected in Lin Ming's pupils. He seemed to see the origin of the flames. The origin is the law, which is also the artistic conception of fire. Impact, movement, and a series of terrifying explosions formed a blazing flame. The more violent the explosion, the more terrifying the flame. If a meteorite hitting the ground at high speed can produce such a terrifying flame, then what about the true essence? Can the true essence hitting at high speed produce even more terrifying flames? Swoosh! Another meteorite fell directly at Lin Ming. Its diameter was even larger than the previous one. Lin Ming stepped on the golden peng breaking void body skill to avoid it. However, he did not dodge too far, but deliberately moved closer, and his perception was always connected to the meteorite. Boom. The earth seemed to be torn apart. A more terrifying shockwave than before, mixed with surging magma, rolled over. Lin Ming was like a scarecrow in a storm, and was instantly blown away. His internal organs were like being hit by a heavy hammer. Lin Ming spit out a mouthful of blood, but his eyes were full of ecstasy. I have touched the artistic conception of fire. Although seriously injured, Lin Ming did not care at all. He raised his true essence and shot out the purple Zuan spear. Lin Ming rushed towards the surging flames and magma. The purple Zuan spear swept the flames and collided with the magma tide. The essence of fire and heat is movement and collision. Let the true essence also simulate such a situation, and the power of the flame will be doubled immediately. Chapter 398 Falling Star Fire. Whoosh. With one stab, the magma that was surging like a tsunami was split in half by Lin Ming's shot. Phoenix wings fly into the sky. The red phoenix burning with this flame soared into the sky. The size of the phoenix was several times stronger than that at the sparring banquet. The flames on its body were also several times hotter. This was certainly related to Lin Ming's breakthrough to the peak of condensed veins and the improvement of the vermilion bird forbidden god record, but more importantly, it was because Lin Ming suddenly understood the origin of fire and comprehended the artistic conception of fire. With the support of the artistic conception of fire, the vermilion bird forbidden god record was like having a soul. The long spear went in and out of the lava, and the spear light was swallowing and spitting. Lin Ming's spear skills became faster and faster, and more fierce. Every time he stabbed, there was a roar of flames. At that moment, the purple Zuan spear itself seemed to have turned into magma, making it impossible to resist. A mantra from the Suzaku forbidden god record flashed through his mind, and Lin Ming turned his spear. 10,000 fires ablaze the prairie. This is another fire martial art in the Suzaku forbidden god record, which is one level more difficult than phoenix wings flying in the sky. Generally, it can only be used after the second level of the Suzaku forbidden god record is perfected. Lin Ming is still far from reaching this step, but with the support of the Suzaku blood essence and the fire state, he still used this move. Dozens of flame essences flew out, piercing the lava wall like arrows, and the flames spread across the sky, burning the void. 10,000 fires ablaze the prairie, which can be used for group attacks, or all the flames can be hit together to attack only one person. It is the most powerful move in the second level of the Suzaku forbidden god record. Lin Ming used the 10,000 fires twice in a row. At this time, the meteorite rain began to become sparse, and the diameter of the meteorites became smaller and smaller. At the last moment, Lin Ming suddenly felt a terrifying sense of oppression coming from above his head. Looking up, Lin Ming took a breath of cold air. A huge meteorite with a diameter of more than 10 feet was burning wantonly and fell down, dragging a long flame tail that was dozens of miles long. Without saying a word, Lin Ming turned around and ran wildly. A meteorite with a diameter of more than 10 feet could collapse a mountain. At the moment, when the meteorite was about to land, Lin Ming jumped and plunged into the magma pool. Boom. It was as if a punch from a god hit the ground. The earth was completely torn apart, and the magma rose hundreds of feet high and rushed straight into the sky. Lin Ming hid in the magma, while urging King Kang Zenyuan to resist the scorching heat of the magma. He released his perception to detect the situation on the ground. The final impact site was only 5 or 6 miles away from Lin Ming. The strong shock wave flattened the surrounding protruding rocks. At the impact point, a huge deep pit was formed, and the surrounding magma flowed into the huge pit. Lin Ming took a breath and jumped out of the magma. If he was hit by such a huge meteorite, even the Zuandan master would die. The last meteorite fell to the ground, and the meteorite rain stopped completely. Unfortunately, in the huge explosion caused by this giant meteorite, Lin Ming was in a hurry to escape and failed to perceive any fire realm. The fire was still burning, the ground was in a mess, the magma was surging, and the scorching heat waves erupted like a tide. Lin Ming stood quietly on the scorching rock, carefully feeling the understanding just now, and his feeling of the fire realm in his heart became clearer and clearer. This divine phoenix secret realm is indeed a strange place. There is no such rare scene in the world. It is too difficult to touch the illusory state of fire. It is more difficult to comprehend the state of fire than the state of wind. It requires a highly compatible fire physique, superhuman comprehension, and years of practicing fire energy to comprehend that little bit. Just like people of Princess Huang's level, state of mind can only be understood, but not expressed in words. Lin Ming relied on his true energy to simulate the meteorite hitting the ground, which was actually just a kind of state of fire. Even if he told others, they could not imagine it out of thin air, let alone simulate it with true energy. If he tried blindly, it would probably just be a waste of time and end up with nothing. After Lin Ming put away his gun, he was about to leave when he suddenly felt a sense of something unusual. This is. The evil god seed was slightly agitated, and the surrounding fire energy was trembling, and the source of everything seemed to be at the place where the giant meteorite hit just now. Lin Ming couldn't help but walk a few steps towards there. He only heard the whistling of the wind. The surrounding fire energy seemed to be attracted by something, and began to flow into the giant meteorite crater. The speed of the fire energy flowed faster and faster, and the humming of the evil god seed became more and more urgent. After a while, a huge energy vortex was formed in the meteorite crater. All the fire energy rushed in frantically, and the wind was blown on Lin Ming's body like a knife cutting. What a terrifying suction. Lin Ming even felt that the fire energy in his body was also attracted by this vortex, but with the shock of the evil god seed, the fire energy was finally imprisoned. The gravity became more and more terrifying. Even the magma in the lava pool was boiling. The bubbles burst more and more violently, and the magma lake surface rose a lot. Boom. With a muffled sound, a magma column actually rushed out of a height of dozens of feet under the traction of gravity, and then rushed to the place where the meteorite exploded like a fire dragon. As this magma column rushed out, other magma columns rushed out like mushrooms after rain, rushing into the place where the meteorite exploded like a whale sucking water. The dark red rocks were broken by the furious fire flow, and the broken rocks flew up into the air, and the entire ground began to collapse. Lin Ming was stunned. What happened? The roar of the evil god seed in his body became more and more urgent. Lin Ming watched the magma fill the huge pit created by the explosion, and then overflowed and bulged high. In the center of the magma, a blazing red light rushed up. The red light was only 1 foot thick, but it pierced the sky like a sharp sword. In this light column, a fist-sized red light gradually condensed. In this red light, Lin Ming felt a terrifyingly rich fire energy. Could this be fire spirit? Lin Ming's mind was shocked. Could he be witnessing the formation of fire spirit with his own eyes? The flames in the world are spiritual. In some strange places, where the fire energy is extremely rich, fire spirits may be born. The conditions required for the birth of fire spirits are extremely harsh, just like the birth of a powerful emperor among human warriors. Not only does it require rich fire energy, but it also requires luck. The birth of a fire spirit is often the result of many coincidences, and it is impossible to replicate. Many times, a place where a special flame has existed for thousands of years cannot give birth to a fire spirit. It is thousands of times more difficult to witness the formation of a fire spirit than to find a fire spirit. Lin Ming watched this group of fire spirits continue to grow, and his heart was shocked beyond words. This should be the fire of falling stars, a fire spirit formed by the burning of meteorites. Its number is so rare that it makes people despair. It is almost unique in the world. The fire energy in the Shenhuang secret realm is originally very rich. The magma has been surging for tens of thousands of years, and there is no doubt that many fire spirits will be formed. In this place, perhaps a new fire spirit is brewing. At this moment, a huge meteorite fell down. The instantaneous terrifying high temperature and strong impact became a trigger, prompting the gathering of the power of flame. However, the original fire essence could not be formed. The falling star fire absorbed the flame power of lava fire for thousands of years, and gave birth to a new fire essence. The brewing fire essence became the nutrition of the falling star fire, which also made the grade of the falling star fire rise higher. Lin Ming's breathing became rapid. What grade would this falling star fire be? Lin Ming drew out the purple Zuan gun, stepped on the ground with both feet, and flew up to the falling star fire. He flew very slowly, careful of all dangers and changes. The energy of the flame is still increasing. This is already a mid-grade earth level. Lin Ming's eyebrows jumped. The mid-grade earth level fire essence has a very strong spirituality. Coupled with its violent flame power, I don't know if I can deal with it. 1 foot closer, when Lin Ming was only 20 feet away from the falling starfire, something strange happened. The falling starfire suddenly trembled violently, and the magma pool exploded with a rumble. A magma column flew up and pierced Lin Ming's chest like an arrow. Sure enough, it's very spiritual. It even knows how to attack me. Lin Ming retreated violently. His true energy was activated, and the purple Zuan spear chopped down, breaking up the magma column with one shot. However, immediately afterwards, the magma pool roared, and more than a dozen magma columns rushed out one after another, rushing towards Lin Ming like fire pythons. Lin Ming was not in a hurry. He fired the purple Zuan spear in his hand one after another. Each shot contained the artistic conception of fire, and the magma columns were broken one after another. Lin Ming used the golden peng breaking void body method, and steadily moved forward in the magma flow, approaching the falling starfire step by step. When he advanced to a distance of 20 feet again, the abnormality reappeared. The falling starfire made a sharp hissing sound that made people's scalps numb. The vortex of vital energy suddenly became violent. In such a terrifying attraction, the ground was shattered. The lava that was burned red by the magma cracked into huge holes. Pieces of red rocks were attracted and flew up. Many rocks flew out of the magma pool. For a time, hundreds of rocks flew up and shot towards the falling starfire from all directions. Crack, crack, crack. Pieces of rocks continued to condense on the falling starfire. Because the rocks flew too fast, a terrible whistling sound of air was produced. The flames of the falling starfire were very bright. All the rocks that flew into it were instantly refined. The impurities turned into green smoke, and only the essence was left. These rock essences continued to condense and wrapped up the falling starfire, and the volume became larger and larger. Gradually, it condensed into a rock beast, 10 feet long, 5 or 6 feet tall, and red as fire. It looked like a leopard. Lin Ming took a breath of cold air. What is this? Roar. The red leopard let out a roar that shook the earth. Dash. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 399 Conquer. The higher the grade of the fire spirit, the stronger its spirituality. High-level fire spirits can even use attribute skills. The falling starfire in front of him is probably a skill. The red leopard roared and rushed towards Lin Ming. Lin Ming wanted to devour the falling starfire. Similarly, the falling starfire also felt the rich fire energy in Lin Ming's body and wanted to use Lin Ming as nutrition for its evolution. The rock beast, which was 10 feet long and weighed more than 100,000 pounds, ran. The ground was shaking and magma was flying. Lin Ming held the spear horizontally in his hand and operated his whole body's true energy to the extreme. When the fire rock beast pounced on him, Lin Ming's pupils contracted. As he stabbed out with a spear, his body bent backwards like a bow. The heavy and soft silver spear nailed the chest of the fire rock beast. The powerful impact made the purple spear bend like a full moon. Lin Ming exerted force from his waist and abdomen, and the true essence contained in his bone marrow completely burst out. His strength increased to a terrifying level in an instant, and he lifted up the giant rock beast. Phoenix wings flying in the sky. Boom. The flaming phoenix soared into the sky and hit the belly of the giant fire rock beast, exploding violently. It's okay. The move of phoenix wings flying in the sky only caused some cracks in the belly of the giant fire rock beast, which was insignificant compared to its huge body. After the giant fire rock beast landed, it opened its mouth and spit out a huge purple fireball. The distance was too close, and it was too late to hide. Lin Ming swung out the purple Zuan gun and hit the fireball with one shot. The fireball exploded, and the purple flames splashed on Lin Ming. The King Kang body protecting true essence made a hissing sound, and was corroded by a large piece. Lin Ming's blood and ki surged in his body, and a flame force rushed into his body like a poisonous snake, raging along the meridians. Finally, the evil god seed trembled and suppressed the flame force. Can this purple fire corrode the body's true essence? Lin Ming's heart trembled. This giant beast was really tricky. It was immune to fire attacks, and the purple flame attack it launched was so powerful. If ordinary Shenhuang Island disciples encountered this guy, they would really be unable to deal with it. Shenhuang's secret realm is a world of fire and ice. For Shenhuang Island disciples who majored in fire or ice, there are opportunities everywhere here. However, even if you encounter an opportunity, it is not easy to take it into your arms. For example, the fire spirit itself will resist, and the natural treasures of fire or ice attributes will be guarded by fierce beasts. If you want to comprehend the realm of meaning, you also need to put yourself in danger. If you are not careful, you may die here. Roar. The fire rock giant beast opened its huge mouth and took a deep breath. The nearby fire energy quickly condensed and formed a vortex. Lin Ming's eyes focused, and without saying a word, he used the golden peng breaking void body technique and flew to the side. Boom. A purple flame beam shot out and hit the magma pool behind Lin Ming, stirring up the magma to rush dozens of feet high. The attack missed, and the fire rock giant beast rushed towards Lin Ming. Although it was large in size, it was extremely fast. When it ran, the sound of the wind was like thunder. Lin Ming was in midair at this time. His figure stagnated slightly, and his true essence was connected to the evil god seed, and the thunder spirit roared. The moment the fire rock giant beast pounced on Lin Ming's body was like a willow branch blown away by the wind, swinging back. At the same time, he flicked his finger, and a 3-inch long steel needle shot out like lightning, aiming at the left eye of the fire rock giant beast. Puff! The evil god's steel needle accurately pierced into the fire rock giant beast's eyes, and came out from behind it. The rock exploded, and purple red hot blood spurted out. Lin Ming looked closely, and found that the blood was actually magma. With fire rock as flesh, magma as blood, and fire essence as heart, the beast composed of this kind of composition made Lin Ming amazed. However, it was just formed after all, and the fire energy it absorbed was not enough, which greatly reduced its strength. With its left eye destroyed, the fire rock giant roared in pain and anger, and spit out several purple fireballs at Lin Ming. However, Lin Ming dodged them one by one. With a flick of his finger, the evil god steel needle whistled out and accurately pierced the fire rock giant's right eye. Ah! The fire rock giant screamed, and Lin Ming saw the opportunity, and rushed out like an arrow, piercing the fire rock giant's mouth with the purple Zuan spear in his hand. The power of thunder and fire intersected, and the thunder and fire kill. Boom. The thunder and fire kill exploded in the fire rock giant's mouth. For a moment, gravel and magma flew everywhere, and the front half of the fire rock giant's body was blown into pieces. Lin Ming used his body protecting true energy to resist the impact of the fragments. At the same time, he released his perception and accurately found the figure of the falling starfire among the thousands of fragments. Here, Lin Ming saw a ball of purple flame 10 feet away, only the size of a palm, and looked listless. Lin Ming waved his sleeves, and his body passed through the 10-foot void like a swimming fish, grabbing the falling starfire with one hand. The falling starfire instinctively felt fear and wanted to escape, but how could it escape from Lin Ming after being severely injured? Grabbing the falling starfire, the King Kang true essence attached to his palm was roasted by the falling starfire, making a kai kai sound, and in an instant, a hole was burned in Lin Ming's body protecting true essence. This falling starfire is so corrosive. Many special fire spirits and thunder spirits have different properties depending on the different flames and thunders that gave birth to them. For example, the blood exterminating evil thunder was born in a very dangerous place and has the property of bloodthirsty, while this falling starfire actually has the property of corrosive true essence. Because the falling starfire is too rare, it is only mentioned briefly in the classics, and the properties of the falling starfire have never been described at all. Lin Ming cast dozens of King Kang runes in a row, all of which fell on the falling starfire. This is the fire spirit sealing technique. Chi-chi-chi. Runes were corroded into ashes as soon as they came into contact with the falling starfire. Lin Ming was unmoved, and his fingers moved faster and faster, condensing into thick finger shadows. There were more and more runes, and the falling starfire struggled violently. After it corroded a rune, several new runes were attached. As a result, the runes became thicker and thicker, and the light of the falling starfire became dimmer and dimmer, and was finally completely sealed. Lin Ming breathed a sigh of relief, and his fingers moved in unison, sending out strands of true essence silk that wrapped around the falling starfire, and finally wrapped it into a cocoon. Success. Lin Ming took out a special jade box, put the cocoon in it, and put it into the Zumi ring. Now is not a good time to absorb the falling starfire. After all, it is a mid-grade earth level fire essence. With Lin Ming's current strength, it is extremely difficult to absorb it. Moreover, the Divine Phoenix secret realm is full of dangers, and there is no one to protect him. If he is not careful, he may die here. Chapter 400 Ancient Phoenix Palace. The environment in the Shenhuang secret realm is extremely complex. The opportunities here are accumulated over hundreds of thousands of years or even hundreds of thousands of years. Because the fire energy in the Shenhuang secret realm is extremely rich, it is easy to brew various natural treasures, including fire essences, in an extremely long time. In the Xianan continent, the number of fire essences is extremely rare, but there are many in the Shenhuang secret realm. Unfortunately, there are many restrictions. to enter the Shenhuang secret realm, and the time is only a few days. If you want to search for a fire essence, you also need good luck. After Lin Ming obtained the falling star fire, he found a flame grass of average value in a magma pool in the next 2 days. Apart from that, he found nothing. The third day ended, which was also the last day in the wild of the Shenhuang secret realm. When the sun was close to the ground and about to rise, a fiery red palace appeared at the end of Lin Ming's vision. The palace was hazy in the distorted light, and looked like a mirage. This is the ancient Phoenix Hall, right? Lin Ming narrowed his eyes, and touched the J token in the zoomy ring. This was the key, to enter the ancient Phoenix Hall. There were only 16 of them. Those without the Jade token would be teleported out of the Divine Phoenix secret realm at the same time as the 16 people entered the ancient Phoenix Hall, ending the trial. At the same time, the ancient Phoenix Hall also appeared in front of Mu Qianxue, Mu Qianxue and the other 16 people in the Divine Phoenix secret realm. They had also gained something in the past 3 days. Mu Qianxue got a precious fire attributed ore and a plant that could be used to refine the fire attributed true essence in the body. Mu Qianxue got the snow lotus ice flower and subdued an ice attributed spirit beast. However, none of these were as precious as the falling star fire that Lin Ming had obtained. It was not that Lin Ming's luck was better than Th's, but that even if Mu Qianxue found the earth rank middle grade fire essence, he would not have enough strength to deal with it. If he encountered the falling star fire, he would have to run away. When luck is similar, the greater the ability, the greater the opportunity. Lin Ming aimed at the direction of the ancient Phoenix Hall and flew towards it. As the saying goes, a horse will die if it is seen from a mountain. However, the ancient Phoenix Hall is just a palace. Lin Ming thought that he could reach it in an incense stick, but he did not expect that he would run for half an hour. When he really arrived in front of the ancient Phoenix Hall, Lin Ming gasped. It was too big, so big that it was terrifying. No wonder it looked close, but it was so far away. The hall was towering into the sky, and the walls were all red rocks. At a height of more than 100 feet, there was a huge circular phoenix totem relief, with a diameter of 20 to 30 feet. Each of the pillars in the hall was as thick as a dozen people hugging, like a pillar of heaven. On the pillars, there were various pictures carved, including holy beasts, divine beasts, human masters, various treasures, mounts, and elixirs. On one of the pillars, Lin Ming suddenly saw a large group of green-faced and fanged demons, holding axes or sickles, with thick chains wrapped around their bodies, and muscles all over their bodies. When Lin Ming saw this scene, his pupils shrank slightly. He had seen this race before. After swallowing the broken crystal of the Devil's Heart, he saw the Nether Emperor holding a huge axe, and slaughtering endless demons. Every time he killed one, he would drink their blood. The demons slaughtered by the Nether Emperor were exactly the same as those carved on the pillars. However, the Nether Emperor slaughtered obviously small minions, while each of the ones on the pillars was an extremely powerful master. Just looking at their mounts, they were sacred beasts such as Jianlang and Shiling, so these demons should at least be masters of the Zuundan level, and there are even many powerful people who are extremely powerful and have been crowned as emperors. Looking over, there are hundreds of demons carved on this pillar alone, which shocked Lin Ming. There are hundreds of super masters and hundreds of holy beasts. Even the holy land of Xianan continent does not have such a scale. If this is not an exaggeration of the carving, then it can only be said that the world that the ancient Phoenix clan came into contact with is much more terrifying than it is now. Lin Ming sighed. It seems that the number and quality of the strong people in the current Xianan continent are mostly behind even in the lower planes. Junior brother Lin, you are so fast. When Lin Ming was looking at the relief, a hearty voice suddenly came from behind him. Lin Ming turned his head and saw that Mu Qianxue, who looked dusty, had just entered the hall. His clothes were torn in many places and his hair was burnt a lot. It seems that he has experienced a lot of fighting in the past 3 days. Noticing Lin Ming's gaze, Mu Qianxue said with a smile, I'm sorry to make you laugh, junior brother Lin. I'm lucky to have found a fire heart flower that can refine fire essence, but it's guarded by a nearly level 6 fire python. My strength is limited, and I finally managed to injure the fire python and pick the fire heart flower. I was seriously injured. Mu Qianxue laughed at himself. At this time, Mu Qianxue and other direct disciples also arrived one after another. Whether they were from the Vermilion Bird branch or the Bloluin branch, they all arrived at the same ancient Phoenix Hall. 16 disciples arrived, and none of them died. This is good news. However, all 16 disciples were injured to varying degrees. Despite this, everyone's face was full of excitement. Especially Sun Yu, who ranked third among the direct disciples, couldn't hide his pride on his face. Senior brother Sun, you must have had a great opportunity to enter the Divine Phoenix secret realm this time. What did you get? Why are you so happy? A square-faced young man asked. He was Zhang Yan, who ranked 8th among the direct disciples. At this time, there was still half an hour before entering the ancient Phoenix Hall. After a break, it was inevitable to discuss their gains in the Phoenix secret realm. Sun Yu smiled and took out his gains in the Phoenix secret realm. They were originally fellow disciples, so there was nothing to be shy about. In fact, the things obtained in the Phoenix secret realm had to be registered after they came out. Some things might be bought by the sect. Sun Yu took out an exquisite jade box and opened it carefully. A hazy red light suddenly shot up into the sky, causing waves of exclamations from the surrounding disciples. Fire Sun Jade. Am I seeing it wrong? Yes, I saw a piece from Master before. Absolutely not. In the jade box, there was a red jade the size of a langan. The surrounding fire energy was constantly gathering towards the red jade, forming a small vortex. It's really Fire Sun Jade, junior brother Sun, you're so lucky. Even Mu Qianxue was moved by it. In comparison, what he got himself was inferior. Haha, it's just luck. Your harvest may not be worse than mine. Although Sun Yu said modestly, he couldn't hide the excitement and pride in his eyes. He was already overjoyed. This Fire Sun Jade can neither be used to refine weapons, nor taken to improve one's own strength, but as long as it is worn on the body, it can increase the spontaneous condensation of fire energy. When practicing, it can speed up the practice to a certain extent. When fighting with others, it can enhance the recovery ability of warriors. It is a rare treasure. With the stimulation of this Fire Sun Jade, other disciples of Shenhuang Island took out what they got. Those who got more naturally showed off, while those who got less could only sigh and envy. 2 of the disciples were even more dejected, and didn't bother to say a word. They dug 3 feet deep in the ground for 3 days, but found nothing. Many disciples believed that, if they entered the Shenhuang secret realm and found nothing, it was because their luck was bad, which was not a good sign. Even the low-key Mu Qianxue showed off his gains. Although the Snow Lotus Ice Flower was valuable, it was still far inferior to Sun Yu's Fire Sun Jade. Sun Yu smiled without leaving a trace, feeling very proud. Even Mu Qianxue and Mu Qianxue, who were stronger than him, did not get as good things as he did, which meant that he had the best luck. After Mu Qianxue finished showing off his things, Sun Yu turned his gaze to Lin Ming, who was looking at the relief on the pillar, and said, Junior brother Lin, what did you get in the Divine Phoenix secret realm? Take it out, and let me see it. Oh. Lin Ming turned around and said, I was lucky, and got a fire essence. Fire essence? When everyone heard this, they immediately became interested. Things like fire essence, even if they were of the lower human grade, could be sold for a good price. Junior brother Lin, you are so lucky. Even a low-level fire spirit can be worth a lot of true essence stones. Junior brother Lin is really lucky. You are worthy of being junior brother Lin. Sun Yu also complimented him a few times, and said with a smile, Junior brother Lin, what level of fire spirit is it? Take it out for us to open our eyes. Yes, let's take a look. All the disciples were eagerly waiting to see it, and Mu Qianxue was also looking forward to it. Lin Ming had nothing to hide, so he immediately took out the jade box from the Zumi ring, took out the cocoon condensed by the King Kang True Essence, pulled out the True Essence silk, and revealed the falling starfire that was sealed tightly inside. The purple flame, although sealed, still contained a frightening momentum. Once the King Kang True Essence, that isolated the essence was pulled out, the falling starfire that saw the light of day again was like a trapped little leopard, struggling and roaring madly, and the sealing rune made a hissing sound, which was constantly corroded by the falling starfire. At the same time, the surrounding flame energy instantly became agitated, whistling towards the falling starfire. For a moment, a vortex of flame energy appeared out of thin air, which was many times more powerful than the one that Huo Yangai had stirred up before. Mu Qianxue's face changed. He clearly felt that the fire energy in his body seemed to be pulled by something and was about to break out of his body. Sun Yu also widened his eyes, full of horror. After confirming again and again, he finally realized a fact that made him unbelievable. Earth level middle grade fire spirit. Junior brother Lin, you subdued an earth level middle grade fire spirit? Mu Qianxue said almost at the same time as Sun Yu. As soon as the two of them finished speaking, some of the disciples who were at a loss and had not figured out the level of fire spirits for a while widened their eyes and were shocked. Earth level middle grade? This kind of fire spirit can kill people. It's good not to be killed when encountering it. Lin Ming can actually subdue it? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.